Section 26 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 11. With Billy on strike and away doing picket duty, and with the departure of Mercedes and the death of Bert, Saxon was left much to herself in a loneliness that even in one as healthy-minded as she could not fail to produce morbidness. Mary, too, had left, having spoken vaguely of taking a job at housework in Piedmont. Billy could help Saxon little in her trouble. He dimly sensed her suffering, without comprehending the scope and intensity of it. He was too man-practical, and, by his very sex, too remote from the intimate tragedy that was hers. He was an outsider at the best, a friendly onlooker who saw little. To her, the baby had been quick and real. It was still quick and real. That was her trouble. By no deliberate effort of will could she fill the aching void of its absence. Its reality became at times an hallucination. Somewhere it still was, and she must find it. She would catch herself, on occasion, listening with strained ears for the cry she had never heard, yet which, in fancy, she had heard 1,000 times in the happy months before the end. Twice she left her bed in her sleep and went searching, each time coming to herself beside her mother's chest of drawers, in which were the tiny garments. To herself at such moments she would say, "I had a baby once," and she would say it aloud as she watched the children playing in the street. One day on the 8th Street cars, a young mother sat beside her, a crowing infant in her arms. And Saxon said to her, "I had a baby once. It died." The mother looked at her startled, half drew the baby tighter in her arms, jealousy or as in fear. Then she softened and said, "You poor thing." "Yes," said Saxon, "it died." Tears welled into her eyes, and the telling of her grief seemed to have brought relief. But all the day she suffered from an almost overwhelming desire to recite her sorrow to the world, to the paying teller at the bank, to the elderly floor walker in Salinger's, and to the blind woman guided by a little boy who played on the concertina, to everyone save the policeman. The police were new and terrible creatures to her now. She had seen them kill the strikers as mercilessly as the strikers had killed the scabs. And unlike the strikers, the police were professional killers. They were not fighting for jobs. They did it as a business. They could have taken prisoners that day in the angle of the front steps in her house, but they had not. Unconsciously, whenever approaching one, she edged across the sidewalk so as to get as far as possible away from him. She did not reason it out, but deeper than consciousness was the feeling that they were typical of something inimical to her and hers. At 8th and Broadway, waiting for her car to return home, the policeman on the corner recognized her and greeted her. She turned white to the lips, and her heart fluttered painfully. It was only Ned Hermanmann, fatter, broader-faced, jollier looking than ever. He had sat across the aisle from her for 3 terms at school. He and she had been monitors together of the composition books for 1 term. The day the powder works blew up at Pinole, breaking every window in the school, he and she had not joined in the panic rush for out of doors. Both had remained in the room, and the irate principal had exhibited them from room to room to the cowardly classes, and then rewarded them with a month's holiday from school. And after that Ned Hermanmann had become a policeman and married Lena Highland, and Saxon had heard they had 5 children. But in spite of all that, he was now a policeman, and Billy was now a striker. Might not Ned Hermanmann some day club and shoot Billy, just as those other policemen clubbed and shot the strikers by her front steps? "What's the matter, Saxon?" he asked. "Sick?" She nodded and choked, unable to speak, and started to move toward her car, which was coming to a stop. "I'll help you," he offered. She shrank away from his hand. "No, I'm all right," she gasped hurriedly. "I'm not going to take it. I've forgotten something." She turned away dizzily up Broadway to Ninth. 2 blocks along Ninth, she turned down Clay and back to 8th Street, where she waited for another car. As the summer months dragged along, the industrial situation in Oakland grew steadily worse. Capital everywhere seemed to have selected this city for the battleground with organized labor. So many men in Oakland were out on strike, or were locked out, or were unable to work because of the dependence of their trades on the other tied-up trades, that odd jobs at common labor were hard to obtain. Billy occasionally got a day's work to do, but did not earn enough to make both ends meet, despite the small strike wages received at first, and despite the rigid economy he and Saxon practiced. The table she set had scarcely anything in common with that of their first married year. Not alone was every item of cheaper quality, but many items had disappeared. Meat, and the poorest, was very seldom on the table. Cow's milk had given place to condensed milk, and even the sparing use of the latter had ceased. A roll of butter, when they had it, lasted half a dozen times as long as formerly. Where Billy had been used to drinking 3 cups of coffee for breakfast, he now drank 1. Saxon boiled this coffee an atrocious length of time, and she paid 20 cents a pound for it. The blight of hard times was on all the neighborhood. The families not involved in one strike were touched by some other strike, or by the cessation of work in some dependent trade. Many single young men who were lodgers had drifted away, thus increasing the house rent of the families which had sheltered them. "Gott," said the butcher to Saxon, "we working class all suffer together. My wife, she cannot get her teeth fixed now. Pretty soon I go smash broke, maybe." Once, when Billy was preparing to pawn his watch, Saxon suggested his borrowing the money from Billy Murphy. "I was planning that," Billy answered, "only I can't now. I didn't tell you what happened Tuesday night at the Sportin' Life Club." "You remember that square-head champion of the United States Navy? Billy was matched with him, and it was sure easy money. Billy had him going south by the end of the 6th round, and at the 7th went in to finish him, and then, just as luck, for his trade's idle now, he snaps his right forearm. Of course the squarehead comes back at him on the jump, and it's good night for Bill. Gee, us Mohegans are getting our bad luck handed to us in chunks these days." "Don't!" Saxon cried, shuddering involuntarily. "What?" Billy asked, with open mouth of surprise. "Don't say that word again. Bert was always saying it." "Oh, Mohegans. All right, I won't. You ain't superstitious, are you?" "No, but just the same, there's too much truth in the word for me to like it. Sometimes it seems as though he was right. Times have changed. They've changed ever since I was a little girl. We crossed the plains and opened up this country, and now we're losing even the chance to work for a living in it. And it's not my fault. It's not your fault. We've got to live well or bad just by luck, it seems. There's no other way to explain it." "It beats me," Billy concurred. "Look at the way I worked last year. Never missed a day. I'd want to never miss a day this year, and here I haven't done a tap for weeks and weeks and weeks. Say, who runs this country anyway?" Saxon had stopped the morning paper, but frequently Maggie Donahue's boy, who served the Tribune route, tossed an extra on her steps. From its editorials, Saxon gleaned that organized labor was trying to run the country, and that it was making a mess of it. It was all the fault of domineering labor, so ran the editorials, column by column, day by day, and Saxon was convinced, yet remained unconvinced. The social puzzle of living was too intricate. The Teamsters' strike, backed financially by the Teamsters of San Francisco and by the allied unions of the San Francisco Waterfront Confederation, promised to be long drawn, whether or not it was successful. The Oakland harness washers and stablemen, with few exceptions, had gone out with the Teamsters. The teaming firms were not half filling their contracts, but the Employers Association was helping them. In fact, half the Employers Associations of the Pacific Coast were helping the Oakland Employers Association. Saxon was behind a month's rent, which, when it is considered that rent was paid in advance, was equivalent to 2 months. Likewise, she was 2 months behind in the installments on the furniture. Yet she was not pressed very hard by Salingers, the furniture dealers. "We're giving you all the rope we can," said their collector. "My order is to make you dig up every cent I can, and at the same time not to be too hard. Salingers are trying to do the right thing, but they're up against it too. You've no idea how many accounts like yours they're carrying along. Sooner or later, they'll have to call a halt or get it in the neck themselves. And in the meantime, just see if you can't scrape up $5 by next week, just to cheer them along, you know." One of the stablemen who had not gone out, Henderson by name, worked at Billy's stables. Despite the urging of the bosses to eat and sleep in the stable like the other men, Henderson had persisted in coming home each morning to his little house around the corner from Saxon's on 5th Street. Several times she had seen him swinging along defiantly, his dinner pail in his hand, while the neighborhood boys dogged his heels at a safe distance and informed him in yapping chorus that he was a scab and no good. But one evening, on his way to work, in a spirit of bravado, he went into the pile driver's home, the saloon at 7th and Pine. There it was his mortal mischance to encounter Otto Frank, a striker who drove from the same stable. Not many minutes later, an ambulance was hurrying Henderson to the receiving hospital with a fractured skull, while a patrol wagon was no less swift, carrying Otto Frank to the city prison. Maggie Donahue it was, eyes shining with gladness, who told Saxon of the happening. "Served him right, too, the dirty scab," Maggie concluded. "But his poor wife," was Saxon's cry. "She's not strong. And then the children. She'll never be able to take care of them if her husband dies." "And serves her right, the damn slut." Saxon was both shocked and hurt by this Irish woman's brutality, but Maggie was implacable. "'Tis all she or any woman deserves that'll put up living with a scab. What about her children? Let 'em starve, and her man a taking the food out of other children's mouths." Mrs. Olson's attitude was different. Beyond passive sentimental pity for Henderson's wife and children, she gave them no thought, her chief concern being for Otto Frank and Otto Frank's wife and children, herself and Mrs. Frank being full sisters. "If he dies, they will hang Otto," she said. "And then what will poor Hilda do? She has varicose veins in both legs, and she can never stand on her feet all day and work for wages. And me, I cannot help. Ain't Carl out of work, too?" Billy had still another point of view. "It will give the strike a black eye, especially if Henderson croaks," he worried when he came home. "They'll hang Frank on record time. Besides, we'll have to put up a defense, and lawyers charge like Sam Hill. They'll eat a hole in our treasury you could drive every team in Oakland through. And if Frank hasn't been screwed up with whiskey, he'd never have done it. He's the mildest, good-naturedest man, sober, you ever seen." Twice that evening, Billy left the house to find out if Henderson was dead yet. In the morning, the papers gave little hope, and the evening papers published his death. Otto Frank lay in jail without bail. The Tribune demanded a quick trial and summary execution, calling on the prospective jury manfully to do its duty and dwelling at length on the moral effect that would be so produced upon the lawless working class. It went further, emphasizing the salutary effect machine guns would have on the mob that had taken the fair city of Oakland by the throat. All such occurrences struck at Saxon personally. Practically alone in the world, save for Billy, it was her life and his, and their mutual love life that was menaced. From the moment he left the house to the moment of his return, she knew no peace of mind. Rough work was afoot, of which he told her nothing, and she knew he was playing his part in it. On more than one occasion she noticed fresh broken skin on his knuckles. At such times he was remarkably taciturn, and would sit in brooding silence or go almost immediately to bed. She was afraid to have this habit of reticence grow on him, and bravely she bid for his confidence. She climbed into his lap and inside his arms, one of her arms around his neck, and with the free hand she caressed his hair back from the forehead and smoothed out the moody brows. "Now listen to me, Billy boy," she began lightly. "You haven't been playing fair, and I won't have it. No." She pressed his lips shut with her fingers. "I'm doing the talking now, and because you haven't been doing your share of the talking for some time. You remember we agreed at the start to always talk things over. I was the first to break this when I sold my fancy work to Mrs. Higgins without speaking to you about it, and I was very sorry. I am still sorry, and I've never done it since. Now it's your turn. You're not talking things over with me. You are doing things you don't tell me about. Billy, you're dearer to me than anything else in the world. You know that. We're sharing each other's lives, only just now there's something you're not sharing. Every time your knuckles are sore, there's something you don't share. If you can't trust me, you can't trust anybody, and besides, I love you so that no matter what you do, I'll go on loving you just the same." Billy gazed at her with fond incredulity. "Don't be a pincher," she teased. "Remember, I stand for whatever you do." "And you won't buck against me?" he queried. "How can I? I'm not your boss, Billy. I wouldn't boss you for anything in the world. And if you'd let me boss you, I wouldn't love you half as much." He digested this slowly and finally nodded. "And you won't be mad?" "With you? You've never seen me mad yet. Now come on and be generous and tell me how you hurt your knuckles. It's fresh today. Anybody can see that." "All right, I'll tell you how it happened." He stopped and giggled with genuine, boyish glee at some recollection. "It's like this. You won't be mad now. We got to do these sort of things to hold our own. Well, here's the show. A regular moving picture, except for talking. Here's a big rube coming along, hayseed sticking out all over, hands like hams and feet like Mississippi gunboats. He'd make half as much again as me in size, and he's young, too. Only he ain't looking for trouble, and he's as innocent as... Well, he's the innocentest scab that ever come down the pike and bumped into a couple of pickets. Not a regular strike-breaker, you see. Just a big rube that read the boss's ads and come a-humping to town for the big wages. And here's Bud Strothers and me coming along. We always go in pairs that way, and sometimes in bigger bunches. I flag the rube. "Hello," says I. "Looking for a job?" "You bet," says he. "Can you drive?" "Yep." "4 horses?" "Show me to 'em," says he. "No josh now," says I. "You're sure wanting to drive?" "That's what I come to town for," he says. "You're the man we're looking for," says I. "Come along, and we'll have you busy in no time." "You see, Saxon, we can't pull it off there, because there's Tom Scanlon, you know." the red-headed cop, only a couple of blocks away, and pipping us off, though not recognizing us. So away we go, the three of us, Bud and me, leading that boob to take our jobs away from us, I guess, nit. We turned into the alley back of Campbell's grocery. Nobody in sight. Bud stops short, and the Rube and me stop. "I don't think he wants to drive," says Bud, considerin'. And the Rube says, quick, "You bet your life I do." "You're dead sure you want that job?" I says. "Yes, he's dead sure. Nothing's going to keep him away from that job. Why, that job's what he's come to town for, and we can't lead him to it too quick." "My friend," says I, "it's my sad duty to inform you that you've made a mistake." "How's that?" he says. "Go on," I says. "You're standing on your foot." And honest to God, Saxon, the gink looks down at his feet to see. "I don't understand," says he. "We're going to show you," says I. And then, biff, bang, bingo, swat, zooey, kerslam bango, blam. Fireworks, 4th of July, kingdom come, blue lights, skyrockets, and hellfire. Just like that. It don't take long when you're scientific and trained to tandem work. Of course it's hard on the knuckles, but say, Saxon, if you'd seen that Rube before and after, you'd thought he was a lightning change artist. Laugh? You'd have busted. Billy halted to give vent to his own mirth. Saxon forced herself to join with him, but down in her heart was horror. Mercedes was right. The stupid workers wrangled and snarled over jobs. The clever masters rode in automobiles and did not wrangle and snarl. They hired other stupid ones to do the wrangling and snarling for them. It was men like Bert and Frank Davis and Chester Johnson and Otto Frank, like Jelly Belly, and the Pinkertons, like Henderson and all the rest of the scabs, who were beaten up, shot, clubbed, or hanged. Ah, the clever ones were very clever. Nothing happened to them. They only rode in their automobiles. "You big stiffs," the Rube snivels as he crawls to his feet at the end, Billy was continuing. "You think you still want that job?" I ask. He shakes his head. Then I read him the riot act. "There's only one thing for you to do, old hoss, and that's beat it. Do you get me? Beat it. Back to the farm for you. And if you come monkeying around town again, we'll be real mad at you. We was only fooling this time. But next time we catch you, your own mother won't know you when we get done with you. And say, you ought to seen him beat it. I'll bet he's going yet. And when he gets back to Milpitas or Sleepy Hollow, or wherever he hangs out, and tells how the boys does things in Oakland, it's dollar to doughnuts, there won't be a Rube in this district that'd come to town to drive if they offered him $10 an hour." "It was awful," Saxon said, then laughed well-simulated appreciation. "But that was nothing," Billy went on. "A bunch of the boys caught another one this morning. They didn't do a thing to him. My goodness gracious, no. In less than 2 minutes, he was the worst wreck they ever hauled to the receiving hospital. The evening papers gave the score. Nose broken, 3 bad scalp wounds, front teeth out, a broken collarbone, and 2 broken ribs. Gee, he certainly got all that was coming to him. But that's nothing. Do you want to know what the Frisco Teamsters did in the big strike before the earthquake? They took every scab they caught and broke both his arms with a crowbar. That was so he couldn't drive, you see. Say the hospitals are filled with 'em, and the Teamsters won that strike, too." "But is it necessary, Billy, to be so terrible? I know they're scabs, and that they're taking the bread out of the striker children's mouths to put in their own children's mouths, and that it isn't fair, and all that, but just the same, is it necessary to be so terrible?" "Sure thing," Billy answered confidently. "We just go to throw the fear of God into them when we could do it without being caught." "And if you're caught?" "Then the union hires the lawyers to defend us, though that ain't much good now. for the judges are pretty hostile, and the papers keep hammering away at them to give stiffer and stiffer sentences. Just the same, before this strike's over, there'll be a whole lot of guys a-wishin' they'd never gone scabbing. Very cautiously in the next half hour, Saxon tried to feel out her husband's attitude, to find if he doubted the rightness of the violence he and his brother teamsters committed. But Billy's ethical sanction was rock-bedded and profound. It never entered his head that he was not absolutely right. It was the game. Caught in its tangled meshes, he could see no other way to play it than the way all men played it. He did not stand for dynamite and murder, however. But then the unions did not stand for such. Quite naive was his explanation that dynamite and murder did not pay. That such actions always brought down the condemnation of the public and broke the strikes. But the healthy beating up of a scab, he contended, the throwing of fear of God into a scab, as he expressed it, was the only right and proper thing to do. Our folks never had to do such things, Saxon said finally. They never had no strikes nor scabs in those times. You bet they didn't, Billy agreed. Them was the good old days. I'd like to a-lived then. He drew a long breath and sighed. But them times will never come again. Would you have liked living in the country? Saxon asked. Sure thing. There's lots of men living in the country now, she suggested. Just the same, I noticed them a-hiking to town to get our jobs, was his reply. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 12. A gleam of light came when Billy got a job, driving a grading team for the contractors of the big bridge then building at Niles. Before he went, he made certain that it was a union job, and a union job it was for 2 days, when the concrete workers threw down their tools. The contractors, evidently prepared for such happening, immediately filled the places of the concrete men with non-union Italians, whereupon the carpenters, structural ironworkers, and teamsters walked out, and Billy, lacking train fare, spent the rest of the day in walking home. I couldn't work as a scab, he concluded his tale. No, Saxon said, you couldn't work as a scab. But she wondered why it was when men wanted to work and there was work to do, yet they were unable to work because their unions said no. Why were there unions? And if unions had to be, why were not all working men in them? Then there would be no scabs, and Billy could work every day. Also, she wondered where she was going to get a sack of flour, for she had long since ceased the extravagance of baker's bread, and so many other of the neighborhood women had done this also, that the little Welsh baker had closed up shop and gone away, taking his wife and 2 little daughters with him. Look where she would, everybody was being hurt by the industrial strife. One afternoon a caller came at her door, and that evening Billy came with dubious news. He had been approached that day. All he had to do, he told Saxon, was to say the word, and he could go into the stables as foreman at $100 a month. The nearness of such a sum, the possibility of it, almost stunning to Saxon, sitting at the supper table, which consisted of boiled potatoes, warmed over beans, and a small dry onion which they were eating raw. There was neither bread, coffee, nor butter. The onion Billy had pulled from his pocket, having picked it up in the street. $100 a month. She moistened her lips and fought for control. What made them offer it to you? She questioned. That's easy, was his answer. They've got a dozen reasons. The guy the boss has had exercising Prince and King is a dub. King has gone lame in the shoulders. Then they're guessing pretty strong that I'm the party That's put a lot of their scabs out of commission. Macklin's been their foreman for years and years. Why, I was in knee pants when he was a foreman. Well, he's sick and all in. They got to have somebody to take his place. Then, too, I've been with him a long time. And on top of that, I'm the man for the job. Then I know the horses from the ground up. Hell, it's all I'm good for, except slugging. Think of it, Billy, she breathed. $100 a month. $100 a month. And throw the fellas down, he said. It was not a question, nor was it a statement. It was anything Saxon chose to make of it. They looked at each other. She waited for him to speak, but he continued merely to look. It came to her that she was facing one of the decisive moments of her life. She gripped herself to face it in all coolness. Nor would Billy proffer her the slightest help. Whatever his own judgment might be, he masked it with an expressionless face. His eyes betrayed nothing. He looked and waited. You can't do that, Billy," she said finally. "You can't throw the fellows down." His hand shot out to hers, and his face was a sudden, radiant dawn. "Put her there," he cried, their hands meeting and clasping. "You're the truest, true blue wife a man ever had. If all the other fellows had wives like you, we could win any strike we tackled." "What would you have done if you weren't married, Billy?" "Seen 'em in hell first." "Then it doesn't make any difference being married. I've got to stand by you in everything you stand for. I'd be a nice wife if I didn't." She remembered her caller of the afternoon and knew the moment was too propitious to let pass. "There was a man here this afternoon, Billy. He wanted a room. I told him I'd speak to you. He said he would pay $6 a month for the back bedroom. That would pay half a month's installment on the furniture and buy a sack of flour, and we're all out of flour." Billy's old hostility to the idea was instantly uppermost, and Saxon watched him anxiously. "Some scab in the shops, I suppose." "No, he's firing on the freight run to San Jose. Harmon, he said his name was, James Harmon. They just transferred him from the Truckee division. He sleeps days mostly, he said, and that's why he wanted a quiet house without children in it." In the end, with much misgiving, and only after Saxon had insistently pointed out how little work it entailed on her, Billy consented, though he continued to protest as an afterthought. "But I don't want you making beds for any man. It ain't right, Saxon. I ought to take care of you." "And you would," she flashed back at him, "if you'd take the foremanship. Only you can't. It wouldn't be right. And if I'm to stand by you, it's only fair to let me do what I can." James Harmon proved even less a bother than Saxon had anticipated. For a fireman, he was scrupulously clean, always washing up in the roundhouse before he came home. He used the key to the kitchen door, coming and going by the back steps. To Saxon, he barely said, "How do you do?" or "Good day," and sleeping in the daytime and working at night, he was in the house a week before Billy laid eyes on him. Billy had taken to coming home later and later, and going out after supper by himself. He did not offer to tell Saxon where he went, nor did she ask. For that matter, it required little shrewdness on her part to guess. The fumes of whiskey were on his lips at such times. His slow, deliberate ways were even slower, even more deliberate. Liquor did not affect his legs. He walked as soberly as any man. There was no hesitancy, no faltering in his muscular movements. The whiskey went to his brain, making his eyes heavy-lidded and the cloudiness of them more cloudy. Not that he was flighty, nor quick, nor irritable. On the contrary, the liquor imparted to his mental processes a deep gravity and brooding solemnity. He talked little, but that little was ominous and oracular. At such times there was no appeal from his judgment, no discussion. He knew as God knew, and when he chose to speak a harsh thought, it was tenfold harsher than ordinarily, because it seemed to proceed out of such profundity of cogitation, because it was prodigiously deliberate in its incubation as it was in its enunciation. It was not a nice side he was showing to Saxon. It was almost as if a stranger had come to live with her. Despite herself, she found herself beginning to shrink from him, and little could she comfort herself with the thought that it was not his real self, for she remembered his gentleness and considerateness, and all his fineness of the past. Then he made a continual effort to avoid trouble and fighting. Now he enjoyed it, exulted in it, went looking for it. All this showed in his face. No longer was he the smiling, pleasant-faced boy. He smiled infrequently now. His face was a man's face. The lips, the eyes, the lines were harsh as his thoughts were harsh. He was rarely unkind to Saxon, but on the other hand, he was rarely kind. His attitude toward her was growing negative. He was disinterested. Despite the fight for the union she was enduring with him, putting up with him shoulder to shoulder, she occupied but little space in his mind. When he acted toward her gently, she could see that it was merely mechanical, just as she was well aware that the endearing terms he used, the endearing caresses he gave, were only habitual. The spontaneity and warmth had gone out. Often when he was not in liquor, flashes of the old Billy came back, but even such flashes dwindled in frequency. He was growing preoccupied, moody. Hard times and the bitter stresses of industrial conflict strained him. Especially was this apparent in his sleep, when he suffered paroxysms of lawless dreams, groaning and muttering, clenching his fists, grinding his teeth, twisting with muscular tensions, his face writhing with passions and violence, his throat guttering with terrible curses that rasped and aborted on his lips. And Saxon, lying beside him, afraid of this visitor to her bed whom she did not know, remembered what Mary had told her of Bert. He too had cursed and clenched his fists, in his nights fought out the battles of his days. One thing, however, Saxon saw clearly. By no deliberate act of Billy's was he becoming this other and unlovely Billy. Were there no strike, no snarling or wrangling over jobs, there would be only the old Billy she had loved in all absoluteness. This sleeping terror in him would have lain asleep. It was something that was being awakened in him, an image incarnate of outward conditions, as cruel, as ugly, as maleficent as were those outward conditions. But if the strike continued, then, she feared with reason, would this other and grisly self of Billy strengthen to fuller and more forbidding stature. And this, she knew, would mean the wreck of their love life. Such a Billy she could not love. In its nature, such a Billy was not lovable nor capable of love. And then, as the thought of offspring, she shuddered. It was too terrible. At such moments of contemplation, from her soul, the inevitable plaint of the human went up. Why? 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 Billy, too, had his unanswerable queries. Why won't the building trades come out, he demanded wrathfully, of the obscurity that veiled the ways of living and the world. But no, O'Brien won't stand for a strike, and he has the Building Trades Council under his thumb. But why don't they chuck him and come out anyway? We'd win hands down all along the line. But no, O'Brien's got their goat, and him up to his dirty neck in politics and graft. And damn the Federation of Labor. If all the railroad boys had come out, wouldn't the shopmen have won instead of being licked to a frazzle? Lord, I ain't had a smoke of decent tobacco or a cup of decent coffee in a coon's age. I've forgotten what a square meal tastes like. I weighed myself yesterday, 15 pounds lighter than when the strike begun. If it keeps on much more, I can fight middleweight. And this is what I get after paying dues into a union for years and years. I can't get a square meal. My wife has to make other men's beds. It makes my tired ache. Some day I'll get really huffy and chuck that lodger out." "But it's not his fault, Billy," Saxon protested. "Who said it was?" Billy snapped roughly. "Can't I kick in general if I want to? Just the same, it makes me sick. What's the good of organized labor if it don't stand together? For 2 cents, I'd chuck the whole thing up and go over to the employers. Only I wouldn't. God damn them. If they think they can beat us down to our knees, let 'em go ahead and try it, that's all. But it gets me just the same. The whole world's clean dippy. There ain't no sense in anything. What's the good of supporting a union that can't win a strike? What's the good of knocking the blocks off of scabs when they keep coming thick as ever? The whole thing's a bug house, and I guess I am too." Such an outburst on Billy's part was so unusual that it was the only time Saxon knew it to occur. Always he was sullen and dogged and unwhipped, while whiskey only served to set the maggots of certitude crawling in his brain. One night, Billy did not get home till after 12. Saxon's anxiety was increased by the fact that police fighting and head-breaking had been reported to have occurred. When Billy came, his appearance verified the report. His coat sleeves were half torn off. The Windsor tie had disappeared from under his soft turned-down collar, and every button had been ripped off the front of the shirt. When he took his hat off, Saxon was frightened by a lump on his head the size of an apple. "Do you know who did that? That Dutch slob Hermanmann, with a riot club. And I'll get him for it some day, good and plenty. And there's another fellow I've got staked out that'll be my meat when this strike's over and things is settled down. Blanchard's his name, Roy Blanchard." "Not of Blanchard, Perkins and Company?" Saxon asked, busy washing Billy's hurt and making her usual fight to keep him calm. "Yep, except he's the son of the old man. What he'd do, that ain't done a tap of work in all his life except to blow the old man's money. He goes strike breaking. Grandstand play, that's what I call it. Gets his name in the papers and makes all the skirts he run with fluster up and say, 'My, some bear, that Roy Blanchard, some bear.' Some bear? The gazebo. He'll be bear meat for me some day. I never itched so hard to lick a man in my life. And oh, I guess I'll pass that Dutch cop up. He got his already. Somebody broke his head with a lump of coal the size of a water bucket. That was when the wagons was turning into Franklin, just off 8th, by the old Galindo Hotel. There was hard fighting there, and some guy in the hotel lamps that coal down from the second-story window. There was fighting every block of the way, bricks, cobblestone, and police clubs to beat the band. They don't dast call out the troops. And they was afraid to shoot. Why, we tore holes through the police force, and the ambulances and patrol wagons worked overtime. But say, we got the procession blocked at 14th and Broadway, right under the nose of the city hall, rushed to the rear end, cut out the horses of 5 wagons, and handed them college boys a few love pats in passing. All that saved 'em from hospital was the police reserve. Just the same, we had 'em jammed an hour there. You ought to seen the streetcars blocked, too. Broadway, 14th, San Pueblo, as far as you could see. "But what did Blanchard do?" Saxon called him back. "He led the procession and drove my team. All the teams was from my stable. He rounded up a lot of them college fellows, fraternity guys, they're called, yaps that live off their father's money. They come to the stable in big touring cars and drove out the wagons with half the police of Oakland to help them. Say, it was sure some day. The sky rained cobblestones. And you ought to heard the clubs on our heads. Rat-tat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat-tat. And say, the chief of police, in a police auto, sitting up like God Almighty. Just before we got to Peralta Street, there was a block and the police chargin', and an old woman, right from her front gate, lammed the chief of police full in the face with a dead cat. Phew, you could hear it. Arrest that woman, he yells, with his handkerchief out. But the boys beat the cops to her and got her away. Someday, I guess, yes. The receiving hospital went out of commission on the jump, and the overflow was spilled into St. Mary's Hospital and Fabiola, and I don't know where else. 8 of our men was pulled, and a dozen of the Frisco teamsters that come over to help. They're holy terrors, them Frisco teamsters. It seemed half the working men in Oakland was helping us, and they must be an army of them in jail. Our lawyers will have to take their cases, too. But take it from me, it's the last we'll see of Roy Blanchard and yaps of his kidney butting into our affairs. I guess we showed him some football. You know that brick building they're putting up on Bay Street? That's where we loaded up first, and say, you couldn't see the wagon seats for bricks when they started from the stables. Blanchard drove the first wagon, and he was knocked clean off the seat once, but he stayed with it. He must have been brave, Saxon commented. Brave, Billy fared, with the police and the army and the navy behind him. I suppose you'll be taking their part next. Brave? A-taking the food out of the mouths of our women and children? Didn't Curly Jones' little kid die last night? Mother's milk not nourishing, that's what it was, because she didn't have the right stuff to eat. And I know, and you know, a dozen old aunts and sisters-in-laws and such that had to hike to the poorhouse because their folks couldn't take care of 'em in these times. In the morning paper, Saxon read the exciting account of the futile attempt to break the Teamsters' strike. Roy Blanchard was hailed as a hero and held up as a model of wealthy citizenship, and to save herself, she could not help glowing with appreciation of his courage. There was something fine in his going out to face the snarling pack. A brigadier general of the regular army was quoted as lamenting the fact that the troops had not been called out to take the mob by the throat and shake law and order into it. This is the time for a little healthful bloodletting, was the conclusion of his remarks, after deploring the pacific methods of the police. For not until the mob has been thoroughly beaten and cowed will tranquil industrial conditions obtain. That evening, Saxon and Billy went uptown. Returning home and finding nothing to eat, he had taken her on one arm, his overcoat on the other. The overcoat he had pawned at Uncle Sam's, and he and Saxon had eaten drearily at a Japanese restaurant which, in some miraculous way, managed to set a semi-satisfying meal for 10 cents. After eating, they started on their way to spend an additional 5 cents each on a moving picture show. At the Central Bank building, 2 striking teamsters accosted Billy and took him away with them. Saxon waited on the corner, and when he returned, 3/4 of an hour later, she knew he had been drinking. Half a block on, passing the Forum Cafe, he stopped suddenly. A limousine stood at the curb, and into it a young man was helping several wonderfully gowned women. A chauffeur sat in the driver's seat. Billy touched the young man on the arm. He was as broad-shouldered as Billy and slightly taller. Blue-eyed, strong-featured, in Saxon's opinion, he was undeniably handsome. "Just a word, sport," Billy said in a low, slow voice. The young man glanced quickly at Billy and Saxon and asked impatiently, "Well, what is it?" "You're Blanchard," Billy began. "I seen you yesterday lead out that bunch of teams." "Didn't I do it all right?" Blanchard asked gaily, with a flash of glance to Saxon and back again. "Sure, but that ain't what I want to talk about." "Who are you?" the other demanded with sudden suspicion. "A striker." It just happens you drove my team, that's all. No, don't move for a gun." As Blanchard had half reached toward his hip pocket. "I ain't starting anything here, but I just want to tell you something." "Be quick, then." Blanchard lifted one foot to step into the machine. "Sure," Billy went on, without any diminution of his exasperating slowness. "What I want to tell you is that I'm after you. Not now, when the strike's on, but sometime later I'm going to get you and give you the beating of your life." Blanchard looked Billy over with new interest and measuring eyes that sparkled with appreciation. "You are a husky yourself," he said, "but do you think you can do it?" "Sure, you're my meat." "All right then, my friend. Look me up after the strike is settled, and I'll give you a chance at me. Remember," Billy added, "I've got you staked out." Blanchard nodded, smiled genially to the both of them, raised his hat to Saxon, and stepped into the machine. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 13. From now on, to Saxon, life seemed bereft of its last reason and rhyme. It had become senseless, nightmarish. Anything irrational was possible. There was nothing stable in the anarchic flux of affairs that swept her on, she knew not to what catastrophic end. Had Billy been dependable, all would have still been well. With him to cling to, she would have faced everything fearlessly. But he had been whirled away from her in the prevailing madness. So radical was the change in him that he seemed almost an intruder in the house. Spiritually, he was such an intruder. Another man looked out of his eyes. A man whose thoughts were of violence and hatred. A man to whom there was no good in anything, and who had become an ardent protagonist of the evil that was rampant and universal. This man could no longer condemn Bert, himself muttering vaguely of dynamite and sabotage and revolution. Saxon strove to maintain that sweetness and coolness of flesh and spirit that Billy had praised in the old days. Once only she lost control. He had been in a particularly ugly mood, and a final harshness and unfairness cut her to the quick. "Who are you speaking to?" she flamed out at him. He was speechless and abashed, and could only stare at her face, which was white with anger. "Don't you ever speak to me like that again, Billy," she commanded. "Aw, can't you put up with a piece of bad temper?" he muttered, half apologetically, yet half defiantly. "God knows, I've got enough to make me cranky." After he left the house, she flung herself on the bed and cried heartbrokenly. For she, who knew so thoroughly the humility of love, was a proud woman. Only the proud can be truly humble, and only the strong may know the fullness of gentleness. But what was the use, she demanded, of being proud and game when the only person in the world who mattered to her lost his own pride and gameness and fairness, and gave her the worst share of their mutual trouble? And now, as she faced alone the deeper, organic hurt of the loss of her baby, she faced alone another, and, in a way, an even greater personal trouble. Perhaps she loved Billy none the less, but her love was changing into something less proud, less confident, less trusting. It was becoming shot through with the pity that is parent to contempt. Her own loyalty was threatening to weaken, and she shuddered and shrank from the contempt she could see creeping in. She struggled to steel herself to face the situation. Forgiveness stole into her heart, and she knew relief until the thought came that in the truest, highest love, forgiveness should have no place. And again she cried, and continued her battle. After all, one thing was incontestable. This Billy was not the Billy she had loved. This Billy was another man, a sick man, and no more to be held responsible than a fever patient in the ravings of delirium. She must be Billy's nurse, without pride, without contempt, with nothing to forgive. Besides, he was really bearing the brunt of the fight, was in the thick of it, dizzy with the striking of blows and the blows he received. If fault there was, it lay elsewhere, somewhere in the tangled scheme of things that made men snarl over jobs like dogs over bones. Saxon arose and buckled on her armor again for the hardest fight of all in the world's arena, the woman's fight. She ejected from her thought all doubting and distrust. She forgave nothing, for there was nothing requiring forgiveness. She pledged herself to an absoluteness of belief that her love in Billy's was unsullied, unperturbed, severe as it had always been, as it would be when it came back again after the world settled down once more to rational ways. That night when he came home, she proposed, as an emergency measure, that she should resume her needlework and help keep the pot boiling until the strike was over. But Billy would hear nothing of it. "It's all right," he assured her repeatedly. "There ain't no call for you to work. I'm going to get some money before the week is out, and I'll turn it over to you, and Saturday night we'll go to the show, a real show, no moving pictures. Harvey's Nigger Minstrels is coming to town. We'll go Saturday night. I'll have the money before that, as sure as beans is beans." Friday evening he did not come home to supper, which Saxon regretted, for Maggie Donahue had returned a pan of potatoes and 2 quarts of flour, borrowed the week before, and it was a hearty meal that awaited him. Saxon kept the stove going till 9 o'clock, when, despite her reluctance, she went to bed. Her preference would have been to wait up, but she did not dare, knowing full well what the effect would be on him did he come home in liquor. The clock had just struck 1 when she heard the click of the gate. Slowly, heavily, ominously, she heard him come up the steps and fumble with his key at the door. He entered the bedroom, and she heard him sigh as he sat down. She remained quiet, for she had learned the hypersensitiveness induced by drink, and was fastidiously careful not to hurt him even with the knowledge that she had lain awake for him. It was not easy. Her hands were clenched till the nails dented the palms, and her body was rigid in her passionate effort for control. Never had he come home as bad as this. "Saxon," he called thickly. "Saxon." She stirred and yawned. "What is it?" she asked. "Won't you strike a light? My fingers is all thumbs." Without looking at him, she complied, but so violent was the nervous trembling of her hands that the glass chimney tinkled against the globe and the match went out. "I ain't drunk, Saxon," he said in the darkness, a hint of amusement in his thick voice. "I've only had 2 or 3 jolts of that sort." On her second attempt with the lamp she succeeded. When she turned to look at him, she screamed with fright. Though she had heard his voice and knew him to be Billy, for the instant she did not recognize him. His face was a face she had never known, swollen, bruised, discolored. Every feature had been beaten out of all semblance of familiarity. One eye was entirely closed, the other showed through a narrow slit of blood-congested flesh. One ear seemed to have lost most of its skin. The whole face was a swollen pulp. His right jaw, in particular, was twice the size of his left. No wonder his speech had been thick, was her thought, as she regarded the fearfully cut and swollen lips that still bled. She was sickened by the sight, and her heart went out to him in a great wave of tenderness. She wanted to put her arms around him and cuddle and soothe him, but her practical judgment bade otherwise. "You poor, poor boy," she cried. "Tell me what you want me to do first. I don't know about such things." "If you could help me get my clothes off," he suggested meekly and thickly. "I got 'em on before I stiffened up." "And then hot water. That will be good," she said, and she began gently drawing his coat sleeve over a puffed and helpless hand. "I told you they was all thumbs," he grimaced, holding up his hand and squinting at it with the fraction of sight remaining to him. "You sit and wait," she said, "till I start the fire again and get hot water going. I won't be a minute. Then I'll finish getting your clothes off." From the kitchen she could hear him muttering to himself, and when she returned he was repeating over and over, "We needed the money, Saxon, we needed the money." Drunken he was not, she could see that, and from his babbling she knew he was partly delirious. He was a surprise box, he wandered on, while she proceeded to undress him, and bit by bit she was able to piece together what had happened. He was an unknown from Chicago. They sprang him on me. The secretary of the Acme Club warned me I'd have my hands full, and I'd 'a' won if I'd been in condition. But 15 pounds off without training ain't condition. Then I'd been drinking pretty regular, and I didn't have my wind. But Saxon, stripping his undershirt, no longer hurt him. As with his face, she could not recognize his splendidly muscled back. The white sheath of silken skin was torn and bloody. The lacerations occurred oftenest in horizontal lines, though there were perpendicular lines as well. "How did you get all that?" she asked. "The ropes. I was up against him more times than I like to remember. Gee, he certainly gave me mine, but I fooled him. He couldn't put me out. I lasted the 20 rounds, and I wanted to tell you he's got some marks to remember me by. If he ain't got a couple of knuckles broken in the left hand, I'm a geezer. Here, feel my head. Swollen, huh? Sure thing. He hit that more times than he's wishin' he had right now. But oh, what a lacin'. What a lacin'. I never had anything like it before. The Chicago Terror, they call him. I take my hat off to him. He's some bear. But I could have made him take the count if I'd been in condition and had my wind. Oh, ouch. Watch out. It's like a boil." Fumbling at his waistband, Saxon's hand had come in contact with a brightly inflamed surface larger than a soup plate. "That's from the kidney blows," Billy explained. "He was a regular devil at it. Most every clench like clockwork, down he'd chop one on me. It got so sore I was wincin' until I was groggy and didn't know much of anything. It ain't a knockout blow, you know, but it's awful wearin' in a long fight. It takes the starch out of you." When his knees were bared, Saxon could see the skin across the kneecaps was broken and gone. "The skin ain't made to stand a heavy fellow like me on the knees," he volunteered. "And the rosin in the canvas cuts like Sam Hill." The tears were in Saxon's eyes, and she could have cried over the manhandled body of her beautiful, sick boy. As she carried his pants across the room to hang them up, a jingle of money came from them. He called her back, and from the pocket drew forth a handful of silver. "We needed the money, we needed the money," he kept muttering, as he vainly tried to count the coins, and Saxon knew that his mind was wandering again. It cut her to the heart, for she could not but remember the harsh thoughts that had threatened her loyalty during the week past. After all, Billy, the splendid physical man, was only a boy, her boy, and he had faced and endured all this terrible punishment for her, for the house and the furniture that were their house and furniture. He said so now, when he scarcely knew what he said. He said, "We needed the money." She was not so absent from his thoughts as she had fancied. Here, down to the naked tie ribs of his soul, when he was half unconscious, the thought of her persisted, was uppermost. "We needed the money. We." The tears were trickling down her cheeks as she bent over him, and it seemed she had never loved him so much as now. "Here, you count," he said, abandoning the effort and handing the money to her. "How much do you make it?" $19.35. "That's right, the loser's end, $20. I had some drinks and treated a couple of the boys, and then there was car fare. If I'd won, I'd got 100. That's what I fought for. It put us on Easy Street for a while. You take it and keep it. It's better'n nothing." In bed he could not sleep because of his pain, and hour by hour she worked over him, renewing the hot compresses over his bruises, soothing the lacerations with witch hazel and cold cream and the tenderest of fingertips. All the while, with broken intervals of groaning, he babbled on, living over the fight, seeking relief and telling her his trouble, voicing regret at the loss of the money, and crying out the hurt to his pride. Far worse than the sum of his physical hurts was his hurt pride. He couldn't put me away anyway. He had full swing at me in the times when I was too much in to get my hands up. The crowd was crazy. I showed him some stamina. There was times when he only rocked me, for I'd evaporated plenty of his steam for him in the opening rounds. I don't know how many times he dropped me. Things was getting too dreamy. Sometimes toward the end, I could see 3 of him in the ring at once, and I wouldn't know which to hit and which to duck. But I fooled him. When I couldn't see or feel, and when my knees was shaking and my head going like a merry-go-round, I'd fall safe in the clenches just the same. I bet the referee's arms is tired from dragging us apart. But what a lacin', what a lacin'. Say, Saxon, where are you? Oh, there, huh? I guess I was dreamin'. But say, let this be a lesson to you. I broke my word and went fightin', and see what I got? Look at me and take warnin', so you won't make the same mistake and go makin' and sellin' fancy work again. But I fooled 'em, everybody. At the beginning, the betting was even. By the 6th round, the wise gazebos were offering 2 to 1 against me. I was licked from the first drop out of the box. Anybody could see that. But he couldn't put me down for the count. By the 10th round, they was offering even that I wouldn't last the round. And at the 11th, they was offering I wouldn't last the 15th. And I lasted the whole 20. But some punishment. I want to tell you, some punishment. Why, there was 4 rounds. I was in dreamland all the time. Only I kept on my feet and fought, or took the count to 8 and got up, and stalled and covered and wanged away. I don't know what I'd done, except I must have done like that, because I wasn't there. I don't know a thing from the 13th, when he sent me to the mat on my head, till the 18th. Where was I? Oh, yes, I opened my eyes, or one eye, because I had only one that would open. And there I was in my corner, with the towels going and ammonia in my nose, and Bill Murphy with a chunk of ice at the back of my neck. And there across the ring, I could see the Chicago Terror, and I had to do some thinking to remember I was fighting him. It was like I'd been away somewhere and just got back. "What round's this comin'?" I asked Bill. "The 18th, says he. "The hell," I says. "What come of all the other rounds? The last I was fighting was in the 13th. "You're a wonder," says Bill. "You've been out for 4 rounds. Only nobody knows it except me. I've been trying to get you to quit all the time." Just then the gong sounds, and I can see the Terror starting for me. "Quit," says Bill, making a move to throw in the towel. "Not on your life," I says. "Drop it, Bill." But he went on, wanting me to quit. By that time the Terror had come across to my corner, and was standing with his hands down looking at me. The referee was looking too, and the house was that quiet, looking, you could hear a pin drop, and my head was getting some clearer, but not much. "You can't win," Bill says. "Watch me," says I, and with that I make a rush for the Terror, catching him unexpected. I'm that groggy I can't stand, but I just keep a-goin', walloping the Terror clear across the ring to his corner, where he slips and falls, and I fall on top of him. Say, that crowd goes crazy. Where was I? My head's still going round, I guess. It's buzzing like a swarm of bees. You had just fallen on top of him in the corner, Saxon prompted. Oh, yes, well, no sooner are we on our feet, and I can't stand, I rush him the same way, back across to my corner and fall on him. That was luck. We got up, and I'd have fallen only I clenched and held myself up by him. I got your goat, I says to him, and now I'm going to eat you up. I hadn't his goat, but I was playing to get a piece of it. And I got it, rushing him as soon as the referee drags us apart, and fetching him a lucky wallop in the stomach that steadied him and made him almighty careful. Too almighty careful. He was afraid to chance a mix with me. He thought I had more fight left in me than I had. So, you see, I got that much of his goat anyway. And he couldn't get me. He didn't get me. And in the 20th, we stood in the middle of the ring and exchanged wallops even. Of course, I'd made a fine showing for a licked man, but he got the decision, which was right. But I fooled him. He couldn't get me. And I fooled the gazebos that was betting he would on short order. At last, as dawn came on, Billy slept. He groaned and moaned, his face twisting with pain, his body vainly moving and tossing in quest of easement. So this was prize fighting, Saxon thought. It was much worse than she had dreamed. She had had no idea that such damage could be wrought with padded gloves. He must never fight again. Street rioting was preferable. She was wondering how much of his silk had been lost when he mumbled and opened his eyes. What is it, she asked, ere it became to her that his eyes were unseeing and that he was in delirium. Saxon, Saxon, he called. Yes, Billy, what is it? His hand fumbled over the bed where ordinarily it would have encountered her. Again he called her, and she cried her presence loudly in his ear. He sighed with relief and muttered brokenly, I had to do it. We needed the money. His eyes closed, and he slept more soundly, though his muttering continued. She had heard of congestion of the brain and was frightened. Then she remembered his telling her of the ice Billy Murphy had held against his head. Throwing a shawl over her head, she ran to the pile driver's home on 7th Street. The barkeeper had just opened and was sweeping out. From the refrigerator, he gave her all the ice she wished to carry, breaking it into convenient pieces for her. Back in the house, she applied the ice to the base of Billy's brain, placed hot irons to his feet, and bathed his head with witch hazel made cool by resting on the ice. He slept in the darkened room until late afternoon, when, to Saxon's dismay, he insisted on getting up. Gotta make a showin', he explained. They ain't going to have the laugh on me. In torment, he was helped by her to dress, and in torment, he went forth from the house, so that his world should have ocular evidence that the beating he had received did not keep him in bed. It was another kind of pride, different from a woman's, and Saxon wondered if it were the less admirable for that. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 14. In the days that followed, Billy's swelling went down, and the bruises passed away with surprising rapidity. The quick healing of the lacerations attested the healthiness of his blood. Only remained the black eyes, unduly conspicuous on a face as blond as his. The discoloration was stubborn, persisting half a month, in which time happened divers events of importance. Otto Frank's trial had been expeditious. Found guilty by a jury notable for the business and professional men on it, the death sentence was passed upon him, and he was removed to San Quentin for execution. The case of Chester Johnson and the 14 others had taken longer, but in the same week it too was finished. Chester Johnson was sentenced to be hanged. 2 got life, 3 20 years. Only 2 were acquitted. The remaining 7 received terms from 2 to 10 years. The effect on Saxon was to throw her into deep depression. Billy was made gloomy, but his fighting spirit was not subdued. "Always some men killed in battle," he said. "That's to be expected. But the way of sentencing them gets me. All found guilty was responsible for killing, or none was responsible. If all was, then they should get the same sentence. They ought to hang like Chester Johnson, or else he ought not to hang. I'd just like to know how the judge makes up his mind. It must be like making China lottery tickets. He plays hunches. He looks at a guy and waits for a spot or a number to come into his head. How else could he give Johnny Black 4 years and Cal Hutchin 20 years? He played the hunches as they came into his head, and it might just as easy been the other way round, and Cal Hutchin got 4 years and Johnny Black 20. I know both them boys. They hung out with the 10th and Kirkham gang mostly, though sometimes they ran with my gang. We used to go swimming after school down to Sandy Beach on the marsh, and in the transit slip where they said the water was 60 feet deep, only it wasn't. And once, on a Thursday, we dug a lot of clams together and played Hooky Friday to peddle them. And we used to go out on the rock wall and catch pogies and rock cod. One day, the day of the eclipse, Cal caught a perch half as big as a door. I've never seen such a fish. And now he's got to wear the stripes for 20 years. Lucky he wasn't married. If he don't get the consumption, he'll be an old man when he comes out. Cal's mother wouldn't let him go swimming, and whenever she suspected, she always licked his hair with her tongue. If it tasted salty, he got a beating. But he was on to himself. Coming home, he'd jump somebody's front fence and hold his head under a faucet. "I used to dance with Chester Johnson," Saxon said, "and I knew his wife, Kitty Brady, long, long ago. She had next place at the table to me in the paper box factory. She's gone to San Francisco to her married sisters. She's going to have a baby, too. She was awfully pretty, and there was always a string of fellows after her." The effect of the conviction and severe sentences was a bad one on the Union men. Instead of being disheartening, it intensified the bitterness. Billy's repentance for having fought, and the sweetness and affection which had flashed up in the days of Saxon's nursing of him, were blotted out. At home he scowled and brooded, while his talk took on the tone of Bert's in the last days ere that Mohegan died. Also, Billy stayed away from home longer hours, and was again steadily drinking. Saxon well-nigh abandoned hope. Almost was she steeled to the inevitable tragedy which her morbid fancy painted in 1,000 guises. Often it was of Billy being brought home on a stretcher. Sometimes it was a call to the telephone in the corner grocery, and the curt information by a strange voice that her husband was lying in the receiving hospital or the morgue. And when the mysterious horse poisoning cases occurred, and when the residence of one of the teeming magnates was half destroyed by dynamite, she saw Billy in prison, or wearing stripes, or mounting to the scaffold at San Quentin, while at the same time she could see the little cottage on Pine Street besieged by newspaper reporters and photographers. Yet her lively imagination failed altogether to anticipate the real catastrophe. Harmon, the fireman lodger, passing through the kitchen on his way out to work, had paused to tell Saxon about the previous day's train wreck in the El Viso marshes, and of how the engineer, imprisoned under the overturned engine and unhurt, being drowned by the rising tide, had begged to be shot. Billy came in at the end of the narrative, and from the somber light in his heavy-lidded eyes, Saxon knew he had been drinking. He glowered at Harmon, and without greeting to him or Saxon, leaned his shoulder against the wall. Harmon felt the awkwardness of the situation and did his best to appear oblivious. "I was just telling your wife," he began, but was savagely interrupted. "I don't care what you was telling her, but I got something to tell you, Mr. Man. My wife's made up your bed too many times to suit me." "Billy!" Saxon cried, her face scarlet with resentment and hurt and shame. Billy ignored her. Harmon was saying, "I don't understand." "Well, I don't like your mug," Billy informed him. "You're standing on your foot. Get off of it. Get out. Beat it. Do you understand that?" "I don't know what's gotten into him," Saxon gasped hurriedly to the fireman. "He's not himself. Oh, I'm so ashamed, so ashamed." Billy turned on her. "Shut your mouth and keep out of this." "But, Billy," she remonstrated. "And get out of here. You go into the other room." "Here now," Harmon broke in. "This is a fine way to treat a fellow." "I've given you too much rope as it is," was Billy's answer. "I've paid my rent regularly, haven't I?" "I ought to knock your block off for you. Don't see any reason I shouldn't, for that matter." "If you do anything like that, Billy," Saxon began. "You still here? Well, if you won't go into the other room, I'll see that you do." His hand clutched her arm. For one instant she resisted his strength, and in that instant, the flesh crushed under his fingers, she realized the fullness of his strength. In the front room, she could only lie back in the Morris chair sobbing, and listen to what occurred in the kitchen. "I'll stay to the end of the week," the fireman was saying. "I've paid in advance." "Don't make no mistake," came Billy's voice, so slow that it was almost a drawl, yet quivering with rage. "You can't get out too quickly if you want to stay healthy. You and your traps with you. I'm likely to start something any moment." "Oh, I know you're a slugger," the fireman's voice began. Then came the unmistakable impact of a blow, the crash of glass, a scuffle on the back porch, and finally the heavy bumps of a body down the steps. She heard Billy re-enter the kitchen, move about, and knew he was sweeping up the broken glass of the kitchen door. Then he washed himself at the sink, whistling as he dried his face and hands, and walked into the front room. She did not look at him. She was too sick and sad. He paused irresolutely, seeming to make up his mind. "I'm going uptown," he stated. "There's a meeting of the union. If I don't come back, it'll be because that geezer's sworn out a warrant." He opened the front door and paused. She knew he was looking at her. Then the door closed, and she heard him go down the steps. Saxon was stunned. She did not think. She did not know what to think. The whole thing was incomprehensible, incredible. She lay back in the chair, her eyes closed, her mind almost a blank, crushed by a leaden feeling that the end had come to everything. The voices of children playing in the street aroused her. Night had fallen. She groped her way to a lamp and lighted it. In the kitchen she stared, lips trembling, at the pitiful, half-prepared meal. The fire had gone out. The water had boiled away from the potatoes. When she lifted the lid, a burnt smell arose. Methodically she scraped and cleaned the pot, putting things in order, and peeled and sliced the potatoes for next day's frying. And just as methodically she went to bed. Her lack of nervousness, her placidity, was abnormal, so abnormal that she closed her eyes and was almost immediately asleep. Nor did she awaken till the sunshine was streaming into the room. It was the first night she and Billy had slept apart. She was amazed that she had not lain awake worrying about him. She lay with eyes wide open, scarcely thinking, until pain in her arm attracted her attention. It was where Billy had gripped her. On examination, she found the bruised flesh fearfully black and blue. She was astonished, not by the spiritual fact that such bruise had been administered by the one she loved most in the world, but by the sheer physical fact that an instant's pressure had inflicted so much damage. The strength of a man was a terrible thing. Quite impersonally, she found herself wondering if Charley Long were as strong as Billy. It was not until she dressed and built the fire that she began to think about more immediate things. Billy had not returned. Then he was arrested. What was she to do? Leave him in jail? Go away and start life afresh? Of course it was impossible to go on living with a man who had behaved as he had. But then came another thought. Was it impossible? After all, he was her husband. For better or worse, the phrase reiterated itself, a monotonous accompaniment to her thoughts at the back of her consciousness. To leave him was to surrender. She carried the matter before the tribunal of her mother's memory. No, Daisy would never have surrendered. Daisy was a fighter. Then she, Saxon, must fight. Besides, and she acknowledged it, readily, though in a cool, dead way, besides, Billy was better than most husbands. Better than any other husband she had heard of, she concluded, as she remembered many of his earlier nicesses and finenesses, and especially his eternal chant, "Nothing is too good for us. The Roberts ain't on the cheap." At 11 o'clock she had a caller. It was Bud Struthers, Billy's mate, on strike duty. Billy, he told her, had refused bail, refused a lawyer. He asked to be tried by the court and had pleaded guilty and had received a sentence of $60 or 30 days. Also, he had refused to let the boys pay his fine. "He's clean loony," Struthers summed up. "Won't listen to reason. Says he'll serve out his time. He's been tacking up too regular, I guess. His wheels are buzzin'. Here, he give me this note for you. Any time you want anything, send for me. The boys all stand by Billy's wife. You belong to us, you know. How are you off for money?" Proudly she disclaimed any need for money, and not until her visitor departed did she read Billy's note. "Dear Saxon, Bud Struthers is going to give you this. Don't worry about me. I'm going to take my medicine. I deserve it, you know that. I guess I am gone bughouse. Just the same, I am sorry for what I done. Don't come to see me. I don't want you to. If you need money, the union will give you some. The business agent is all right. I will be out in a month. Now, Saxon, you know I love you. Just say to yourself that you forgive me this time, and you won't never have to do it again. Billy." Bud Struthers was followed by Maggie Donahue and Mrs. Olson, who paid neighborly calls of cheer and were tactful in their efforts of help and in studiously avoiding more references than was necessary to Billy's predicament. In the afternoon, James Harmon arrived. He limped slightly, and Saxon divined that he was doing his best to minimize that evidence of hurt. She tried to apologize to him, but he would not listen. "I don't blame you, Mrs. Roberts," he said. "I know it wasn't your doing, but your husband wasn't just himself, I guess. He was fighting mad on general principles, and it was just by luck to get in the way, that was all. But just the same..." The fireman shook his head. "I know all about it. I used to punish the drink myself, and I'd done some funny things in them days, and I'm sorry I swore that warrant out and testified. But I was hot in the collar. I'm cooled down now, and I'm sorry I done it." "You're awfully good and kind," she said, and then began hesitantly on what was bothering her. You can't stay now with him away, you know." "Yes, that wouldn't do, would it? I'll tell you, I'll pack up right now and skin out, and then before 6 o'clock I'll send a wagon for my things. Here's the key to the kitchen door." Much as he demurred, she compelled him to receive back the unexpired portion of his rent. He shook her hand heartily at leaving, and tried to get her to promise to call upon him for a loan any time she might be in need. "It's all right," he assured her. "I'm married and got 2 boys. One of them's got his lungs touched, and she's with him down in Arizona camping out. The railroad helped with the passes." As he went down the steps she wondered that so kind a man should be in so madly cruel a world. The Donahue boy threw in a spare evening paper, and Saxon found half a column devoted to Billy. It was not nice. The fact that he had stood up in the police court with his eyes blackened from some other fray was noted. He was described as a bully, a hoodlum, a roughneck, a professional slugger whose presence in the ranks was a disgrace to organized labor. The assault he had pleaded guilty of was atrocious and unprovoked, and if he were a fair sample of a striking teamster, the only wise thing for Oakland to do was to break up the union and drive every member from the city. And finally the paper complained at the mildness of the sentence. It should have been 6 months at least. The judge was quoted as expressing regret that he had been unable to impose a 6-month sentence, this inability being due to the condition of the jails, already crowded beyond capacity by the many cases of assault committed in the course of the various strikes. That night in bed, Saxon experienced her first loneliness. Her brain seemed in a whirl, and her sleep was broken by vain gropings for the form of Billy she imagined at her side. At last she lighted the lamp and lay staring at the ceiling, wide-eyed, conning over and over the details of the disaster that had overwhelmed her. She could forgive, and she could not forgive. The blow to her love life had been too savage, too brutal. Her pride was too lacerated to permit her wholly to return in memory to the other Billy whom she loved. Wine in, wit out, she repeated to herself. But the phrase could not absolve the man who had slept by her side, and to whom she had consecrated herself. She wept in the loneliness of the all too spacious bed, strove to forget Billy's incomprehensible cruelty, even pillowed her cheek with numb fondness against the bruise of her arm. But still resentment burned within her, a steady flame of protest against Billy and all that Billy had done. Her throat was parched, a dull ache never ceased in her breast, and she was oppressed by a feeling of goneness. Why? And from the puzzle of the world came no solution. In the morning she received a visit from Sarah, the second in all the period of her marriage, and she could easily guess her sister-in-law's ghoulish errand. No exertion was required for the assertion of all Saxon's pride. She refused to be in the slightest on the defensive. There was nothing to defend, nothing to explain. Everything was all right, and it was nobody's business anyway. This attitude but served to vex Sarah. "I warned you, and you can't say I didn't," her diatribe ran. "I always knew he was no good, a jailbird, a hoodlum, a slugger. My heart sunk into my boots when I heard you was running with a prize fighter. I told you so at the time, but no, you wouldn't listen. You with your highfalutin notions and more pairs of shoes than any decent woman should have. You knew better'n me. And I said then to Tom, I said, 'It's all up with Saxon now.' Them was my very words. Them that touches pitch is defiled. If you had only married Charlie Long, then the family wouldn't have been disgraced. And this is only the beginning. Mark me, only the beginning. Where it will end, God knows. He'll kill somebody yet, that pug ugly of yourn, and be hanged for it. You wait and see, that's all, and then you'll remember my words. As you make your bed, so you will lay in it." "Best bed I ever had," Saxon commented. So you can say, Sarah snorted. "I wouldn't trade it for a queen's bed," Saxon added. "A jailbird's bed," Sarah rejoined witheringly. "Oh, it's the style," Saxon retorted airily. "Everybody's getting a taste of jail. Wasn't Tom arrested at some street meeting of the socialists? Everybody goes to jail these days." The barb struck home. "But Tom was acquitted," Sarah hastened to proclaim. "Just the same, he lay in jail all night without bail." This was unanswerable, and Sarah executed her favorite tactic of attack in flank. Nice come down for you, I must say. That was raised straight and right and cutting up dildos with a lodger. Who says so? Saxon blazed, with an indignation quickly mastered. Oh, a blind man can read between the lines. A lodger, a young married woman with no self-respect, and a prize fighter for a husband. What else would they fight about? Just like any family quarrel, wasn't it? Saxon smiled placidly. Sarah was shocked into momentary speechlessness. And I want you to understand it, Saxon continued. It makes a woman proud to have men fight over her. I am proud, do you hear? I am proud. I want you to tell them so. I want you to tell all your neighbors. Tell everybody. I am no cow. Men like me. Men fight for me. Men go to jail for me. What is a woman in the world for if it isn't to have men like her? Now go, Sarah, go at once, and tell everybody what you've read between the lines. Tell them Billy's a jailbird, and that I am a bad woman whom all men desire. Shout it out, and good luck to you, and get out of my house, and never put your feet in it again. You are too decent a woman to come here. You might lose your reputation. And think of your children. Now get out. Go. Not until Sarah had taken an amazed and horrified departure did Saxon fling herself on the bed in a convulsion of tears. She had been ashamed before merely of Billy's inhospitality and surliness and unfairness, but she could see now the light in which others looked on the affair. It had not entered Saxon's head. She was confident that it had not entered Billy's. She knew his attitude from the first. Always he had opposed taking a lodger, because of his proud faith that his wife should not work. Only hard times had compelled his consent, and now that she looked back, almost had she inveigled him into consenting. But all this did not alter the viewpoint the neighborhood must hold, that everyone who had ever known her must hold, and for this, too, Billy was responsible. It was more terrible than all the other things he had been guilty of put together. She could never look anyone in the face again. Maggie Donahue and Mrs. Olsen had been very kind, but of what must they have been thinking all the time they talked with her? And what must they have said to each other? What was everybody saying? Over the front gates and back fences, the men standing on the corners or talking in the saloons. Later, exhausted by her grief, when the tears no longer fell, she grew more impersonal and dwelt on the disasters that had befallen so many women since the strike troubles began. Otto Frank's wife, Henderson's widow, pretty Kitty Brady, Mary, all the women folk of the other workmen who were now wearing the stripes in San Quentin. Her world was crashing about her ears. No one was exempt. Not only had she not escaped, but hers was the worst disgrace of all. Desperately, she tried to hug the delusion that she was asleep, that it was all a nightmare, and that soon the alarm would go off and she would get up and cook Billy's breakfast so that he could go to work. She did not leave the bed that day, nor did she sleep. Her brain whirled on and on, now dwelling at insistent length upon her misfortunes, now pursuing the most fantastic ramifications of what she considered her disgrace, and again going back to her childhood and wandering through endless trivial detail. She worked at all the tasks she had ever done, performing, in fancy, the myriads of mechanical movements peculiar to each occupation, shaping and pasting in the paper box factory, ironing in the laundry, weaving in the jute mill, peeling fruit in the cannery, and countless boxes of scalded tomatoes. She attended all her dances and all her picnics over again, went through her school days, recalling the face and name and seat of every schoolmate, endured the gray bleakness of the years in the orphan asylum, revisioned every memory of her mother, every tale, and relived all her life with Billy, but ever, and here the torment lay, She was drawn back from these far wanderings to her present trouble, with its parch in the throat, its ache in the breast, and its gnawing, vacant goneness. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 15. All that night Saxon lay, unsleeping, without taking off her clothes, and when she arose in the morning and washed her face and dressed her hair, she was aware of a strange numbness, of a feeling of constriction about her head, as if it were bound by a heavy band of iron. It seemed like a dull pressure upon her brain. It was the beginning of an illness that she did not know as illness. All she knew was that she felt queer. It was not fever, it was not cold. Her bodily health was as it should be, and, when she thought about it, she put her condition down to nerves, according to her ideas and the ideas of her class, being unconnected with disease. She had a strange feeling of loss of self, of being a stranger to herself, and the world in which she moved seemed a vague and shrouded world. It lacked sharpness of definition. Its customary vividness was gone. She had lapses of memory, and was continually finding herself doing unplanned things. Thus, to her astonishment, she came to in the backyard hanging up the week's wash. She had no recollection of having done it, yet it had been done precisely as it should have been done. She had boiled the sheets and pillow slips and the table linen. Billy's woolens had been washed in warm water only, with a homemade soap, the recipe which Mercedes had given her. On investigation, she found that she had eaten a mutton chop for breakfast. This meant that she had been to the butcher's shop, yet she had no memory of having gone. Curiously, she went into the bedroom. The bed was made up and everything in order. As twilight came upon herself in the front room, seated by the window, crying in an ecstasy of joy. At first she did not know what this joy was. Then it came to her that it was because she had lost her baby. A blessing, she was chanting aloud, wringing her hands. But with joy. She knew it was with joy that she wrung her hands. The days came and went. She had little notion of time. Sometimes, centuries agone, it seemed to her it was since Billy had gone to jail. At other times, it was no more than the night before. But through it all, two ideas persisted. She must not go to see Billy in jail. It was a blessing she had lost her baby. Once Bud Struthers came to see her. She sat in the front room and talked with him, noting with fascination that there were fringes to the heels of his trousers. Another day, the business agent of the union called. She told him, as she had told Bud Struthers, that everything was all right, that she needed nothing, that she could get along comfortably until Billy came out. A fear began to haunt her. When he came out, no, it must not be. There must not be another baby. It might live. No, no, 1,000 times no. It must not be. She would run away first. She would never see Billy again. Anything but that. Anything but that. This fear persisted. In her nightmare-ridden sleep, it became an accomplished fact, so that she would awake trembling in a cold sweat, crying out. Her sleep had become wretched. Sometimes she was convinced that she did not sleep at all. And she knew that she had insomnia, and remembered that it was of insomnia her mother had died. She came to herself one day, sitting in Dr. Hentley's office. He was looking at her in a puzzled way. "Got plenty to eat?" he was asking. She nodded. "Any serious trouble?" She shook her head. "Everything's all right, doctor, except..." "Yes, yes," he encouraged. And then she knew why she had come. Simply, explicitly, she told him. He shook his head slowly. "It can't be done, little woman," he said. "Oh, but it can," she cried. "I know it can." "I don't mean that," he answered. "I mean I can't tell you. I dare not. It is against the law. There is a doctor in Leavenworth prison right now for that." In vain she pleaded with him. He insisted his own wife and children whose existence forbade his imperiling. "Besides, there is no likelihood now," he told her. "But there will be. There is sure to be," she urged. But he could only shake his head sadly. "Why do you want to know?" he questioned finally. Saxon poured her heart out to him. She told him of her first year of happiness with Billy, and of the hard times caused by the labor troubles, of the change in Billy so that there was no love life left, of her own deep horror. Not if it died, she concluded. She could go through that again, but if it should live, Billy would soon be out of jail, and then the danger would begin. It was only a few words. She would never tell anyone. Wild horses could not drag it out of her. But Dr. Hentley continued to shake his head. "I can't tell you, little woman. It's a shame, but I can't take the risk. My hands are tied. Our laws are all wrong. I have to consider those who are dear to me." It was when she got up to go that he faltered. "Come here," he said. "Sit closer." He prepared to whisper in her ear, then, with a sudden excess of caution, crossed the room swiftly, opened the door, and looked out. When he sat down again, he drew his chair so close to hers that the arms touched, and when he whispered, his beard tickled her ear. "No, no," he shut her off when she tried to voice her gratitude. "I have told you nothing. You were here to consult me about your general health. You are run down, out of condition." As he talked, he moved her toward the door. When he opened it, a patient for the dentist in the adjoining office was standing in the hall. Dr. Hentley lifted his voice. "What you need is that tonic I prescribed. Remember that. And don't pamper your appetite when it comes back. Eat strong, nourishing food, and beefsteak, plenty of beefsteak. And don't cook it to a cinder. Good day." At times the silent cottage became unendurable, and Saxon would throw a shawl about her head and walk out the Oakland mole, or cross the railroad yards and marshes to Sandy Beach, where Billy had said he used to swim. Also, by going out the transit slip, by climbing down the piles on a precarious ladder of iron spikes, and by crossing a boom of logs, she won access to the rock wall that extended far out into the bay, and that served as a barrier between the mud flats and the tide-scoured channel of Oakland estuary. Here the fresh sea breezes blew, and Oakland sank down to a smudge of smoke behind her, while across the bay she could see the smudge that represented San Francisco. Ocean steamships passed up and down the estuary, and lofty masted ships towed by red-stacked tugs. She gazed at the sailors on the ships, wondered on what far voyages and to what far lands they went, wondered what freedoms were theirs. Or were they grit in by as remorseless and cruel a world as the dwellers in Oakland were? Were they as unfair, as unjust, as brutal in their dealing with their fellows as were the city dwellers? It did not seem so, and sometimes she wished herself on board, outbound, going anywhere, she cared not where, so long as it was away from the world to which she had given her best and which had trampled her in return. She did not know always when she left the house, nor where her feet took her. Once she came to herself in a strange part of Oakland. The street was wide and lined with rows of shade trees. Velvet lawns, broken only by cement sidewalks, ran down to the gutters. The houses stood apart and were large. In her vocabulary they were mansions. What had shocked her to consciousness of herself was a young man in the driver's seat of a touring car, standing at the curb. He was looking at her curiously, and she recognized him as Roy Blanchard, whom, in front of the Forum, Billy had threatened to whip. Beside the car, bareheaded, stood another young man. He, too, she remembered. He it was, at the Sunday picnic, where she first met Billy, who had thrust his cane between the legs of the flying foot racer and precipitated the free-for-all fight. Like Blanchard, he was looking at her curiously, and she became aware that she had been talking to herself. The babble of her lips still beat in her ears. She blushed, a rising tide of shame heating her face, and quickened her pace. Blanchard sprang out of the car and came to her with a lifted hat. "Is there anything the matter?" he asked. She shook her head, and though she had stopped, she evinced her desire to go on. "I know you," he said, studying her face. "You are with the striker who promised me a licking." "He is my husband," she said. "Oh, good for him." He regarded her pleasantly and frankly. "But about yourself. Is there anything I can do for you? Something is the matter." "No, I'm all right," she answered. "I have been sick," she lied, for she never dreamed of connecting her queerness with sickness. "You look tired," he pressed her. "I can take you in the machine and run you anywhere you want. It won't be any trouble. I've plenty of time." Saxon shook her head. If you tell me where I can catch the 8th Street cars. I don't often come to this part of town." He told her where to find an electric car and what transfers to make, and she was surprised at the distance she had wandered. "Thank you," she said, "and goodbye." "Sure I can't do anything now?" "Sure." "Well, goodbye." He smiled good-humoredly. "And tell that husband of yours to keep in good condition. I'm liable to make him need it all when he tangles up with me." "Oh, but you can't fight with him," she warned. "You mustn't. You haven't got a show." "Good for you," he admired. "That's the way for a woman to stand up for her man. Now, the average woman would be so afraid he was going to get licked." "But I'm not afraid for him. It's for you. He's a terrible fighter. You wouldn't have any chance. It would be like taking candy from a baby," Blanchard finished for her. "Yes," she nodded. "That's just what he would call it. And whenever he tells you you're standing on your foot, watch out for him. Now I must go. Goodbye, and thank you again." She went on down the sidewalk, his cheery goodbye ringing in her ears. He was kind, she admitted it honestly, yet he was one of the clever ones, one of the masters who, according to Billy, were responsible for all the cruelty to labor, for the hardships of the women, for the punishment of the labor men who were wearing stripes in San Quentin or were in death cells awaiting the scaffold. Yet he was kind, sweet-natured, clean, good. She could read his character in his face. But how could this be, if he were responsible for so much evil? She shook her head wearily. There was no explanation, no understanding of this world which destroys little babes and bruises women's breasts. As for her straying into that neighborhood of fine residences, she was unsurprised. It was in line with her queerness. She did so many things without knowing that she did them. She must be careful. It was better to wander on the marshes and the rock wall. Especially she liked the rock wall. There was a freedom about it, a wide spaciousness that she found herself instinctively trying to breathe, holding her arms out to embrace and make part of herself. It was a more natural world, a more rational world. She could understand it, understand the green crabs with white bleached claws that scuttled before her, and which she could see pasturing on green, weeded rocks when the tide was low. Here, hopelessly man-made as the Great Wall was, nothing seemed artificial. There were no men here, no laws nor conflicts of men. The tide flowed and ebbed. The sun rose and set regularly each afternoon. The brave west wind came romping in through the Golden Gate, darkening the water, cresting tiny wavelets, making the sailboats fly. Everything ran with frictionless order. Everything was free. Firewood lay about for the taking. No man sold it by the stack. Small boys fished with poles from the rocks, with no one to drive them away for trespass, catching fish as Billy had caught fish, as Cal Hutchins had caught fish. Billy had told her of the great perch Cal Hutchins caught on the day of the eclipse, when he had little dreamed the heart of his manhood would be spent in convict's garb. And here was food, food that was free. She watched the small boys on a day when she had eaten nothing, and emulated them, gathering mussels from the rocks at low water, cooking them by placing them among the coals of a fire she built on top of the wall. They tasted particularly good. She learned to knock the small oysters from the rocks, and once she found a string of fresh-caught fish some small boy had forgotten to take home with him. Here drifted evidence of man's sinister handiwork, from a distance from the cities. One flood tide, she found the water covered with muskmelons. They bobbed and bumped along up the estuary in countless thousands. Where they stranded against the rocks, she was able to get them. But each and every melon, she had patiently tried scores of them, had been spoiled by a sharp gash that led into salt water. She could not understand. She asked an old Portuguese woman gathering driftwood. They do it, the people who have too much, the old woman explained, straightening her labor-stiffened back with such an effort that almost Saxon could hear it crack. The old woman's black eyes flashed angrily, and her wrinkled lips, drawn tightly across the toothless gums, wry with bitterness. The people that have too much, it is to keep up the price. They throw them overboard in San Francisco. But why don't they give them away to the poor people? Saxon asked. They must keep up the price. But the poor people cannot buy them anyway, Saxon objected. It would not hurt the price. The old woman shrugged her shoulders. I do not know. It is their way. They chop each melon so that the poor people cannot fish them out and eat anyway. They do the same with the oranges, with the apples. Ah, the fishermen. There's a trust. When the boat catches too much fish, the trust throws them overboard from Fisherman's Wharf. Boatloads and boatloads and boatloads of the beautiful fish. And the beautiful good fish sink and are gone, and no one gets them. Yet they are dead and only good to eat. Fish are very good to eat. And Saxon could not understand a world that did such things. A world in which some men possessed so much food that they threw it away, paying men for their labor of spoiling it before they threw it away. And in the same world, so many people who did not have enough food, whose babies died because their mother's milk was not nourishing, whose young men fought and killed one another for the chance to work, whose old men and women went to the poorhouse because there was no food for them in the little shacks they wept at leaving. She wondered if all the world were that way, and remembered Mercedes's tales. Yes, all the world was that way. Had not Mercedes seen 10,000 families starve to death in that far-away India, when, as she has said, her own jewels that she wore would have fed and saved them all? It was the poorhouse and the salt vats for the stupid, jewels and automobiles for the clever ones. She was one of the stupid. She must be. The evidence all pointed that way, yet Saxon refused to accept it. She was not stupid. Her mother had not been stupid, nor had the pioneer stock before her. Still, it must be so. Here she sat, nothing to eat at home, her love-husband changed to a brute beast and lying in jail, her arms and her heart empty of the babe that would have been there if only the stupid ones had not made a shambles of her front yard in their wrangling over jobs. She sat there, racking her brain, the smudge of Oakland at her back, staring across the bay at the smudge of San Francisco. Yet the sun was good, the wind was good, as was the keen salt air in her nostrils. The blue sky, flecked with clouds, was good. All the natural world was right and sensible and beneficent. It was the stupid man world that was wrong, and mad and horrible. Why were the stupid stupid? Was it a law of God? No, it could not be. God had made the wind and air and sun. The man world was made by man, and a rotten job it was. Yet, and she remembered it well, the teaching in the orphan asylum, God had made everything. Her mother, too, had believed this, had believed in this God. Things could not be different. It was ordained. For a time, Saxon sat crushed, helpless. Then smoldered protest, revolt. Vainly she asked why. God had it in for her. What had she done to deserve such a fate? She briefly reviewed her life in quest of deadly sins committed, and found them not. She had obeyed her mother, obeyed Caddy, the saloon keeper, and Caddy's wife, obeyed the matron and the other women in the orphan asylum, obeyed Tom when she came to live in his house, and never run in the streets because he didn't wish her to. At school, she had always been honorably promoted, and never had her deportment report varied from 100%. She had worked from the day she left school to the day of her marriage. She had been a good worker, too. The little Jew who ran the paper box factory had almost wept when she quit. It was the same at the cannery. She was among the high-line weavers when the jute mill closed down. And she had kept straight. It was not as if she had been ugly or unattractive. She had known her temptations and encountered her dangers. The fellows had been crazy about her. They had run after her, fought over her in a way to turn most girls' heads. But she had kept straight. And then had come Billy, her reward. She had devoted herself to him, to his house, to all that would nourish his love, and now she and Billy were sinking down into this senseless vortex of misery and heartbreak of the man-made world. No, God was not responsible. She could have made a better world herself, a finer, squarer world. This being so, then there was no God. God could not make a botch. The matron had been wrong. Her mother had been wrong. There was no immortality, and Bert, wild and crazy Bert, falling at her front gate with his foolish death cry, was right. One was a long time dead. Looking thus at life, shorn of its super-rational sanctions, Saxon floundered into the morass of pessimism. There was no justification for right conduct in the universe, no square deal for her who had earned reward, for the millions who worked like animals, died like animals, and were a long time and forever dead. Like the hosts of more learned thinkers before her, she concluded that the universe was unmoral and without concern for men. And now she sat, crushed, in greater helplessness than when she had included God in the scheme of injustice. As long as God was, there was always a chance for a miracle, for some supernatural intervention, some rewarding with ineffable bliss. With God missing, the world was a trap. Life was a trap. She was like a linnet caught by small boys and imprisoned in a cage. That was because the linnet was stupid. But she rebelled. She fluttered and beat her soul against the hard face of things as did the linnet against the bars of wire. She was not stupid. She did not belong in the trap. She would fight her way out of the trap. There must be such a way out. When canal boys and rail splitters, the lowliest of the stupid lowly, as she had read in her school history, could find their way out and become presidents of the nation and rule over even the clever ones in their automobiles, then she could find her way out and win to the tiny reward she craved. Billy, a little love, a little happiness. She would not mind that the universe was unmoral, that there was no God, no immortality. She was willing to go back into the black grave and remain in its blackness forever, to go into the salt vats and let the young men cut her dead flesh to sausage meat, if only she could get her small meed of happiness first. How she would work for that happiness! How she would appreciate it, make the most of each least particle of it. But how was she to do it? Where was the path? She could not vision it. Her eyes showed her only the smudge of San Francisco, the smudge of Oakland, where men were breaking heads and killing one another, where babies were dying, born and unborn, and where women were weeping with bruised breasts. End of section 30. Section 31 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 16. Her vague, unreal existence continued. It seemed in some previous lifetime that Billy had gone away, that another lifetime would have to come before he returned. Still she suffered from insomnia. Long nights passed in succession, during which she never closed her eyes. At other times she slept through long stupors, waking stunned and numbed, scarcely able to open her heavy eyes, to move her weary limbs. The pressure of the iron band on her head never relaxed. She was poorly nourished, nor had she a cent of money. She often went a whole day without eating. Once 72 hours elapsed without food passing her lips. She dug clams in the marsh, knocked the tiny oysters from the rocks, and gathered mussels. And yet, when Bud Struthers came to see how she was getting along, she convinced him that all was well. One evening after work, Tom came and forced $2 upon her. He was terribly worried. He would like to help more, but Sarah was expecting another baby. There had been slack times in his trade because of the strike in the other trades. He did not know what the country was coming to, and it was all so simple. All they had to do was see things his way and vote the way he voted. Then everybody would get a square deal. Christ was a socialist, he told her. Christ died 2,000 years ago, Saxon said. Well, Tom queried, not catching her implication. Think, she said. Think of all the men and women who have died in those 2,000 years, and socialism has not come yet. And in 2,000 years more, it may be as far away as ever. Tom, your socialism never did you any good. It is a dream. It wouldn't be, he began with a flash of resentment. If they believed as you do, only they don't. You don't succeed in making them. But we are increasing every year, he argued. 2,000 years is an awfully long time, she said quietly. Her brother's tired face saddened as he noted. Then he sighed. Well, Saxon, if it's a dream, it is a good dream. I don't want to dream, was her reply. I want things real. I want them now. And before her fancy passed the countless generations of the stupid, lowly, the Billies and Saxons, the Berts and Marys, the Toms and Sarahs, and to what end? The salt vats and the grave? Mercedes was a hard and wicked woman, but Mercedes was right. The stupid must always be under the heels of the clever ones. Only she, Saxon, daughter of Daisy, who had written wonderful poems, and of a soldier father on a roan war horse, daughter of the strong generations who had won half a world from the wild nature and the savage Indian. No, she was not stupid. It was as if she suffered false imprisonment. There was some mistake. She would find the way out. With the $2 she bought a sack of flour and half a sack of potatoes. This relieved the monotony of her clams and mussels. Like the Italian and Portuguese women, she gathered driftwood and carried it home, though always she did it with ashamed pride, timing her arrival so that it would be after dark. One day, on the mud flat side of the rock wall, an Italian fishing boat hauled up on the sand dredged from the channel. From the top of the wall, Saxon watched the men grouped about a charcoal brazier, eating crusty Italian bread and a stew of meat and vegetables, washed down with long draughts of thin red wine. She envied them their freedom, that advertised itself in the heartiness of their meal, in the tones of their chatter and laughter. in the very boat itself, that was not tied always to one place, and that carried them wherever they willed. Afterward, they dragged the seine across the mud flats and up on the sand, selecting for themselves only the larger kinds of fish. Many thousands of small fish, like sardines, were left lying on the sand when they sailed away. Saxon got a sackful of the fish and was compelled to make 2 trips in order to carry them home, where she salted them down in a wooden washtub. Her lapses of consciousness continued. The strangest things she did while in such condition was on Sandy Beach. There she discovered herself one windy afternoon, lying in a hole she had dug, with sacks for blankets. She had even roofed the hole in rough fashion by means of driftwood and marsh grass. On top of the grass she had piled sand. Another time she came to herself walking across the marshes, a bundle of driftwood tied with a bale rope on her shoulder. Charley Long was walking beside her. She could see his face in the starlight. She wondered dully how long he had been talking, what he had said. Then she was curious to hear what he was saying. She was not afraid, despite his strength, his wicked nature, and the loneliness and darkness of the marsh. "It's a shame for a girl like you to have to do this," he was saying, apparently in repetition of what he had already urged. "Come on and say the word, Saxon. Come on and say the word." She stopped and quietly faced him. "Listen, Charley Long. Billy's only doing 30 days, and his time is almost up. When he gets out, your life won't be worth a pinch of salt if I tell him you've been bothering me. Now listen, if you go right now away from here and stay away, I won't tell him. That's all I've got to say." The big blacksmith stood in scowling indecision, his face pathetic in its fierce yearnings, his hands making unconscious, clutching contractions. "Why, you little small thing," he said desperately, "I could break you in one hand. I could. Why, I could do anything I wanted. I don't want to hurt you, Saxon. You know that. Just say the word." "I've said the only word I'm going to say." "God," he muttered in involuntary admiration. "You ain't afraid. You ain't afraid." They faced each other for long, silent minutes. "Why ain't you afraid?" he demanded at last, after peering into the surrounding darkness as if searching for her hidden allies. "Because I married a man," Saxon said briefly. "And now you'd better go." When he had gone, she shifted the load of wood to her other shoulder and started on, in her breast a quiet thrill of pride in Billy. Though behind prison bars, she still leaned against his strength. The mere naming of him was sufficient to drive away a brute like Charley Long. On the day that Otto Frank was hanged, she remained indoors. The evening papers published the account. There had been no reprieve. In Sacramento was a railroad governor who might reprieve or even pardon bank wreckers and grafters, but who dared not lift his finger for a working man. All this was the talk of the neighborhood. It had been Billy's talk. It had been Bert's talk. The next day, Saxon started out the rock wall, and the specter of Otto Frank walked by her side. And with him was a dimmer, mistier specter that she recognized as Billy. Was he, too, destined to tread his way to Otto Frank's dark end? Surely so, if the blood and the strike continued. He was a fighter. He felt he was right in fighting. It was easy to kill a man, even if he did not intend it. Sometime, when he was slugging a scab, the scab would fracture his skull on a stone curbing or a cement sidewalk, and then Billy would hang. That was why Otto Frank hanged. He had not intended to kill Henderson. It was only by accident that Henderson's skull was fractured. Yet Otto Frank had been hanged for it just the same. She wrung her hands and wept loudly as she stumbled among the windy rocks. The hours passed, and she was lost to herself and her grief. When she came to, She found herself on the far end of the wall where it jutted into the bay between the Oakland and Alameda moles. But she could see no wall. It was a time of the full moon, and the unusual high tide covered the rocks. She was knee-deep in the water, and about her knees swam scores of big rock rats, squeaking and fighting, scrambling to climb upon her out of the flood. She screamed with fright and horror, and kicked at them. Some dived and swam away under water. Others circled about her warily at a distance, and one big fellow laid his teeth into her shoe. Him she stepped on and crushed with her free foot. By this time, though still trembling, she was able to coolly consider the situation. She waded to a stout stick of driftwood a few feet away, and with this quickly cleared a space about herself. A grinning small boy in a small, bright-painted and half-decked skiff sailed close into the wall and let go his sheet to spill the wind. "Want to get aboard?" he called. "Yes," she answered. "There are thousands of big rats here. I'm afraid of them." He nodded, ran close in, spilled the wind from his sail, the boat's way carrying it gently to her. "Shove out its bow," he commanded. "That's right. I don't want to break my centerboard. And then jump aboard in the stern, quick, alongside of me." She obeyed, stepping in lightly beside him. He held the tiller up with his elbow, pulled in on the sheet, and as the sail filled, the boat sprang away over the rippling water. "You know boats," the boy said approvingly. He was a slender, almost frail lad of 12 or 13 years, though healthy enough, with sunburned, freckled face and large gray eyes that were clear and wistful. Despite his possession of the pretty boat, Saxon was quick to sense that he was one of them, a child of the people. "First boat I was ever in, except ferry boats," Saxon laughed. He looked at her keenly. "Well, you take to it like a duck to water is all I can say about it. Where do you want me to land you?" "Anywhere." He opened his mouth to speak, gave her another long look, considered for a space, then asked suddenly, "Got plenty of time?" She nodded. "All day?" Again she nodded. "Say, I tell you, I'm going out on this ebb to Goat Island for rock cod, and I'll come in on the flood this evening. I've got plenty of lines and bait. Want to come along? We can both fish, and what you catch you can have." Saxon hesitated. The freedom and motion of the small boat appealed to her, like the ships she had envied. It was outbound. "Maybe you'll drown me," she parleyed. The boy threw back his head with pride. "I guess I've been sailing many a long day myself, and I ain't drowned yet." "All right," she consented, "though remember, I don't know anything about boats." "Aw, that's all right. Now I'm going to go about. When I say hard a lee, like that, you duck your head so the boom don't hit you, and shift over to the other side." He executed the maneuver. Saxon obeyed and found herself sitting beside him on the opposite side of the boat, while the boat itself, on the other tack, was heading toward Long Wharf, where the coal bunkers were. She was aglow with admiration, the more so because the mechanics of boat sailing was to her a complex and mysterious thing. "Where did you learn it all?" she inquired. "Taught myself. Just naturally taught myself. I liked it, you see, and what a fellow likes he's likeliest to do. This is my second boat. My first didn't have a centerboard. I bought it for $2 and learned a lot, though it never stopped leaking. What do you think I paid for this one? It's worth $25 right now. What do you think I paid for it?" "I give up," Saxon said. "How much?" $6. Think of it. A boat like this. Of course, I've done a lot of work, and the sails cost $2. The oars $1.40, and the paint $1.75. But just the same, $11.15 is a real bargain. It took me a long time saving for it, though. I carry papers morning and evening. There's a boy taking my route for me this afternoon. I give him 10 cents, and all the extras he sells is his. And I would have got a boat sooner, only I had to pay for my shorthand lessons. My mother wants me to become a court reporter. They get sometimes as much as $20 a day. Gee, but I don't want it. It's a shame to waste the money on the lessons." "What do you want?" she asked, partly from idleness and yet with genuine curiosity, for she felt drawn to this boy in knee pants who was so confident and at the same time so wistful. "What do I want?" he repeated after her. Turning his head slowly, he followed the skyline, pausing especially when his eyes rested landward on the brown Contra Costa hills, and seaward, past Alcatraz, on the Golden Gate. The wistfulness in his eyes was overwhelming and went to her heart. "That," he said, sweeping the circle of the world with a wave of his arm. "That?" she queried. He looked at her, perplexed in that he had not made his meaning clear. "Don't you ever feel that way?" he asked, bidding for sympathy with his dream. "Don't you sometimes feel you'd die if you didn't know what's beyond them hills, and what's beyond the other hills behind them hills? And the Golden Gate. There's the Pacific Ocean beyond, and China and Japan and India, and all the coral islands. You can go anywhere out through the Golden Gate, to Australia, to Africa, to the Seal Islands, to the North Pole, to Cape Horn. Why, all them places are just waiting for me to come and see 'em. I've lived in Oakland all my life, but I'm not going to live in Oakland the rest of my life, not by a long shot. I'm going to get away, away." Again, as the words failed to express the vastness of his desire, the wave of his arm swept the circle of the world. Saxon thrilled with him. She, too, save for her earlier childhood, had lived in Oakland all her life, and it had been a good place in which to live, until now. And now, in all its nightmare horror, it was a place to get away from, as, with her people, the East had been a place to get away from. And why not? The world tugged at her, and she felt in touch with the lad's desire. Now that she thought of it, her race had never been given to staying long in one place. Always it had been on the move. She remembered back to her mother's tales, and to the wood engraving in her scrapbook, where her half-clad forebears, sword in hand, leaped from their lean beaked boats to do battle on the blood-drenched sands of England. "Did you ever hear about the Anglo-Saxons?" she asked the boy. "You bet." His eyes glistened, and he looked at her with new interest. "I'm an Anglo-Saxon, every inch of me. Look at the color of my eyes, my skin. I'm awful white, or I ain't sunburned. And my hair was yellow when I was a baby. My mother says it'll be dark brown by the time I'm grown up. Worse luck. Just the same, I'm Anglo-Saxon. I am of a fighting race. We ain't afraid of nothing. This bay, think I'm afraid of it?" He looked out over the water with flashing eye of scorn. "Why, I've crossed it when it was howlin', and when the scow schooner sailors said I lied and that I didn't. Huh. They were only squareheads. Why, we licked their kind thousands of years ago. We licked everything we go up against. We've wandered all over the world, licking the world. On the sea, on the land, it's all the same. Look at Ivory Nelson. Look at Davy Crockett. Look at Paul Jones. Look at Clive and Kitchener and Fremont and Kit Carson and all of 'em." Saxon nodded, while he continued, her own eyes shining, and it came to her what a glory it would be to be the mother of a man-child like this. Her body ached with a fancied quickening of unborn life. A good stock, she thought to herself. Then she thought of herself and Billy, healthy shoots out of that same stock, yet condemned to childlessness because of the trap of the man-made world and the curse of being herded with the stupid ones. She came back to the boy. My father was a soldier in the Civil War, he was telling her, and a scout and a spy. The rebels were going to hang him twice for a spy. At the Battle of Wilson's Creek, he ran half a mile with his captain wounded on his back. He's got a bullet in his leg right now, just above the knee. It's been there all these years. He let me feel it once. He was a buffalo hunter and a trapper before the war. He was sheriff of his county when he was 20 years old, and after the war, when he was marshal of Silver City, he cleaned out the bad men and gunfighters. He's been in almost every state in the Union. He could wrestle any man at the railing in his day, and he was bully of the raftsmen of the Susquehanna when he was only a youngster. His father killed a man in a stand-up fight with a blow of his fist when he was 60 years old, and when he was 74, his second wife had twins, and he died when he was plowing in the field with oxen when he was 99 years old. He just unyoked the oxen and sat down under a tree and died there sitting up. And my father's just like him. He's pretty old now, but he ain't afraid of nothing. He's a regular Anglo-Saxon, you see. He's a special policeman, and he didn't do a thing to the strikers in some of the fightin'. He had his face all cut up with a rock, but he broke his club short off over some hoodlum's head. He paused breathlessly and looked at her. Gee, he said, I'd hate to have been that hoodlum. My name is Saxon, she said. Your name? My first name. Gee, he cried, you're lucky. Now, if mine had only been Erling, you know, Erling the Bold, or Wolf, or Swen, or Jarl. What is it? She asked. Only John, he admitted sadly. But I don't let 'em call me John. Everybody's got to call me Jack. I've scrapped with a dozen fellows that tried to call me John or Johnny. Wouldn't that make you sick, Johnny? They were now off the coal bunkers of Long Wharf, and the boy put the skiff about, heading towards San Francisco. They were well out in the open bay. The west wind had strengthened and was whitecapping the strong ebb tide. The boat drove merrily along. When splashes of spray flew aboard, wetting them, Saxon laughed, and the boy surveyed her with approval. They passed a ferry boat, and the passengers on the upper deck crowded to one side to watch them. In the swell of the steamer's wake, the skiff shipped quarter full of water. Saxon picked up an empty can and looked at the boy. That's right, he said. Go ahead and bail out. And when she had finished, we'll fetch Goat Island next tack. Right there, off the torpedo station, is where we fish, in 50 feet of water, and the tide's running to beat the band. You're wringing wet, ain't you? Gee, you're like your name. You're a Saxon, all right. Are you married? Saxon nodded, and the boy frowned. What'd you want to do that for? Now you can't wander over the world like I'm going to. You're tied down. You're anchored for keeps. It's pretty good to be married, though, she smiled. Sure, everybody gets married, but that's no reason to be in a rush about it. Why couldn't you wait a while like me? I'm going to get married, too, but not until I'm an old man and have been everywhere. Under the lee of Goat Island, Saxon obediently sitting still, he took in the sail, and when the boat had drifted to a position to suit him, he dropped the tiny anchor. He got out the fish lines and showed Saxon how to bait her hooks with salted minnows. Then they dropped the lines to the bottom, where they vibrated in the swift tide, and waited for bites. They'll bite pretty soon, he encouraged. I've never failed but twice to catch a mess here. What do you say we eat while we're waiting? Vainly she protested she was not hungry. He shared his lunch with her, a boy's rigid equity, even to the half of a hard-boiled egg and the half of a big red apple. Still the rock cod did not bite. From under the stern sheets he drew out a cloth-bound book. Free library, he vouchsafed, as he began to read, with one hand holding the place while the other he waited for the tug on the fish line that would announce rock cod. Saxon read the title. It was Afloat in the Forest. "Listen to this," he said after a few minutes, and he read several pages descriptive of a great flooded tropical forest being navigated by boys on a raft. "Think of that," he concluded. "That's the Amazon River in flood time in South America, and the world's full of places like that, everywhere, most likely, except Oakland. Oakland's just a place to start from, I guess. Now, that's adventure, I want to tell you. Just think of the luck of them boys. All the same, some day I'm going to go over the Andes to the headwaters of the Amazon, all through the rubber country, and canoe down the Amazon thousands of miles to its mouth, where it's that wide you can't see one bank from the other, and where you can scoop up perfectly fresh water out of the ocean 100 miles from land." But Saxon was not listening. One pregnant sentence had caught her fancy. Oakland was just a place to start from. She had never viewed the city in that light. She had accepted it as a place to live in, as an end in itself. But a place to start from? Why not? Why not like any railroad station or ferry depot? Certainly, as things were going, Oakland was not a place to stop in. The boy was right. It was a place to start from. But where to go? Here she was halted, and she was driven from the train of thought by a strong pull and a series of jerks on the line. She began to haul in, hand under hand, rapidly and deftly, the boy encouraging her, until hooks, sinker, and a big, gasping rock cod tumbled into the bottom of the boat. The fish was free of the hook, and she baited afresh and dropped the line over. The boy marked his place and closed the book. "They'll be biting soon, as fast as we can haul 'em in," he said. But the rush of fish did not come immediately. "Did you ever read Captain Mayne Reid?" he asked. "Or Captain Marryat? Or Ballantyne?" She shook her head. "And you an Anglo-Saxon!" he cried derisively. "Why, there's stacks of 'em in the free library. I have 2 cards, my mother's and mine, and I draw 'em out all the time, after school, before I have to carry my papers. I stick the books inside my shirt, in front, under the suspenders. That holds 'em. One time, delivering papers at Second and Market, there's an awful tough gang of kids that hang out there, I got into a fight with the leader. He hauled off to knock my wind out, and he landed square on a book. You ought to seen his face. And then I landed on him, and then his whole gang was going to jump on me. Only a couple of iron molders stepped in and saw fair play. I gave 'em the books to hold." "Who won?" Saxon asked. "Nobody," the boy confessed reluctantly. "I think I was licking him, but the molders called it a draw because the policeman on the beat stopped us when we'd only been fighting half an hour. But you ought to seen the crowd. I bet there was 500. He broke off abruptly and began hauling in his line. Saxon, too, was hauling in, and in the next couple of hours they caught 20 pounds of fish between them. That night, long after dark, the little half-deck skiff sailed up the Oakland estuary. The wind was fair but light, and the boat moved slowly, towing a long pile which the boy had picked up adrift and announced as worth $3 anywhere for the wood that was in it. The tide flooded smoothly under the full moon, and Saxon recognized the points they passed: the transit slip, Sandy Beach, the shipyards, the nail works, Market Street wharf. The boy took the skiff into a dilapidated boat wharf at the foot of Castro Street, where the scow schooners, laden with sand and gravel, lay hauled to the shore in a long row. He insisted upon equal division of the fish, because Saxon had helped catch them, though he explained at length the ethics of flotsam to show her that the pile was wholly his. At 7th and Poplar they separated, Saxon walking on alone to Pine Street with her load of fish. Tired though she was from the long day, she had a strange feeling of well-being, and after cleaning the fish, she fell asleep wondering, when good times came again, if she could persuade Billy to get a boat and go out with her on Sundays as she had gone out that day. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 17. She slept all night, without stirring, without dreaming, and awoke naturally and, for the first time in weeks, refreshed. She felt her old self, as if some depressing weight had been lifted, or a shadow had been swept away from between her and the sun. Her head was clear. The seeming iron band that had pressed it so hard was gone. She was cheerful. She even caught herself humming aloud as she divided the fish in the messes for Mrs. Olson, Maggie Donahue, and herself. She enjoyed her gossip with each of them, and, returning home, plunged joyfully into the task of putting the neglected house in order. She sang as she worked, and ever as she sang, the magic words of the boy danced and sparkled among the notes. Oakland is just a place to start from. Everything was clear as print. Her and Billy's problem was as simple as any arithmetic problem at school. To carpet a room so many feet long and so many feet wide. To paper a room so many feet high and so many feet around. She had been sick in her head, and she had had strange lapses. She had been irresponsible. Very well. All this had been because of her troubles in which she had had no hand in the making. Billy's case was hers precisely. He had behaved strangely because he had been irresponsible, and all their troubles were the troubles of the trap. Oakland was the trap. Oakland was a good place to start from. She reviewed the events of her married life. The strikes and the hard times had cost everything. If it had not been for the strike of the shopmen and the fight in her front yard, she would not have lost her baby. If Billy had not been made desperate by the idleness and hopeless fight of the teamsters, he would not have taken to drinking. If they had not been hard up, they would not have taken a lodger, and Billy would not be in jail. Her mind was made up. The city was no place for her and Billy, no place for love nor for babies. The way out was simple. They would leave Oakland. It was the stupid that remained and bowed their heads to fate. But she and Billy were not stupid. They would not bow their heads. They would go forth and face fate, where she did not know. But that would come. The world was large. Beyond the encircling hills, out through the Golden Gate, somewhere, they would find what they desired. The boy had been wrong in one thing. She was not tied to Oakland, even if she was married. The world was free to her and Billy, as it had been free to the wandering generations before them. It was only the stupid who had been left behind everywhere in the race's wandering. The strong had gone on. Well, she and Billy were strong. They would go on, over the brown Contra Costa hills or out through the Golden Gate. The day before Billy's release, Saxon completed her meager preparations to receive him. She was without money, and, except for her resolve not to offend Billy in that way again, she would have borrowed ferry fare from Maggie Donahue and journeyed to San Francisco to sell some of her personal pretties. As it was, with bread and potatoes and salted sardines in the house, she went out at the afternoon low tide and dug clams for a chowder. Also, she gathered a load of driftwood, and it was 9 in the evening when she emerged from the marsh, on her shoulder a bundle of wood and a short-handled spade, in her free hand the pail of clams. She sought the darker side of the street at the corner and hurried across the zone of electric light to avoid detection by the neighbors. But a woman came toward her, looked sharply, and stopped in front of her. It was Mary. "My God, Saxon," she exclaimed. "Is it as bad as this?" Saxon looked at her old friend curiously with a swift glance that sketched all the tragedy. Mary was thinner, though there was more color in her cheeks, color of which Saxon had her doubts. Mary's bright eyes were handsomer, larger, too large, too feverish bright, too restless. She was well dressed, too well dressed, and she was suffering from nerves. She turned her head apprehensively to glance into the darkness behind her. "My God," Saxon breathed, "and you?" She shut her lips, then began anew. "Come along to the house," she said. "If you're ashamed to be seen with me," Mary blurted, with one of her old, quick angers. "No, no," Saxon disclaimed. "It's the driftwood and the clams. I don't want the neighbors to know. Come along." "No, I can't, Saxon. I'd like to, but I can't. I've got to catch the next train to Frisco. I've been waiting round. I knocked at your back door, but the house was dark. Billy is still in, ain't he?" "Yes, he gets out tomorrow." "I read about it in the papers," Mary went on hurriedly, looking behind her. "I was in Stockton when it happened." She turned upon Saxon almost savagely. "You don't blame me, do you? I just couldn't go back to work after being married. I was sick of work, played out, I guess, and no good anyway. But if you only knew how I hated the laundry even before I got married. It's a dirty world. You don't dream, Saxon, honest to God, you could never guess 100th part of its dirtiness. I wish I was dead and out of it all. Listen, no, I can't now. There's the down train puffing at Adeline. I'll have to run for it. Can I come?" "Aw, get a move on, can't you?" a man's voice interrupted. Behind her, the speaker had partly emerged from the darkness. No working man, Saxon could see that, lower in the world scale, despite his good clothes, than any working man. "I'm coming, if you only wait a second," Mary placated. And by her answer and its accents, Saxon knew that Mary was afraid of this man who prowled on the rim of light. Mary turned to her. "I gotta beat it. Goodbye," she said, fumbling in the palm of her glove. She caught Saxon's free hand, and Saxon felt a small hot coin pressed into it. She tried to resist, to force it back. "No, no," Mary pleaded, "for old times. You can do as much for me some day. I'll see you again. Goodbye." Suddenly sobbing, she threw her arms around Saxon's waist, crushing the feathers of her hat against the load of wood as she pressed her face against Saxon's breast. Then she tore herself away to arm's length, passionate, quivering, and stood gazing at Saxon. "Aw, get a hustle," came from the darkness the peremptory voice of the man. "Oh, Saxon," Mary sobbed, and was gone. In the house, the lamp lighted, Saxon looked at the coin. It was a $5 piece, to her a fortune. Then she thought of Mary and of the man of whom she was afraid. Saxon registered another black mark against Oakland. Mary was one more destroyed. They lived only 5 years on the average, Saxon had heard somewhere. She looked at the coin and tossed it into the kitchen sink. When she cleaned the clams, she heard the coin tinkle down the vent pipe. It was the thought of Billy next morning that led Saxon to go under the sink, unscrew the cap to the catch trap, and rescue the $5 piece. Prisoners were not well fed, she had been told, and the thought of placing clams and dry bread before Billy after 30 days of prison fare was too appalling for her to contemplate. She knew how he liked to spread his butter on thick, how he liked thick, rare steak fried on a dry, hot pan, and how he liked coffee that was coffee, and plenty of it. Not until 9 o'clock did Billy arrive, and she was dressed in her prettiest house gingham to meet him. She peeped on him as he came slowly up the front steps, and she would have run out to him except for a group of neighborhood children who were staring from across the street. The door opened before him as his hand reached for the knob, and inside he closed it by backing against it, for his arms were filled with Saxon. No, he had not had any breakfast, nor did he want any now that he had her. He had only stopped for a shave. He had stood the barber off, and he had walked all the way from the city hall because of lack of a nickel car fare. But he'd like a bath most mighty well, and a change of clothes. She mustn't come near him until he was clean. When all this was accomplished, he sat in the kitchen and watched her cook, noting the driftwood she put in the stove and asking about it. While she moved about, she told how she had gathered the wood, how she had managed to live and not be beholden to the union. And by the time they were seated at the table, she was telling him about her meeting with Mary the night before. She did not mention the $5. Billy stopped chewing the first mouthful of steak. His expression frightened her. He spat the meat out on his plate. "You got the money to buy the meat from her?" he accused slowly. "You had no money, no more tick with the butcher, yet here's meat. Am I right?" Saxon could only bend her head. The terrifying, ageless look had come into his face, the bleak and passionless glaze into his eyes, which she had first seen on the day at Wenzel Park when he had fought with the 3 Irishmen. "What else did you buy?" he demanded, not roughly, not angrily, but with the fearful coldness of a rage that words could not express. To her surprise, she had grown calm. What did it matter? It was merely what one must expect living in Oakland. Something to be left behind when Oakland was a thing behind, a place started from. "The coffee," she answered, "and the butter." He emptied his plate of meat and her plate into the frying pan, likewise the roll of butter and the slice on the table, and on top he poured the contents of the coffee canister. All this he carried into the backyard and dumped in the garbage can. The coffee pot he emptied into the sink. "How much of the money you got left?" he next wanted to know. Saxon had already gone to her purse and taken it out. $3.80, she counted, handing it to him. "I paid 45 cents for the steak." He ran his eyes over the money, counted it, and went to the front door. She heard the door open and close, and knew that the silver had been flung into the street. When he came back to the kitchen, Saxon was already serving him fried potatoes on a clean plate. "Nothing too good for the Roberts," he said, "but by God, that sort of truck is too high for my stomach. It's so high it stinks." He glanced at the fried potatoes, the fresh slice of dry bread, and the glass of water she was placing by his plate. "It's all right," she smiled as he hesitated. "There's nothing left that's tainted." He shot a swift glance at her face, as if for sarcasm, then sighed and sat down. Almost immediately he was up again and holding out his arms to her. "I'm going to eat in a minute, but I want to talk to you first," he said, sitting down and holding her closely. "Besides, that water ain't like coffee. Getting cold won't spoil it none. Now, listen. You're the only one I've got in this world. You wasn't afraid of me and what I just done, and I'm glad of that. Now we'll forget all about Mary. I've got charity enough. I'm just as sorry for her as you. I'd do anything for her. I'd wash her feet for her like the Christ did. I'd let her eat at my table and sleep under my roof. But all that ain't no reason I should touch anything she's earned. Now forget her. It's you and me, Saxon. Only you and me, and to hell with the rest of the world. Nothing else counts. You won't never have to be afraid of me again. Whiskey and I don't mix very well, so I'm going to cut whiskey out. I've been clean off my nut, and I ain't treated you altogether right. But that's all past. It won't never happen again. I'm going to start out fresh. Now, take this thing. I oughtn't to have acted so hasty, but I did. I ought to talked it over, but I didn't. My damn temper got best of me, and you know I've got one. If a fellow can keep his temper in boxing, why can't he keep it in being married, too? Only this got to me's too sudden like. It's something I can't stomach. I never could stomach. And you wouldn't want me to any more than I'd want you to stomach something you just couldn't. She sat up straight on his knees and looked at him, afire with an idea. You mean that, Billy? Sure I do. Then I'll tell you something I can't stomach any more. I'll die if I have to. Well, he questioned, after a searching pause. It's up to you, she said. Then fire away. You don't know what you're letting yourself in for, she warned. Maybe you'd better back out before it's too late. He shook his head stubbornly. What you don't want to stomach, you ain't going to stomach. Let her go. First, she commenced, no more slugging of scabs. His mouth opened, but he checked the involuntary protest. And second, no more Oakland. I don't get the last. No more Oakland. No more living in Oakland. I'll die if I have to. It's pull up stakes and get out. He digested this slowly. Where, he asked finally. Anywhere, everywhere. Smoke a cigarette and think it over. He shook his head and studied her. You mean that, he asked at length. I do. I want to chuck Oakland just as hard as you wanted to chuck the beefsteak, the coffee, and the butter. She could see him brace himself. She could feel him brace his very body ere he answered. All right, then. If that's what you want, we'll quit Oakland. We'll quit it cold. God damn it, anyway. It's never done nothing for me, and I guess I'm husky enough to scratch for us both anywheres. And now that's settled, just tell me what you got it in for, Oakland for. And she told him all she had thought out, marshaled all the facts in her indictment of Oakland, omitting nothing, not even her last visit to Dr. Hentley's office, nor Billy's drinking. But he drew her closer and proclaimed his resolve anew. The time passed. The fried potatoes grew cold, and the stove went out. When a pause came, Billy stood up, still holding her. He glanced at the fried potatoes. Stone cold, he said, then turned to her. Come on, put on your prettiest. We're going uptown for something to eat and to celebrate. I guess we've got a celebration coming, seeing as we're going to pull up stakes and pull our freight from this old burg. And we won't have to walk. I can borrow a dime from the barber, and I got enough junk to hock for a blowout. His junk proved to be several gold medals won in his amateur days at boxing tournaments. Once uptown and in the pawn shop, Uncle Sam seemed thoroughly versed in the value of the medals, and Billy jingled a handful of silver in his pocket as they walked out. He was as hilarious as a boy, and she joined him in his good spirits. When he stopped at a corner cigar store to buy a sack of Bull Durham, he changed his mind and bought Imperials. "Oh, I'm a regular devil," he laughed. "Nothing too good today, not even tailor-made smokes. And no chop houses, no Jap joints for you and me. It's Barnum's." They strolled to the restaurant at 7th and Broadway, where they had had their wedding supper. "Let us make believe we're not married," Saxon suggested. "Sure," he agreed. "And take a private room, so as the waiter will have to knock on the door each time he comes in." But Saxon demurred at that. "It will be too expensive, Billy. You'll have to tip him for the knocking. We'll take a regular dining room." "Order anything you want," Billy said largely, when they were seated. "Here's family porterhouse, $1.50. What do you say?" "And hash brown," she abetted. "And coffee extra special. And some oysters first. I want to compare them with the rock oysters." Billy nodded and looked up from the bill of fare. Here's mussels bordelais. Try an order of them, too. See if they beat your rock wall ones." "Why not?" Saxon cried, her eyes dancing. "The world is ours. We're just travelers through this town." "Yup, that's the stuff," Billy muttered absently. He was looking at the theater column. He lifted his eyes from the paper. "Matinee at Bell's. We can get reserved seats for $1. Doggone the luck, anyway." His exclamation was so aggrieved and violent that it brought alarm into her eyes. "If only I'd thought," he regretted. "We could have gone to the Forum for grub. That's the swell joint where fellows like Roy Blanchard hangs out, blowing the money we sweat for them." They bought reserved tickets at Bell's Theater, but it was too early for the performance, and they went down Broadway and into the Electric Theater to while away the time on a moving picture show. A cowboy film was run off, and a French comic. Then came a rural drama situated somewhere in the Middle West. It began with a farmyard scene. The sun blazed down on a corner of a barn and on a rail fence where the ground lay in the mottled shade of large trees overhead. There were chickens, ducks, and turkeys, scratching, waddling, moving about. A big sow, followed by a roly-poly litter of 7 little ones, marched majestically through the chickens, rooting them out of the way. The hens, in turn, took it out on the little porkers, pecking them when they strayed too far from their mother. And over the top rail a horse looked drowsily on, ever and anon, at mathematically precise intervals, switching a lazy tail that flashed highlights in the sunshine. "It's a warm day and there are flies. Can't you just feel it?" Saxon whispered. "Sure. And that horse's tail, it's the most natural ever. Gee, I bet he knows the trick of clamping it down over the reins. I wouldn't wonder if his name was Iron Tail." A dog ran upon the scene. The mother pig turned tail, and with short, ludicrous jumps, followed by her progeny and pursued by the dog, fled out of the film. A young girl came on, a sunbonnet hanging down her back, her apron caught up in front and filled with grain which she threw to the fluttering fowls. Pigeons flew down from the top of the film and joined in the scrambling feast. The dog returned, waiting scarcely noticed among the feathered creatures, to wag his tail and laugh up at the girl. And, behind, the horse nodded over the rail and switched on. A young man entered, his errand immediately known to the audience, educated in moving pictures. But Saxon had no eyes for the love-making, the pleading forcefulness, the shy reluctance of man and maid. Ever her gaze wandered back to the chickens, to the mottled shade under the trees, to the warm wall of the barn, to the sleepy horse with its ever-recurrent whisk of tail. She drew closer to Billy, and her hand, passed around his arm, sought his hand. "Oh, Billy," she sighed, "I just die of happiness in a place like that." And when the film was ended, "We've got lots of time for Bell's. Let's stay and see that one over again." They sat through a repetition of the performance, and when the farmyard scene appeared, the longer Saxon looked at it, the more it affected her. And this time she took in further details. She saw fields beyond, rolling hills in the background, and a cloud-flecked sky. She identified some of the chickens, especially an obstreperous old hen who resented the thrust of the sow's muzzle, particularly pecking at the little pigs, and laid about her with a vengeance when the grain fell. Saxon looked back across the fields to the hills and sky, breathing the spaciousness of it, the freedom, the content. Tears welled into her eyes, and she wept silently, happily. "I know a trick that'd fix that old horse if he ever clamped his tail down on me," Billy whispered. "Now I know where we're going when we leave Oakland," she informed him. "Where?" "There." He looked at her and followed her gaze to the screen. "Oh," he said, and cogitated. "And why shouldn't we?" he added. Oh, Billy, will you?" Her lips trembled in her eagerness, and her whisper broke and was almost inaudible. "Sure," he said. It was his day of royal largesse. "What you want is yourn, and I'll scratch my fingers off for it. And I've always had a hankerin' for the country myself. So I've known horses like that to sell for half the price, and I can sure cure 'em of that habit." End of section 32. Section 33 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 18. It was early evening when they got off the car at 7th and Pine on their way home from Bell's Theater. Billy and Saxon did their little marketing together, then separated at the corner. Saxon to go on to the house and prepare supper, Billy to go and see the boys, the teamsters who had fought on in the strike during his month of retirement. "Take care of yourself, Billy," she called as he started off. "Sure," he answered, turning his face to her over his shoulder. Her heart leaped at the smile. It was his old, unsullied love smile, which she wanted always to see on his face, for which, armed with her own wisdom and the wisdom of Mercedes, she would wage the utmost woman's war to possess. A thought of this flashed brightly through her brain, and it was with a proud little smile that she remembered all her pretty equipment stored at home in the bureau and the chest of drawers. 3/4 of an hour later, supper ready, all but the putting on of the lamb chops at the sound of his step, Saxon waited. She heard the gate click, but instead of his step, she heard a curious and confused scraping of many steps. She flew to open the door. Billy stood there, but a different Billy from the one she had parted from so short a time ago. A small boy beside him held his hat. His face had been fresh washed, or rather, drenched, for his shirt and shoulders were wet. His pale hair lay damp and plastered against his forehead, and was darkened by oozing blood. Both arms hung limply by his side, but his face was composed, and he even grinned. "It's all right," he reassured Saxon. "The joke's on me. Somewhat damaged, but still in the ring." He stepped gingerly across the threshold. "Come on in, you fellas. We're all mutts together." He was followed in by the boy with his hat, by Bud Struthers and another teamster she knew, and by 2 strangers. The latter were big, hard-featured, sheepish-faced men who stared at Saxon as if afraid of her. "It's all right, Saxon," Billy began, but was interrupted by Bud. "First thing is to get him on the bed and cut his clothes off him. Both arms is broke, and here are the ginks that done it." He indicated the 2 strangers, who shuffled their feet with embarrassment and looked more sheepish than ever. Billy sat down on the bed, and while Saxon held the lamp, Bud and the strangers proceeded to cut coat, shirt, and undershirt from him. "He wouldn't go to the receiving hospital," Bud said to Saxon. "Not on your life," Billy concurred. "I had him send for Doc Hentley. He'll be here any minute. Them 2 arms is all I got. They've done pretty well by me, and I've got to do the same by them. No medical students a-learnin' their trade on me." "But how did it happen?" Saxon demanded, looking from Billy to the 2 strangers, puzzled by the enmity that so evidently existed among them all. "Oh, they're all right," Billy dashed in. "They done it through mistake. They're Frisco teamsters, and they come over to help us, a lot of 'em." The 2 teamsters seemed to cheer up at this, and nodded their heads. "Yes, missus," one of them rumbled hoarsely. "It's all a mistake, and, well, the joke's on us." "The drinks, anyway," Billy grinned. Not only was Saxon not excited, but she was scarcely perturbed. What had happened was only to be expected. It was in line with all that Oakland had already done to her and hers. And besides, Billy was not dangerously hurt. Broken arms and a sore head would heal. She brought chairs and seated everybody. "Now, tell me what happened," she begged. "I'm all at sea. What of you two burleys breaking my husband's arms, then seeing him home and holding a love fest with him?" "And you got a right," Bud Strothers assured her. "You see, it happened this way." "You shut up, Bud," Billy broke in. "You didn't see anything of it." Saxon looked to the San Francisco teamsters. "We'd come over to lend a hand, seeing as the Oakland boys was getting some the short end of it," one spoke up. "And we sure learned some scabs they're better trades than driving teams. Well, me and Jackson here was nosing around to see what we can see when your husband comes moseying along, when he..." "Hold on," Jackson interrupted. "Get it straight as you go along. We reckon we know the boys by sight, but your husband we ain't never seen around, him being, as you might say, put away for a while." The first teamster took up the tale. "So when we sees what we thinks is a scab dodging away from us and taking the short cut through the alley..." "The alley back of Campbell's grocery?" Billy elucidated. "Yep, back of the grocery," the first teamster went on. "Why, we're sure he's one of them squarehead scabs hired through Murray and Reddy, making a sneak to get into the stables over the back fences." "We caught one of them there, Billy and me," Bud interpolated. "So we didn't waste any time," Jackson said, addressing himself to Saxon. "We've done it before, and we know how to do 'em up brown and tie 'em with baby ribbon. So we catch your husband right in the alley." "I was looking for Bud," said Billy. "The boys told me I'd find him somewhere around the other end of the alley. And the first thing I know, Jackson here asks me for a match." "And right there's where I get my work in fine," resumed the first teamster. "What?" asked Saxon. "That." The man pointed to the wound in Billy's scalp. "I laid him out. He went down like a steer, and got up on his knees dippy a-gabbing about somebody standing on their foot. He didn't know where he was at yet, you see, clean groggy, and then we done it." The man paused. The tale told. "Broke both his arms with a crowbar," Bud supplemented. "That's when I come to myself, when the bones broke," Billy corroborated. "And there was the two of them giving me the ha-ha. 'That'll last you some time,' Jackson was saying. And Anson says, 'I'd like to see you drive horses with them arms.' And then Jackson says, 'Let's give 'em something for luck.' And with that, he fetched me a wallop on the jaw." "No," corrected Anson. "That wallop was mine." "Well, it sent me into dreamland over again," Billy sighed. "And when I come to, here was Bud and Anson and Jackson dousing me at a water trough. And then we dodged a reporter and all came home together." Bud Strothers held up his fist and indicated freshly abraded skin. "The reporter guy just insisted on sampling it," he said. Then to Billy, "That's why I cut around 9th and caught up with you down on 6th." A few minutes later, Dr. Hentley arrived and drove the men from the room. They waited till he had finished to assure themselves of Billy's well-being, and then departed. In the kitchen, Dr. Hentley washed his hands and gave Saxon final instructions. As he dried himself, he sniffed the air and looked toward the stove where a pot was simmering. "Clams," he said. "Where did you buy them?" "I didn't buy them," replied Saxon. "I dug them myself." "Not in the marsh?" he asked, with quickened interest. "Yes." "Throw them away. Throw them out. They're death and corruption. Typhoid. I've got 3 cases now, all traced to the clams and the marsh." When he had gone, Saxon obeyed. Still another mark against Oakland, she reflected. Oakland, the man-trap that poisoned those who could not starve. "If it wouldn't drive a man to drink," Billy groaned, when Saxon returned to him. Did you ever dream such luck? Look at all my fights in the ring, and never a broken bone. And here, snap, snap, just like that, 2 arms smashed." "Oh, it might be worse," Saxon smiled cheerfully. "I'd like to know how." "It might have been your neck." "And a good job, I tell you. Saxon, you gotta show me anything worse." "I can," she said confidently. "Well?" "Well, wouldn't it be worse if you intended staying on in Oakland, where it might happen again?" "I can see myself becoming a farmer and plowing with a pair of pipe stems like these," he persisted. "Dr. Hentley says they'll be stronger at the break than ever before, and you know yourself that's true of clean broken bones. Now you close your eyes and go to sleep. You're all done up, and you need to keep your brain quiet and stop thinking." He closed his eyes obediently. She slipped a cool hand under the nape of his neck and let it rest. "That feels good," he murmured. "You're so cool, Saxon. Your hand and you, all of you. Being with you is like coming out into the cool night after dancing in a hot room." After several minutes of quiet, he began to giggle. "What is it?" she asked. "Oh, nothing. I was just thinking of them mutts doing me up. Me, that's done up more scabs than I can remember." Next morning Billy awoke with the blues dissipated. From the kitchen, Saxon heard him painfully wrestling strange vocal acrobatics. "I've got a new song you never heard," he told her when she came in with a cup of coffee. "I only remember the chorus, though. It's the old man talking to some hobo of a hired man who wants to marry his daughter. Mamie, that Bill Murphy used to run with before he got married, used to sing it. It's a kind of sobby song. It used to always give Mamie the weeps. Here's the way the chorus goes, and remember, it's the old man spielin'." And with great solemnity and excruciating flattening, Billy sang: "Oh, treat my daughter kindly, and say you'll do no harm. And when I die, I will to you my little house and farm, my horse, my plow, my sheep, my cow, and all them little chickens in the garden." "It's them little chickens in the garden that gets me," he explained. "That's how I remembered it, from the chickens in the moving pictures yesterday. And some day we'll have little chickens in the garden, won't we, old girl?" "And a daughter, too," Saxon amplified. "And I'll be the old geezer saying them same words to the hired man." Billy carried the fancy along. "It don't take long to raise a daughter, if you ain't in a hurry." Saxon took her long neglected ukulele from its case and strummed it into tune. "And I've got a song you never heard, Billy. Tom's always singing it. He's crazy about taking up government land and going farming, only Sarah won't think of it. He sings it something like this: We'll have a little farm, a pig, a horse, and a cow, and you will drive the wagon, and I will drive the plow. Only in this case, I guess it's me that'll do the plowing," Billy approved. "Say, Saxon, sing Harvest Days. That's a farmer's song, too." After that, she feared the coffee was growing cold and compelled Billy to take it. In the helplessness of 2 broken arms, he had to be fed like a baby, and as she fed him, they talked. "I'll tell you one thing," Billy said between mouthfuls. "Once we get settled down in the country, you'll have that horse you've been wishing for all your life, and it'll be all your own to ride, drive, sell, or do anything you want with." And again he ruminated. "One thing that'll come in handy in the country is that I know horses. That's a big start. I can always get a job at that, if it ain't at union wages. And the other thing about farming, I can learn fast enough. So, do you remember that day you first told me about wanting a horse to ride all your life?" Saxon remembered, and it was only by a severe struggle that she was able to keep the tears from welling into her eyes. She seemed bursting with happiness, and she was remembering many things, all the warm promise of life with Billy that had been hers in the days before hard times. And now the promise was renewed again. Since its fulfillment had not come to them, they were going away to fulfill it for themselves and make the moving pictures come true. Impelled by a half-feigned fear, she stole away into the kitchen bedroom, where Bert had died, to study her face in the bureau mirror. No, she decided, she was little changed. She was still equipped for the battlefield of love. Beautiful she was not, she knew that. But had not Mercedes said that great women in history who had won men had not been beautiful? And yet Saxon insisted as she gazed at her reflection she was anything but unlovely. She studied her wide gray eyes that were so very gray, that were always alive with light and vivacities, where, in the surface and depths, always swam thoughts unuttered, thoughts that sank down and dissolved to give place to other thoughts. The brows were excellent, she realized that, slenderly penciled, a little darker than her light brown hair. They just fitted her irregular nose that was feminine but not weak, that if anything was piquant, and that picturesquely might be declared impudent. She could see that her face was slightly thin, that the red of her lips was not quite so red, and that she had lost some of her quick coloring. But all that would come back again. Her mouth was not of the rosebud type she saw in the magazines. She paid particular attention to it. A pleasant mouth it was, a mouth to be joyous with, a mouth for laughter and to make laughter in others. She deliberately experimented with it, smiled till the corners dented deeper, and she knew that when she smiled, her smile was provocative of smiles. She laughed with her eyes alone, a trick of hers. She threw back her head and laughed with eyes and mouth together, between her spread lips showing the even rows of strong white teeth. And she remembered Billy's praise of her teeth the night in Germanic Hall, after he had told Charley Long he was standing on his foot. Not big, and not little dinky baby's teeth either, Billy had said. Just right, and they fit you. Also, he had said that to look at them made him hungry, and that they were good enough to eat. She recollected all the compliments he had ever paid her. Beyond all treasures, these were treasures to her, the love phrases, praises, and admirations. He had said her skin was cool, soft as velvet, too, and smooth as silk. She rolled up her sleeve to the shoulder, brushed her cheek with the white skin for a test, with deep scrutiny examined the fineness of its texture. And he had told her that she was sweet, that he hadn't known what it meant when they said a girl was sweet, not until he had known her. And he told her that her voice was cool, that it gave him the feeling her hand did when it rested on his forehead. Her voice went all through him, he had said, cool and fine, like a wind of coolness. And he had likened it to the first of the sea breeze setting in the afternoon after a scorching hot morning. And also, when she talked low, that it was round and sweet, like the cello in the McDonald Theater Orchestra. He had called her his tonic kid. He had called her a thoroughbred, clean-cut and spirited, all fine nerves and delicate and sensitive. He had liked the way she carried her clothes. She carried them like a dream, had been his way of putting it. They were part of her, just as much as the cool of her voice and skin and the scent of her hair. And her figure? She got upon a chair and tilted the mirror so that she could see herself from hips to feet. She drew her skirt back and up. The slender ankle was just as slender. The calf had lost none of its delicately mature swell. She studied her hips, her waist, her bosom, her neck, the poise of her head, and sighed contentedly. Billy must be right, and he had said that she was built like a Frenchwoman, and that in the matter of lines and forms she could give Annette Kellerman cards and spades. He had said so many things, now that she recalled them all at one time. Her lips. That Sunday he proposed, he had said, "I like to watch your lips talking. It's funny, but every move they make looks like a tickly kiss." And afterwards, that same day, "You looked good to me from the first moment I spotted you." He had praised her housekeeping. He had said he fed better, lived more comfortably, held up his end with the fellows, and saved money. And she remembered that day when he had crushed her in his arms and declared she was the greatest little bit of woman that had ever come down the pike. She ran her eyes over all herself in the mirror again, gathered herself together into a whole, compact and good to look upon, delicious, she knew. Yes, she would do. Magnificent as Billy was in his man way, in her own way, she was a match for him. Yes, she had done well by Billy. She deserved much, all he could give her, the best he could give her. But she made no blunder of egotism. Frankly valuing herself, she as frankly valued him. When he was himself, his real self, not harassed by trouble, not pinched by the trap, nor maddened by drink, her man, boy, and lover, he was well worth all she gave him or could give him. Saxon gave herself a farewell look. No, she was not dead, any more than was Billy's love dead, than was her love dead. All that was needed was the proper soil, and their love would grow and blossom. And they were turning their backs upon Oakland to go and seek that proper soil. "Oh, Billy," she called through the partition, still standing on the chair, one hand tipping the mirror forward and back, so that she was able to run her eyes from the reflection of her ankles and calves to her face, warm with color and roguishly alive. "Yes," she heard him answer. "I'm loving myself," she called back. "What's the game?" came his puzzled query. "What are you so stuck on yourself for?" "Because you love me," she answered. "I love every bit of me, Billy, because you love every bit of me." End of section 33. Chapter 34 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 19. Between feeding and caring for Billy, doing the housework, making plans, and selling her store of pretty needlework, the days flew happily for Saxon. Billy's consent to sell her pretties had been hard to get, but at last she succeeded in coaxing it out of him. "It's only the ones I haven't used," she urged, "and I can always make more when we get settled somewhere." What she did not sell, along with the household linen and hers and Billy's spare clothing, she arranged to store with Tom. "Go ahead," Billy said. "This is your picnic. What you say goes. You're Robinson Crusoe, and I'm your man Friday. Make up your mind yet which way you're going to travel?" Saxon shook her head. "Or how?" She held up one foot and then the other, encased in stout walking shoes which she had begun that morning to break in about the house. "Shank's mares, huh?" "It's the way our people came into the West," she said proudly. "It'll be regular trampin', though," he argued, "and I never heard of a woman tramp." "Then here's one. Why, Billy, there's no shame in tramping. My mother tramped most of the way across the plains, and most everybody else's mother tramped across in those days. I don't care what people will think. I guess our race has been on the tramp since the beginning of creation. Just like we'll be, looking for a piece of land that looked good to settle down on." After a few days, when his scalp was sufficiently healed and the bone knitting was nicely in process, Billy was able to be up and about. He was still quite helpless, however, with both his arms in splints. Dr. Henley not only agreed, but himself suggested that his bill should wait until better times for settlement. Of government land, in response to Saxon's eager questioning, he knew nothing, except that he had a hazy idea that the days of government land were over. Tom, on the contrary, was confident that there was plenty of government land. He talked of Honey Lake, of Shasta County, and of Humboldt. "But you can't tackle it at this time of year with winter coming on," he advised Saxon. "The thing for you to do is to head south for warmer weather, say along the coast. It don't snow down there. I tell you what to do. Go down by San Jose and Salinas, and come out on the coast at Monterey. South of that, you'll find government land, mixed up with forest reserves and Mexican rancheros. It's pretty wild, without any roads to speak of. All they do is handle cattle. But there's some fine redwood canyons with good patches of farming ground that run right down to the ocean. I was talking last year with a fellow that's been all through there, and I'd a gone like you and Billy, only Sarah wouldn't hear of it. There's gold down there, too. Quite a bunch is in there prospecting, and 2 or 3 gold mines have opened. But that's farther along, and in a ways from the coast. You might take a look." Saxon shook her head. "We're not looking for gold, but for chickens and a place to grow vegetables. Our folks had all the chance for gold in the early days, and what have they got to show for it?" "I guess you're right," Tom conceded. "They always played too big a game, and missed 1,000 little chances right under their nose. Look at your pa. I heard him tell of selling 3 Market Street lots in San Francisco for $50 each. They're worth $500,000 right now. And look at Uncle Will. He had ranches till the cows come home. Satisfied? No. He wanted to be a cattle king, a regular Miller and Lux. And when he died, he was a night watchman in Los Angeles at $40 a month. There's a big spirit of the times, and the spirit of the times has changed. It's all big business now, and we're the small potatoes. Why, I've heard our folks talk of living in the Western Reserve. That was all around what's Ohio now. Anybody could get a farm them days. All they had to do was yoke their oxen and go after it. And the Pacific Ocean thousands of miles to the west, and all them thousands of miles and millions of farms just waiting to be took up. 160 acres? Shucks. In the early days of Oregon, they talked 640 acres. That was the spirit of the times, free land and plenty of it. But when we reached the Pacific Ocean, them times was ended. Big business begun, and big business means big businessmen, and every big businessman means thousands of little men without any business at all except to work for the big ones. They're the losers, don't you see? And if they don't like it, they can lump it. But it won't do them no good. They can't yoke up their oxen and pull on. There's no place to pull on. China's over there, and in between is a mighty lot of salt water that's no good for farming purposes." "That's all clear enough," Saxon commented. "Yes," her brother went on. "We can all see it after it's happened, when it's too late." "But the big men were smarter," Saxon remarked. "They were luckier," Tom contended. "Some won, but most lost, and just as good men lost. It was almost like a lot of boys scrambling on the sidewalk for a handful of change. Not that some didn't have far seeing, but just take your pa, for example. He come of good down east stock that got business instinct and can add to what it's got. Now suppose your pa had developed a weak heart, or got kidney disease, or caught rheumatism, so he couldn't go gallivanting and rainbow chasing and fighting and exploring all over the West. Why, most likely he'd have settled down in San Francisco. He'd have had to, and held on to them 3 Market Street lots, and bought more lots, of course, and gone into steamboat companies and stock gambling and railroad building and Comstock tunneling. Why, he'd have become a big business himself. I know him. He was the most energetic man I ever saw. Think quick as a wink, as cool as an icicle, and as wild as a Comanche. Why, he'd a cut a swath through those free and easy big business gamblers and pirates of them days, just as he cut a swath through the hearts of the ladies when he went galloping past on that big horse of his, sword clattering, spurs jingling, his long hair flying, straight as an Indian, clean built and graceful as a blue-eyed prince out of a fairy book, and a Mexican caballero, all rolled into one. Just as he cut a swath through the Johnny Rebs in Civil War days, charging with his men all the way through and back again, and yelling like a wild Indian for more. Caddy, that helped raise you, told me about that. Caddy rode with your pa. Why, if your pa'd only got laid up in San Francisco, he would have been one of those big men of the West. And in that case, right now, you'd be a rich young woman, traveling in Europe, with a mansion on Nob Hill, along with the Floods and Crockers, and holding majority stock most likely in the Fairmont Hotel, and a few little concerns like it. And why ain't you? Because your pa wasn't smart. No, his mind was like a steel trap. It's because he was filled to the bursting and spilling over with the spirit of the times. Because he was full of fire and vinegar and couldn't set down in one place. That's all the difference between you and the young women right now in the Flood and Crocker families. Your father didn't catch rheumatism at the right time, that's all. Saxon sighed, then smiled. Just the same, I've got them beaten, she said. The Miss Floods and Miss Crockers can't marry prize fighters, and I did. Tom looked at her, taken aback for the moment with admiration, slowly at first, growing in his face. Well, all I got to say, he enunciated solemnly, is that Billy's so lucky he don't know how lucky he is. Not until Dr. Hentley gave the word did the splints come off of Billy's arms, and Saxon insisted upon an additional 2 weeks' delay so that no risk would be run. These 2 weeks would complete another month's rent, and the landlord had agreed to wait payment for the last 2 months until Billy was on his feet again. Salingers awaited the day set by Saxon for taking back their furniture. Also, they had returned to Billy $75. The rest you've paid will be rent, the collector told Saxon, and the furniture's second hand now, too. The deal will be a loss for Salingers, and they didn't have to do it either, you know that. So just remember, they've been pretty square with you, and if you start over again, don't forget them. Out of this sum, and out of what was realized from Saxon's pretties, they were able to pay all their small bills and yet have a few dollars remaining in pocket. I hate owing things worse than poison, Billy said to Saxon, and now we don't owe a soul in the world except the landlord and Doc Hentley. And neither of them can afford to wait longer than they have to, she said. And they won't, Billy answered quietly. She smiled her approval, for she shared with Billy his horror of debt, just as both shared it with that early tide of pioneers with a Puritan ethic which had settled the West. Saxon timed her opportunity when Billy was out of the house to pack the chest of drawers which had crossed the Atlantic by sailing ship and the plains by ox team. She kissed a bullet hole in it, made in the fight at Little Meadow, as she kissed her father's sword. The while she visioned him, as she always did, astride his roan war-horse. With the old religious awe, she pored over her mother's poems in the scrapbook and clasped her mother's red satin Spanish girdle about her in a farewell embrace. She unpacked the scrapbook in order to gaze a last time at the wood engraving of the Vikings, sword in hand, leaping upon the English sands. Again she identified Billy as one of the Vikings and pondered for a space on the strange wanderings of the seed from which she sprang. Always had her race been land hungry, and she took delight in believing she had bred true. For not had she, despite her life passed in the city, found this same land hunger in her? And was she not going forth to satisfy that hunger, just as her people of old time had done, as her father and mother before her? She remembered her mother's tale of how the promised land looked to them as their battered wagons and weary oxen dropped down through the early winter snows of the Sierras to the vast and flowering sunland of California. In fancy, herself a child of 9, she looked down from the snowy heights as her mother must have looked down. She recalled and repeated aloud one of her mother's stanzas. Sweet as a wind lute's airy strains, your gentle muse has learned to sing, and California's boundless plains prolong the soft notes echoing. She sighed happily and dried her eyes. Perhaps the hard times were past. Perhaps they had constituted her plains, and she and Billy had won safely across, and were even then climbing the Sierras ere they dropped down into the pleasant valley land. Salinger's wagon was at the house taking out the furniture the morning they left. The landlord, standing at the gate, received the keys, shook hands with them, and wished them luck. "You're going at it right," he congratulated them. "And sure, and wasn't it under me roll of blankets I tramped into Oakland meself 40 years ago. Buy land like me when it's cheap. It'll keep you from the poorhouse in your old age. There's plenty of new towns springing up. Get in on the ground floor. The work of your hands will keep you in food and under a roof, and the land will make you well-to-do. And you know me address. When you can spare, send me along the small bit of rent. And good luck, and don't mind what people think. 'Tis them that looks that finds." Curious neighbors peered from behind the blinds as Billy and Saxon strolled up the street, while the children gazed at them in gaping astonishment. On Billy's back, inside a painted canvas tarpaulin, was slung the roll of bedding. Inside the roll were changes of underclothing and odds and ends of necessaries. Outside, from the lashings, depended a frying pan and cooking pail. In his hand he carried the coffee pot. Saxon carried a small telescope basket protected by black oilcloth, and across her back was the tiny ukulele case. "We must look like holy frights," Billy grumbled, shrinking from every gaze that was bent upon him. "It'll be all right if we were going camping," Saxon consoled. "Only we're not." "But they don't know that," she continued. "It's only you know that, and what you think they're thinking isn't what they're thinking at all. Most probably think we're going camping, and the best of it is, we are camping. We are. At this Billy cheered up, though he muttered his firm intention to knock the block off any guy that got fresh. He stole a glance at Saxon. Her cheeks were red, her eyes glowing. "Say," he said suddenly, "I seen an opera once where the fellows wandered over the country with guitars slung on their backs, just like you with that strummy strum. You made me think of them. They was always singing songs." "That's what I brought it along for," Saxon answered. "And when we go down country roads, we'll sing as we go along. And we'll sing by the campfires, too. We're going camping, that's all. Taking a vacation and seeing the country. So why shouldn't we have a good time? We don't even know where we're going to sleep tonight, or any night. Think of the fun." "It is a sporting proposition, all right," Billy considered. "But just the same, let's turn off and go around the block. There's some fellows I know standing up there on the next corner, and I don't want to knock their blocks off." End of section 34. Section 35 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 1. The car ran as far as Hayward's, but at Saxon's suggestion, they got off at San Leandro. "It doesn't matter where we start walking," she said, "for start to walk somewhere we must. And as we're looking for land and finding out about land, the quicker we begin to investigate, the better. Besides, we want to know all about all kinds of land, close to the big cities as well as back in the mountains." "Gee, this must be the Portuguese headquarters," was Billy's reiterated comment as they walked through San Leandro. "It looks as though they've crowded out our kind," Saxon adjudged. "Some tall crowdin', I guess," Billy grumbled. "It looks like the freeborn American ain't got no room left in his own land." "Then it's his own fault," Saxon said, with vague asperity, resenting conditions she was just beginning to grasp. "Oh, I don't know about that. I reckon the American could do what the Portuguese do if he wanted to, only he don't want to, thank God. He ain't much given to living like a pig off'n leavings." "Not in the country, maybe," Saxon controverted, "but I've seen an awful lot of Americans living like pigs in the cities." And Billy grunted unwilling assent. "I guess they quit farms and go to the city for something better and get it in the neck." "Look at all the children," Saxon cried. "School's letting out, and nearly all are Portuguese. Billy, not Portuguese. Mercedes taught me the right way." "They never wore glad rags like them in the old country," Billy sneered. "They had to come over here to get decent clothes and decent grub. They're as fat as butterballs." Saxon nodded affirmation, and a great light seemed suddenly to kindle in her understanding. "That's the very point, Billy. They're doing it. Doing it farming, too. Strikes don't bother them." "You don't call that dinky gardening farming," he objected, pointing to a piece of land barely the size of an acre which they were passing. "Oh, your ideas are still big," she laughed. "You're like Uncle Will, who owned 1,000 acres and wanted to own 1,000,000, and who wound up as a night watchman. That's what was the trouble with us Americans. Everything large scale. Anything less than 160 acres was small scale." "Just the same," Billy held stubbornly. "Large scale's a whole lot better'n small scale, like all these dinky gardens." Saxon sighed. "I don't know which is the dinkier," she observed finally. "Owning a few little acres and a team you're driving, or not owning any acres and driving a team somebody else owns for wages." Billy winced. "Go on, Robinson Crusoe," he growled good-naturedly. "Rub it in good and plenty. And the worst of it is, it's correct. A hell of a free-born American I've been, a driving other folks' team for a living, a striking and a slugging scabs, and not being able to keep up with the installments for a few sticks of furniture. Just the same, I was sorry for one thing. I hate it worse than Sam Hill to see that Morris chair go back. You liked it so. We did a lot of honeymooning in that chair." They were well out of San Leandro, walking through a region of tiny holdings, farmlets, Billy called them, and Saxon got out her ukulele to cheer him with a song. First it was "Treat My Daughter Kindly," and then she swung into old-fashioned darky camp meeting hymns, beginning with "Oh, the Judgment Day am rollin' around, yes, a-rollin'. I hear the trumpets' awful sound, rollin', yes, a-rollin'." A big touring car, dashing past, threw a dusty pause in her singing, and Saxon delivered herself of her latest wisdom. "Now, Billy, remember, we're not going to take up with the first piece of land we see. We've got to go into this with eyes open." "And they ain't open yet," he agreed. "And we've got to get them open. 'Tis them that looks that finds. There's lots of time to learn things. We don't care if it takes months and months. We're footloose. A good start is better than a dozen bad ones. We've got to talk and find out. We'll talk with everybody we meet. Ask questions. Ask everybody. It's the only way to find out." I ain't much of a hand at asking questions, Billy demurred. Then I'll ask, she cried. We've got to win out at this game, and the way is to know. Look at all these Portuguese. Where are all the Americans? They owned the land first, after the Mexicans. What made the Americans clear out? How do the Portuguese make it go? Don't you see? We've got to ask millions of questions. She strummed a few chords, and then her clear, sweet voice rang out gaily. I'm going back to Dixie. I'm going back to Dixie. I'm going where the orange blossoms grow. For I hear the children callin', and I see sad tears fallin'. My heart's turned back to Dixie, and I must go. She broke off to exclaim, Oh, what a lovely place. See that arbor just covered with grapes. Again and again she was attracted by the small places they passed. Now it was, Look at the flowers, or My, those vegetables, or See, they've got a cow. Men, Americans, driving along in buggies or runabouts, looked at Saxon and Billy curiously. This Saxon could brook far easier than could Billy, who would mutter and grumble deep in his throat. Beside the road they came upon a lineman eating his lunch. Stop and talk, Saxon whispered. Oh, what's the good? He's a lineman. What'd he know about farmin'? You never can tell. He's our kind. Go ahead, Billy. You just speak to him. He isn't working now anyway, and he's more likely to talk. See that tree in there, just inside the gate, and the way the branches are grown together? It's a curiosity. Ask him about it. That's a good way to get started. Billy stopped when they were alongside. How do you do, he said gruffly. The lineman, a young fellow, paused in the cracking of a hard-boiled egg to stare up at the couple. How do you do, he said. Billy swung his pack from his shoulders to the ground, and Saxon rested her telescope basket. Peddlin', the young man asked, too discreet to put his question directly to Saxon, yet dividing it between her and Billy, and cocking his eye at the covered basket. No, she spoke up quickly. We're looking for land. Do you know of any around here? Again he desisted from the egg, studying them with sharp eyes as if to fathom their financial status. Do you know what land sells for around here, he asked. No, Saxon answered. Do you? I guess I ought to. I was born here, and land like this all around you runs from $200 to $300 to $400 and $500 an acre. Phew, Billy whistled. I guess we don't want none of it. But what makes it that high? Town lots? Saxon wanted to know. No, the Portuguese make it that high, I guess. I thought it was pretty good land that fetched $100 an acre, Billy said. Oh, them times is past. They used to give away land once, and if you was good, throw in all the cattle running on it. How about government land around here, was Billy's next query. Ain't none and never was. This was old Mexican grants. My grandfather bought 1,600 of the best acres around here for $1,500, 500 down and the balance in 5 years without interest. But that was in the early days. He come west in '48, trying to find a country without chills and fever. He found it all right, said Billy. You bet he did. And if him and father had held on to the land, it'd been better than a gold mine, and I wouldn't be working for a living. What's your business? Teamster. Been in the strike in Oakland? Sure thing. I've teamed there most of my life. Here the two men wandered off into a discussion of union affairs and the strike situation, but Saxon refused to be balked and brought back the talk to the land. How was it the Portuguese ran up the price of the land, she asked. The young fellow broke away from union matters with an effort, and for a moment regarded her with lackluster eyes until the question sank into his consciousness. Because they worked the land overtime. Because they worked morning, noon, and night, all hands, women and kids. Because they could get more out of 20 acres than we could get out of 160. Look at old Silva, Antonio Silva. I've known him ever since I was a shaver. He didn't have the price of a square meal when he hit this section and begun leasing land from my folks. Look at him now, worth $250,000 cold, and I bet he's got credit for $1 million, and there's no telling what the rest of his family owns." "And he made all that out of your folks' land?" Saxon demanded. The young man nodded his head with evident reluctance. "Then why didn't your folks do it?" she pursued. The lineman shrugged his shoulders. "Search me," he said. "But the money was in the land," she persisted. "Blamed if it was," came the retort, tinged slightly with color. "We never saw it sticking out so as you could notice it. The money was in the hands of the Portuguese, I guess. They knew a few more than we did, that's all." Saxon showed such dissatisfaction with his explanation that he was stung to action. He got up wrathfully. "Come on, and I'll show you," he said. "I'll show you why I'm working for wages when I might have been a millionaire if my folks hadn't been mutts. That's what we old Americans are, mutts, with a capital M." He led them inside the gate to the fruit tree that had first attracted Saxon's attention. From the main crotch diverged 4 main branches of the tree. 2 feet above the crotch, the branches were connected, each to the ones on both sides, by braces of living wood. "You think it growed that way, huh? Well, it did. But it was old Silva that made it just the same. Caught 2 sprouts when the tree was young and twisted them together. Pretty slick, huh? You bet. That tree'll never blow down. It's a natural, springy brace, and it beats iron braces stiff. Look all along the rows. Every tree's that way, see? And that's just one trick of the Portuguese. They've got 1 million like it. Figure it out for yourself. They don't need props when the crop's heavy. Why, when we had a heavy crop, we used to use 5 props to a tree. Now take 10 acres of trees. That'd be some several thousand props, which cost money and labor to put in and take out every year. These here natural braces don't have to have a thing done. They're Johnny on the spot all the time. Why, the Portuguese has got us skinned a mile. Come on, I'll show you." Billy, with city notions of trespass, betrayed perturbation at the freedom they were making of the little farm. "Oh, it's all right, as long as you don't step on nothing," the lineman reassured him. "Besides, my grandfather used to own this. They know me. 40 years ago, old Silva came from the Azores, went sheep herding in the mountains for a couple of years, then blew into San Leandro. These 5 acres was the first land he leased. That was the beginning. Then he began leasing by the hundreds of acres, and by the hundreds and sixties. And his sisters and uncles and his aunts began pouring in from the Azores. They're all related there, you know. And pretty soon San Leandro was a regular Portuguese settlement. And old Silva wound up by buying these 5 acres from grandfather. Pretty soon, and father by that time was in the hole to the neck, he was buying father's land by the 160s. And all the rest of his relations was doing the same thing. Father was always getting rich quick, and he wound up by dying in debt. But old Silva never overlooked a bet, no matter how dinky. And all the rest are just like him. You see outside the fence there, clear to the wheel track in the road, horse beans. We'd a scorned to do a picayune thing like that. Not Silva. Why, he's got a townhouse in San Leandro now, and he rides around in a $4,000 touring car. And just the same, his front door yard grows onions clear to the sidewalk. He clears $300 a year on that patch alone. I know 10 acres of land he bought last year, $1,000 an acre, they asked him, and he never batted an eye. He knew it was worth it, that's all. He knew he could make it pay. Back in the hills there, he's got a ranch of 580 acres. Bought it dirt cheap, too, and I want to tell you, I could travel around in a different touring car every day in the week just out of the profits he makes on that ranch from horses, all the way from heavy drafts to fancy steppers." "But how did he get it all?" Saxon clamored. "By being wise to farming. Why, the whole blamed family works. They ain't ashamed to roll up their sleeves and dig. Sons and daughters-in-laws, old men, old women, and the babies. They have a saying that a kid 4 years old that can't pasture one cow on the county road and keep it fat ain't worth his salt. Why, the Silvas, the whole tribe of them, works 100 acres in peas, 80 in tomatoes, 30 in asparagus, 10 in pie plant, 40 in cucumbers, and, oh, stacks of other things." "But how do they do it?" Saxon continued to demand. "We've never been ashamed to work. We've worked hard all our lives. I can outwork any Portuguese woman ever born. And I've done it, too, in the jute mills. There were lots of Portuguese girls working at the looms all around me, and I could outweave them every day, and I did, too. It isn't a case of work. What is it?" The lineman looked at her in a troubled way. "Many's the time I asked myself the same question. We're better than these cheap immigrants, I say to myself. We was here first and owned the land. I can lick any dago that ever hatched in the Azores. I got a better education. Then how in thunder do they put it all over us, get our land, and start accounts in the banks? And the only answer I know is that we ain't got the sabe. We don't use our headpieces right. Something's wrong with us. Anyway, we wasn't wised up to farming. We played at it. Show you. That's what I brung you in for. The way old Silva and all his tribe farms. Look at this place. Some cousin of his, just out from the Azores, is making a start on it and paying good rent to Silva. Pretty soon he'll be up to snuff and buying land for himself from some perishing American farmer. Look at that. Though you ought to see it in the summer. Not an inch wasted. Where we got one thin crop, they get 4 fat crops. And look at the way they crowd it. Currants between the tree rows, beans between the currant rows, a row of beans close on each side of the trees, and rows of beans along the ends of the tree rows. Why, Silva wouldn't sell these 5 acres for $500 an acre cash down. He gave grandfather $50 an acre for it on long time, and here am I, working for the telephone company and putting in a telephone for old Silva's cousin from the Azores that can't speak American yet. Horse beans along the road. Say, when Silva swung that trick, he made more out of fattening hogs with 'em than grandfather made with all his farming. Grandfather stuck up his nose at horse beans. He died with it stuck up, and with more mortgage on the land he had left than you could shake a stick at. Planting tomatoes wrapped up in wrapping paper? Ever heard of that? Father snorted when he first seen the Portuguese doing it. And he went on snorting. Just the same, they got the bumper crops. And father's house patch of tomatoes was eaten by the black beetles. We ain't got the savvy, or the knack, or something or other. Just look at this piece of ground. 4 crops a year, and every inch of soil working overtime. Why, back in town there's single acres that earns more than 50 of ours in the old days. The Portuguese is natural-born farmers, that's all, and we don't know nothing about farming and never did." Saxon talked with the lineman, following him about till 1 o'clock, when he looked at his watch and said goodbye and returned to his task of putting in a telephone for the latest immigrant from the Azores. When in town, Saxon carried her oilcloth-wrapped telescope in her hand, but it was so arranged with loops that once on the road, she could thrust her arms through the loops and carry it on her back. When she did this, the tiny ukulele case was shifted so that it hung under her left arm. A mile on from the lineman, they stopped where a small creek fringed with brush crossed the county road. Billy was for the cold lunch, which was the last meal Saxon had prepared in the Pine Street cottage, but she was determined upon building a fire and boiling coffee. Not that she desired it for herself, but that she was impressed with the idea that everything at the starting of their strange wanderings must be as comfortable as possible, for Billy's sake. Bent on inspiring him with enthusiasm equal to her own, she declined to dampen what sparks he had caught by anything so uncheerful as a cold meal. Now, one thing we want to get out of our heads right at the start, Billy, is that we're in a hurry. We're not in a hurry, and we don't care whether school keeps or not. We're out to have a good time, a regular adventure like you read about in books. My, I wish that boy that took me fishing to Goat Island could see me now. Oakland was just a place to start from, he said. And, well, we've started, haven't we? And right here is where we stop and boil coffee. You get the fire going, Billy, and I'll get the water and the things ready to spread out. Say, Billy remarked, while they waited for the water to boil, do you know what this reminds me of? Saxon was certain she did know, but she shook her head. She wanted to hear him say it. Why, that second Sunday I knew you, when we drove out to Moraga Valley, behind Prince and King. You spread the lunch that day. Only it was a more scrumptious lunch, she added, with a happy smile. But I wonder why we didn't have coffee that day, he went on. Perhaps it would have been too much like housekeeping, she laughed. Kind of what Mary would call indelicate. Or raw, Billy interpolated. She was always springing that word. And yet, look what became of her. That's the way with all of them, Billy growled somberly. I've always noticed it's the fastidious, la-di-da ones that turn out the rottenest. They're like some horses I know, a-shying at things they're the least afraid of. Saxon was silent, oppressed by a sadness, vague and remote, which the mention of Bert's widow had served to bring on. I know something else that happened that day, which you'd never guess, Billy reminisced. I'll bet you couldn't. I wonder, Saxon murmured, and guessed it with her eyes. Billy's eyes answered, and quite spontaneously he reached over, caught her hand, and pressed it caressingly to his cheek. It's little, but oh my, he said, addressing the imprisoned hand. Then he gazed at Saxon, and she warmed with his words. We're beginning courting all over again, ain't we? Both ate heartily, and Billy was guilty of 3 cups of coffee. Say, this country air gives some appetite, he mumbled, as he sank his teeth into his 5th bread and meat sandwich. I could eat a horse and drown his head off in coffee afterward. Saxon's mind had reverted to all the young linemen had told her, and she completed a sort of general resume of the information. My, she exclaimed, but we learned a lot. And we sure learned one thing, Billy said, and that is that this is no place for us, with land 1,000 an acre and only $20 in our pockets. Oh, we're not going to stop here, she hastened to say. But just the same, it's the Portuguese that gave it its price, and they make things go on and send their children to school and have them, and, as you said yourself, they're as fat as butterballs. And I take my hat off to him, Billy responded. But all the same, I'd sooner have 40 acres at 100 an acre than 4 at 1,000 an acre. Somehow, you know, I'd be scared stiff on 4 acres, scared of falling off, you know. She was in full sympathy with him. In her heart of hearts, the 40 acres tugged much the harder. In her way, allowing for the difference of a generation, her desire for spaciousness was as strong as her Uncle Will's. We're not going to stop here, she assured Billy. We're going on, not for 40 acres, but for 160 acres free from the government. And I guess the government owes it to us for what our fathers and mothers done. I tell you, Saxon, when a woman walks across the plains like your mother done, and a man and a wife gets massacred by Indians like my grandfather and mother done, the government does owe them something. Well, it's up to us to collect, and we'll collect all right, somewhere down in them Redwood Mountains south of Monterey. End of section 35. Section 36 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 2. It was a good afternoon's tramp to Niles, passing through the town of Haywards, yet Saxon and Billy found time to diverge from the main county road and take the parallel roads through acres of intense cultivation, where the land was farmed to the wheel tracks. Saxon looked with amazement at these small brown-skinned immigrants who came to the soil with nothing and yet made the soil pay for itself to the tune of $200, of $500, and of $1,000 an acre. On every hand was activity. Women and children were in the fields as well as men. The land was turned endlessly over and over. They seemed never to let it rest, and it rewarded them. It must reward them, or their children would not be able to go to school, nor would so many of them be able to drive by in rattletrap, second-hand buggies, or in stout, light wagons. Look at their faces, Saxon said. They are happy and contented. They haven't faces like the people in our neighborhood after the strikes began. Oh, sure, they've got a good thing, Billy agreed. You can see it sticking out all over them. But they needn't get chesty with me, I can tell you that much, just because they jiggeroot us out of our land and everything. They're not showing any signs of chestiness, Saxon demurred. No, they're not, come to think of it. All the same, they ain't so wise. I bet I could tell 'em a few things about horses. It was sunset when they entered the little town of Niles. Billy, who had been silent for the last half-mile, hesitatingly ventured a suggestion. Say, I could put up for a room in a hotel just as well as not. What do you think? But Saxon shook her head emphatically. How long do you think our $20 will last at that rate? Besides, the only way to begin is to begin at the beginning. We didn't plan sleeping in hotels. All right, he gave in. I'm game. I was just thinking about you. Then you'd better think I'm game too, she flashed forgivingly. And now we'll have to see about getting things for supper. They bought a round steak, potatoes, onions, and a dozen eating apples. Then went out from the town to the fringe of trees and brush that advertised a creek. Besides the trees on a sandy bank, they pitched camp. Plenty of dry wood lay about, and Billy whistled genially while he gathered and chopped. Saxon, keen to follow his every mood, was cheered by the atrocious discord on his lips. She smiled to herself as she spread the blankets, with the tarpaulin underneath for a table, having first removed all twigs from the sand. She had much to learn in the matter of cooking over a campfire, and made fair progress, discovering, first of all, that control of the fire meant far more than the size of it. When the coffee was boiled, she settled the grounds with a part cup of cold water, and placed the pot on the edge of the coals where it would keep hot and yet not boil. She fried potato dollars and onions in the same pan, but separately, and set them on top of the coffee pot in the tin plate she was going to eat from, covering it with Billy's inverted plate. On the dry hot pan, in the way that delighted Billy, she fried the steak. This completed, and while Billy poured the coffee, she served the steak, putting the dollars and onions back in the frying pan for a moment to make them piping hot again. What more do you want than this? Billy challenged, with deep-toned satisfaction. In the pause after his final cup of coffee, while he rolled a cigarette, he lay on his side full length, resting on his elbow. The fire was burning brightly, and Saxon's color was heightened by the flickering flames. Now our folks, when they was on the move, had to be afraid for Indians and wild animals and all sorts of things. And here we are, safe as bugs in a rug. Take this sand. What better bed could you ask? Soft as feathers. Say, you look good to me, heap little squaw. I bet you don't look an inch over 16 right now, Mrs. Babe in the woods. Don't I? She glowed, with a flirt of the head sideways and a white flash of teeth. If you weren't smoking a cigarette, I'd ask you if your mother knew you're out, Mr. Babe in the sandbank. Say, he began, with transparently feigned seriousness, I want to ask you something, if you don't mind. Now, of course, I don't want to hurt your feelings or nothing, but just the same, there's something important I'd like to know. Well, what is it? She inquired, after a fruitless wait. Well, it's just this, Saxon. I like you like anything and all that, but here's night come on, and we're 1,000 miles from anywhere, and, well, what I want to know is, are we really and truly married, you and me? Really and truly, she assured him. Why? Oh, nothing, but I kind of forgotten, and I was getting embarrassed, you know, because if we wasn't, seeing the way I was brought up, this would be no place. That will do you, she said severely, and this is just the time and place for you to get in the firewood for morning while I wash up the dishes and put the kitchen in order. He started to obey, but paused to throw his arm about her and draw her close. Neither spoke, but when he went his way, Saxon's breast was fluttering, and a song of thanksgiving breathed on her lips. The night had come on, dim with the light of faint stars, but these had disappeared behind clouds that seemed to have arisen from nowhere. It was the beginning of California Indian summer. The air was warm, with just the first hint of evening chill, and there was no wind. I have a feeling as if we just started to live, Saxon said, when Billy, his firewood collected, joined her on the blanket before the fire. I've learned more today than 10 years in Oakland. She drew a long breath and braced her shoulders. Farming's a bigger subject than I thought. Billy said nothing. With steady eyes, he was staring into the fire, and she knew he was turning something over in his mind. What is it? She asked, when she saw he had reached a conclusion, at the same time resting her hand on the back of his. Just been framing up that ranch of ours, he answered. It's all well enough, these dinky farmlets. They'll do for foreigners, but we Americans just gotta have room. I want to be able to look at the hilltop and know it's my land, and know it's my land down the other side and up the next hilltop, and know that over beyond that, down alongside some creek, my mares are most likely grazing, and their little colts grazing with 'em or kicking up their heels. You know, there's money in raising horses, especially the big work horses that run to 1,800 or 2,000 pounds. They're paying for 'em in the cities every day in the year, 700 and 800 a pair, matched geldings, 4 years old. Good pasture and plenty of it in this kind of a climate is all they need, along with some sort of shelter and a little hay in long spells for bad weather. I never thought of it before, but let me tell you that this ranch proposition is beginning to look good to me. Saxon was all excited. Here was new information on the cherished subject, and best of all, Billy was the authority. Still better, he was taking an interest in himself. There'll be room for that and for everything on our quarter section, she encouraged. Sure thing. Around the house, we'll have vegetables and fruit and chickens and everything, just like the Portuguese, and plenty of room beside to walk around and range the horses. But won't the colts cost money, Billy? Not much. The cobblestones eat horses up fast. That's where I get my brood mares, from the ones knocked out by the city. I know that end of it. They sell 'em at auction, and they're good for years and years, only no good on the cobblestones any more." There ensued a long pause. In the dying fire both were busy visioning the farm to be. "It's pretty still, ain't it?" Billy said, rousing himself at last. He gazed about him. "As black as a stack of black cats." He shivered, buttoned his coat, and tossed several sticks on the fire. "Just the same, it's the best kind of a climate in the world. Many's the time when I was a little kid I've heard my father brag about California being a blanket climate. He went east once and stayed a summer and a winter and got all he wanted. Never again for him. My mother said there never was such a land for climate. How wonderful it must have seemed to them after crossing the deserts and mountains. They called it the land of milk and honey. The ground was so rich that all they needed to do was scratch it, Caddy used to say." "And wild game everywhere," Billy contributed. "Mr. Roberts, the one that adopted my father, he drove cattle from the San Joaquin to the Columbia River. He had 40 men helping him, and all they took along was powder and salt. They lived off the game they shot. The hills were full of deer, and my mother saw whole herds of elk around Santa Rosa. Sometime we'll go there, Billy. I've always wanted to. And when my father was a young man, somewhere up north of Sacramento, in a creek called Cache Slough, the Tools was full of grizzlies. He used to go in and shoot 'em, and when they caught him in the open, he and the Mexicans used to ride up and rope them, catch them with lariats, you know. He said a horse that wasn't afraid of grizzlies fetched 10 times as much as any other horse. And panthers. All the old folks called 'em painters and catamounts and varmints. Yes, we'll go to Santa Rosa sometime. Maybe we won't like the land down the coast and have to keep on hiking." By this time the fire had died down, and Saxon had finished brushing and braiding her hair. Their bed-going preliminaries were simple, and in a few minutes they were side by side under the blankets. Saxon closed her eyes but could not sleep. On the contrary, she had never been more wide awake. She had never slept out of doors in her life, and by no exertion of will could she overcome the strangeness of it. In addition, she was stiffened from the long trudge, and the sand, to her surprise, was anything but soft. An hour passed. She tried to believe that Billy was asleep, but felt certain he was not. The sharp crackle of a dying ember startled her. She was confident that Billy had moved slightly. "Billy," she whispered, "are you awake?" "Yes," came his low answer, "and thinking this sand is harder than a cement floor. It's one on me, all right, but who'd have thought it?" Both shifted their posture slightly, but vain was the attempt to escape from the dull, aching contact of the sand. An abrupt, metallic, whirring noise of some nearby cricket gave Saxon another startle. She endured the sound for some minutes, until Billy broke forth. "Say, that gets my goat, whatever it is." "Do you think it's a rattlesnake?" she asked, maintaining a calmness she did not feel. "Just what I've been thinking." "I saw two in the window of Bowman's drug store. And you know, Billy, they've got a hollow fang, and when they stick it into you, the poison runs down the hollow." Brr, Billy shivered, in fear that was not altogether mockery. "Certain death, everybody says, unless you're a Bosco. Remember him?" "He eats 'em alive! He eats 'em alive! Bosco! Bosco!" Saxon responded, mimicking the cry of a sideshow barker. Just the same, all Bosco's rattlers had the poison sacs cut out of them. They must have had. Gee, it's funny. I can't get to sleep. I wish that damn thing closed its trap. I wonder if it is a rattlesnake. No, it can't be, Saxon decided. All the rattlesnakes are killed off long ago. Then where did Bosco get his? Billy demanded, with unimpeachable logic. And why don't you get to sleep? "Because it's all new, I guess," was her reply. "You see, I never camped out in my life." "Neither did I, and until now I always thought it was a lark." He changed his position on the maddening sands and sighed heavily. "But we'll get used to it in time, I guess. What other folks can do, we can, and a mighty lot of them has camped out. It's all right. Here we are, free and independent, no rent to pay, our own bosses." He stopped abruptly. From somewhere in the brush came an intermittent rustling. When they tried to locate it, it mysteriously ceased, and when the first hint of drowsiness stole upon them, the rustling as mysteriously recommenced. "It sounds like something creeping up on us," Saxon suggested, snuggling closer to Billy. "Well, it ain't a wild Indian at all events," was the best he could offer in the way of comfort. He yawned deliberately. "Aw, shucks. What's there to be scared of? Think of what all the pioneers went through." Several minutes later his shoulders began to shake, and Saxon knew he was giggling. "I was just thinking of a yarn my father used to tell about," he explained. "It was about old Susan Cleghorn, one of the Oregon pioneer women. Wall-eyed Susan, they used to call her. But she could shoot to beat the band. Once on the plains, the wagon train she was in was attacked by Indians. They got all the wagons in a circle, and all hands and the oxen inside, and drove the Indians off, killing a lot of them. They were too strong that way. So what did the Indians do to draw 'em out into the open but take 2 white girls captured from some other train and begin to torture 'em. They done it just out of gunshot, but so everybody could see. The idea was that the white men couldn't stand it and would rush out, and then the Indians would have 'em where they wanted 'em. The white men couldn't do a thing. If they rushed out to save the girls, they'd be finished. And then the Indians rushed the train. It meant death to everybody. But what does old Susan do but get out an old long-barreled Kentucky rifle? She rams down about 3 times the regular load of powder, takes aim at a big buck that's pretty busy at the torturing, and bangs away. It knocked her clean over backwards, and her shoulder was lame all the rest of the way to Oregon. But she dropped that big Indian deado. He never knew what struck him. But that wasn't the yarn I wanted to tell. It seems old Susan liked John Barleycorn. She would souse herself to the ears every chance she got. And her sons and daughters and the old man had to be mighty careful not to leave any around where she could get hands on it. "On what?" Saxon asked. "On John Barleycorn. Oh, you ain't onto that? It's the old-fashioned name for whiskey. Well, one day all the folks was going away. That was over somewhere at a place called Bodega, where they settled after coming down from Oregon. And old Susan claimed her rheumatics was hurting her, and so she couldn't go. But the family was on. There was a 2-gallon demijohn of whiskey in the house. They said all right, but before they left, they sent one of the grandsons to climb a big tree in the barnyard, where they tied the demijohn 60 feet above the ground. Just the same, when they came home that night, they found Susan on the kitchen floor, dead to the world." "And she had climbed that tree after all?" Saxon hazarded, when Billy had shown no inclination to go on. "Not on your life," he laughed jubilantly. "All she done was to put a washtub on the ground square under the demijohn. Then she got out her old rifle and shot the demijohn to smithereens, and all she had to do was lap the whiskey out of the tub." Again Saxon was drowsing when the rustling was heard, this time closer. To her excited apprehension, there was something stealthy about it, and she imagined a beast of prey creeping upon them. "Billy," she whispered. "Yes, I'm a-listening to it," came his wide-awake answer. "Mightn't that be a panther or maybe a wildcat?" "It can't be. All the varmints was killed off long ago. This is peaceable farmin' country." A vagrant breeze sighed through the trees and made Saxon shiver. The mysterious cricket noise ceased with suspicious abruptness. Then, from the rustling noise, ensued a dull but heavy thump that caused both Saxon and Billy to sit up in the blankets. There were no further sounds, and they lay down again, though the very silence now seemed ominous. Billy muttered with relief, as though I don't know what it was. It was a rabbit. I heard tame ones bang their hind feet down on the floor that way. In vain Saxon tried to win sleep. The sand grew harder with the passage of time. Her flesh and her bones ached from contact with it, and though her reason flouted any possibility of wild danger, her fancy went on picturing them with unflagging zeal. A new sound commenced. It was neither a rustling nor a rattling, and it tokened some large body passing through the brush. Sometimes twigs crackled and broke, and once they heard brush branches press aside and spring back into place. If that other thing was a panther, this is an elephant, was Billy's uncheering opinion. It's got weight, listen to that, and it's coming nearer. There were frequent stoppages, then the sounds would begin again, always louder, always closer. Billy sat up in the blankets once more, passing one arm around Saxon, who had also sat up. I ain't slept a week, he complained. There it goes again. I wish I could see. It makes a noise big enough for a grizzly, Saxon chattered, partly from nervousness, partly from the chill of the night. It ain't no grasshopper, that's sure. Billy started to leave the blankets, but Saxon caught his arm. What are you going to do? Oh, I ain't scared none, he answered, but honest to God, this is getting on my nerves. If I don't find out what that thing is, it'll give me the willies. I'm just going to reconnoiter. I won't go close. So intensely dark was the night that the moment Billy crawled beyond the reach of her hand, he was lost to sight. She sat and waited. The sound had ceased, though she could follow Billy's progress by the cracking of dried twigs and limbs. After a few moments, he returned and crawled under the blankets. I scared it away, I guess. It's got better ears, and when it heard me comin', it skinned out, most likely. I did my dangdest, too, not to make a sound. Oh, Lord, there it goes again. They sat up. Saxon nudged Billy. There, she warned, in the faintest of whispers. I can hear it breathing. It almost made a snort. A dead branch cracked loudly, and so near at hand that both of them jumped shamelessly. I ain't going to stand for any more of its fooling, Billy declared wrathfully. It'll be on top of us if I don't. What are you going to do? She queried anxiously. Yell the top of my head off. I'll get a fall out of whatever it is. He drew a deep breath and emitted a wild yell. The result far exceeded any expectation he could have entertained, and Saxon's heart leaped up in sheer panic. On the instant, the darkness erupted into terrible sound and movement. There were thrashings of underbrush and lunges and plunges of heavy bodies in different directions. Fortunately, for their ease of mind, all these sounds receded and died away. And what do you think of that? Billy broke the silence. Gee, all the fight fans used to say I was scared of nothing. Just the same, I'm glad they ain't seen me tonight. He groaned. I've got all I want of that blamed sand. I'm going to get up and start the fire. This was easy. Under the ashes were live embers, which quickly ignited the wood he threw on. A few stars were peeping out in the misty zenith. He looked up at them, deliberated, and started to move away. Where are you going now? Saxon called. Oh, I've got an idea, he replied noncommittally, and walked boldly away beyond the circle of the firelight. Saxon sat with the blankets drawn closely under her chin and admired his courage. He had not even taken the hatchet, and he was going in the direction in which the disturbance had died away. 10 minutes later, he came back chuckling. The sons of guns, they got my goat all right. I'll be scared of my own shadow next. What was they? Huh? You couldn't guess in 1,000 years. A bunch of half-grown calves. And they was worse scared than us. He smoked a cigarette by the fire, then rejoined Saxon under the blankets. A hell of a farmer I'll make, he chafed, when a lot of little calves can scare the stuffing out of me. I bet your father or mine wouldn't have batted an eye. The stock has gone to seed, that's what it has. No, it hasn't, Saxon defended. The stock is all right. We're just as able as our folks ever were, and we're healthier on top of it. We've been brought up different, that's all. We've lived in cities all our lives. We know the city sounds and thugs, but we don't know the country ones. Our training has been unnatural. That's the whole thing in a nutshell. Now we're going in for natural training. Give us a little time, and we'll sleep as sound out of doors as ever your father or mine did. But not on sand, Billy groaned. We won't try. That's one thing for good and all. We've learned the first time, and now hush up and go to sleep. Their fears had vanished, but the sand, receiving now their undivided attention, multiplied its unyieldingness. Billy dozed off first, and roosters were crowing somewhere in the distance when Saxon's eyes closed. But they could not escape the sand, and their sleep was fitful. At the first gray of dawn, Billy crawled out and built a roaring fire. Saxon drew up to it shiveringly. They were hollow-eyed and weary. Saxon began to laugh. Billy joined in sulkily, then brightened up as his eyes chanced upon the coffee pot, which he immediately put on to boil. End of section 36. Section 37 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 3. Part 1. It is 40 miles from Oakland to San Jose, and Saxon and Billy accomplished it in 3 easy days. No more obliging and angrily garrulous linemen were encountered, and few were the opportunities for conversation with chance wayfarers. Numbers of tramps, carrying rolls of blankets, were met, traveling both north and south on the county road, and from talks with them Saxon quickly learned that they knew little or nothing about farming. They were mostly old men, feeble or besotted, and all they knew was work, where jobs might be good, where jobs had been good, but the places they mentioned were always a long way off. One thing she did glean from them, and that was that the district she and Billy were passing through was small farmer country, in which labor was rarely hired, and that when it generally was Portuguese. The farmers themselves were unfriendly. They drove by Billy and Saxon often with empty wagons, but never invited them to ride. When chance offered, and Saxon did ask questions, they looked her over curiously or suspiciously and gave ambiguous and facetious answers. "They ain't Americans, damn 'em," Billy fretted. "Why, in the old days everybody was friendly to everybody." But Saxon remembered her last talk with her brother. "It's the spirit of the times, Billy. The spirit has changed. Besides, these people are too near. Wait till we get farther away from the cities, then we'll find them more friendly." "A measly lot these ones are," he sneered. "Maybe they've a right to be," she laughed. "For all you know, more than one of the scabs you slugged were sons of theirs." "If I could only hope so," Billy said fervently. "But I don't care if I own 10,000 acres. Any man hiking with his blankets might be just as good a man as me, and maybe better, for all I'd know. I'd give him the benefit of the doubt anyway." Billy asked for work at first indiscriminately, later only at the larger farms. The unvarying reply was that there was no work. A few said there would be plowing after the first rains, here and there, in a small way, Dry plowing was going on, but in the main the farmers were waiting. "But do you know how to plow?" Saxon asked Billy. "No, but I guess it ain't much of a trick to turn. Besides, next man I see plowing, I'm going to get a lesson from." In the mid-afternoon of the second day, his opportunity came. He climbed on top of the fence of a small field and watched an old man plow round and round it. "Aw, shucks, just as easy, Billy commented scornfully. "If an old codger like that can handle one plow, I can handle two." "Go on and try it," Saxon urged. "What's the good?" "Cold feet," she jeered, but with a smiling face. "All you have to do is ask him. All he can do is say no. And what if he does? You faced the Chicago Terror 20 rounds without flinching." "Aw, but it's different," he demurred, then dropped to the ground inside the fence. 2 to 1, the old geezer turns me down. "No, he won't. Just tell him you want to learn and ask him if he'll let you drive around a few times. Tell him it won't cost him anything." If he gets chesty, I'll take his blamed plow away from him." From the top of the fence, but too far away to hear, Saxon watched the colloquy. After several minutes, the lines were transferred to Billy's neck, the handles to his hands. Then the team started, and the old man, delivering a rapid fire of instructions, walked alongside Billy. When a few turns had been made, the farmer crossed the plowed strip to Saxon and joined her on the rail. "He's plowed before, a little mite, ain't he?" Saxon shook her head. "Never in his life, but he knows how to drive horses." "He showed he wasn't all greenhorn, and he learns pretty quick." Here the farmer chuckled and cut himself a chew from a plug of tobacco. "I reckon he won't tire me out, sitting here." The unplowed area grew smaller and smaller, but Billy evinced no intention of quitting, and his audience on the fence was deep in conversation. Saxon's questions flew fast and furious, and she was not long in concluding that the old man bore a striking resemblance to the description the lineman had given of his father. Billy persisted till the field was finished, and the old man invited him and Saxon to stop for the night. There was a disused outbuilding where they would find a small cook stove, he said, and also he would give them fresh milk. Further, if Saxon wanted to test her desire for farming, she could try her hand on the cow. The milking lesson did not prove as successful as Billy's plowing, but when he had mocked her sufficiently, Saxon challenged him to try, and he failed as grievously as she. Saxon had eyes and questions for everything, and it did not take her long to realize that she was looking upon the other side of the farming shield. Farm and farmer were old-fashioned. There was no intensive cultivation. There was too much land, too little farmed. Everything was slipshod. Houses and barn and outbuildings were fast falling into ruin. The front yard was weed-grown. There was no vegetable garden. The small orchard was old, sickly, and neglected. The trees were twisted, spindling, and overgrown with gray moss. The sons and daughters were away in the cities, Saxon found out. One daughter had married a doctor. The other was a teacher in the state normal school. One son was a locomotive engineer, and the second was an architect, and the third was a police court reporter in San Francisco. On occasion, the father said, they helped out the old folks. "What do you think?" Saxon asked Billy as he smoked his after-supper cigarette. His shoulders went up in a comprehensive shrug. That's easy. The old geezer's like his orchard, covered with moss. It's plain as the nose on your face after San Leandro that he don't know the first thing. And them horses. It'd be a charity to him and a saving of money for him to take 'em out and shoot 'em both. You bet you don't see the Portuguese with horses like them. And it ain't a case of being proud or putting on side to have good horses. It's brass tacks and business. It pays. That's the game. Old horses eat more than young ones to keep in condition, and they can't do the same amount of work. but you bet it costs just as much to shoe 'em, and his is scrub on top of it. Every minute he has them horses he's losing money. You ought to see the way they work and figure horses in the city." They slept soundly, and, after an early breakfast, prepared to start. "I'd like to give you a couple days of work," the old man regretted at parting, "but I can't see it. The ranch just about keeps me and the old woman, now that the children are gone, and then it doesn't always. Seems times have been bad for a long spell now. Ain't never been the same since Grover Cleveland." Early in the afternoon, on the outskirts of San Jose, Saxon called a halt. "I'm going right in there and talk," she declared, "unless they set the dogs on me. That's the prettiest place yet, isn't it?" Billy, who was always visioning hills and spacious ranges for his horses, mumbled unenthusiastic assent. "And the vegetables, look at 'em, and the flowers growing along the borders. That beats tomato plants in wrapping paper." "Don't see the sense of it," Billy objected. "Where's the money that come in from flowers that take up the ground that good vegetables might be growing on?" "And that's what I'm going to find out." She pointed to a woman, stooped to the ground and working with a trowel, in front of the tiny bungalow. "I don't know what she's like, but at the worst she can only be mean. See, she's looking at us now. Drop your load alongside of mine and come on in." Billy slung the blankets from his shoulder to the ground, but elected to wait. As Saxon went up the narrow, flower-bordered walk, she noted two men at work among the vegetables. One an old Chinese, the other old and of some dark-eyed foreign breed. Here was neatness, efficiency, and intensive cultivation with a vengeance. Even her untrained eye could see that. The woman stood up and turned from her flowers, and Saxon saw that she was middle-aged, slender, and simply but nicely dressed. She wore glasses, and Saxon's reading of her face was that it was kind but nervous-looking. "I don't want anything today," she said, before Saxon could speak, administering the rebuff with a pleasant smile. Saxon groaned inwardly over the black-covered telescope basket. Evidently the woman had seen her put it down. "We're not peddling," she exclaimed quickly. "Oh, I'm sorry for the mistake." This time the woman's smile was even pleasanter, and she waited for Saxon to state her errand. Nothing loath, Saxon took it at a plunge. "We're looking for land. We want to be farmers, you know. And before we get the land, we want to find out what kind of land we want. And seeing your pretty place has just filled me up with questions. You see, we don't know anything about farming. We lived in the city all our life, and now we're giving it up and going to live in the country and be happy." She paused. The woman's face seemed to grow quizzical, though the pleasantness did not abate. "But how do you know you will be happy in the country?" she asked. "I don't know. All I do know is that poor people can't be happy in the city where they have labor troubles all the time. If they can't be happy in the country, then there's no happiness anywhere, and that doesn't seem fair, does it?" "It is sound reasoning, my dear, as far as it goes. But you must remember that there are many poor people in the country and many unhappy people." "You look neither poor nor unhappy," Saxon challenged. "You are a dear." Saxon saw the pleased flush in the other woman's face, which lingered as she went on. "But still I may be peculiarly qualified to live and succeed in the country. As you say yourself, you've spent your life in the city. You don't know the first thing about the country. It might even break your heart." Saxon's mind went back to the terrible months in the Pine Street cottage. "I already know that the city will break my heart. Maybe the country will, too. But just the same, it's my only chance, don't you see? It's that or nothing. Besides, our folks before us were all of the country. It seems the more natural way. And better, here I am, which proves that way down inside I must want the country, must, as you call it, be peculiarly qualified for the country, or else I wouldn't be here." The other nodded approval and looked at her with growing interest. "The young man," she began, "is my husband. He was a teamster until the big strike came. My name is Roberts, Saxon Roberts, and my husband is William Roberts." "And I am Mrs. Mortimer," the other said, with a bow of acknowledgment. "I am a widow. And now, if you will ask your husband in, I shall try to answer some of your many questions. Tell him to put the bundles inside the gate. And now, what are all the questions you are filled with?" "Oh, all kinds. How does it pay? How did you manage it all? How much did the land cost? Did you build that beautiful house? How much do you pay the men? How did you learn all the different kinds of things, and which grew best and which paid best? What is the best way to sell them? How do you sell them?" Saxon paused and laughed. "Oh, I haven't begun yet. Why do you have flowers on the borders everywhere? I looked over the Portuguese farms around San Leandro, but they never mix flowers and vegetables." Mrs. Mortimer held up her hand. "Let me answer the last first. It is the key to almost everything." But Billy arrived, and the explanation was deferred until after his introduction. "The flowers caught your eyes, didn't they, my dear?" Mrs. Mortimer resumed, "and brought you in through my gate and right up to me. And that's the very reason they were planted with the vegetables, to catch eyes. You can't imagine how many eyes they have caught, nor how many owners of eyes they have lured inside my gate. This is a good road, and it is a very popular short country drive for town folk. Oh, no, I've never had any luck with automobiles. They can't see anything for the dust. But I began when nearly everybody still used carriages. The townswomen would drive by my flowers, and then my place would catch their eyes. They would tell their drivers to stop, and, well, somehow I managed to be in front within speaking distance. Usually I succeeded in inviting them in to see my flowers, and vegetables, of course. Everything was sweet, clean, pretty. It all appealed, and—" Mrs. Mortimer shrugged her shoulders. "It is well known that the stomach sees through the eyes. The thought of vegetables growing among flowers pleased their fancy. They wanted my vegetables. They must have them. And they did, at double the market price, which they were only too glad to pay. You see, I became the fashion, or a fad in a small way. Nobody lost. The vegetables were certainly good as any on the market, and often fresher. And besides, my customers killed two birds with one stone, for they were pleased with themselves for philanthropic reasons. Not only did they obtain the finest and freshest possible vegetables, but at the same time they were happy with the knowledge that they were helping a deserving widow woman. Yes, and it gave a certain tone to their establishments to be able to say they bought Mrs. Mortimer's vegetables. But that's too big a side to go into. In short, my little place became a show place, anywhere to go for a drive, or anything, you know, when time has to be killed. And it became noised about who I was, and who my husband had been, what I had been. Some of the town's ladies I had known personally in the old days. They actually worked for my success, and then, too, I used to serve tea. My patrons became my guests for the time being. I still serve it when they drive out to show me off to their friends. You see, the flowers are one of the ways I succeeded." Saxon was glowing with appreciation, but Mrs. Mortimer, glancing at Billy, noted not entire approval. His blue eyes were clouded. "Well, out with it," she encouraged. "What are you thinking?" To Saxon's surprise, he answered directly, and to her double surprise, his criticism was of a nature which had never entered her head. "It's just a trick," Billy expounded. "That's what I was getting at." "But a paying trick," Mrs. Mortimer interrupted, her eyes dancing and vivacious behind the glasses. "Yes and no," Billy said stubbornly, speaking in a slow, deliberate fashion. "If every farmer was to mix flowers and vegetables, then every farmer would get double the market price, and there wouldn't be any double market price. Everything would be as it was before." "You are opposing a theory to a fact," Mrs. Mortimer stated. "The fact is that all the farmers do not do it. The fact is that I do receive double the price. You can't get away from that." Billy was unconvinced, though unable to reply. "Just the same," he muttered, with a slow shake of the head, "I don't get the hang of it. There's something wrong so far as we're concerned. My wife and me, I mean. Maybe I'll get a hold of it after a while." "And in the meantime we'll look around," Mrs. Mortimer invited. "I want to show you everything and tell you how I made it go. Afterward, we'll sit down and I'll tell you about the beginning. You see," she bent her gaze on Saxon, "I want you thoroughly to understand that you can succeed in the country if you go about it right. I didn't know a thing about it when I began, and I didn't have a fine big man like yours. I was all alone. But I'll tell you about that." For the next hour, among vegetables, berry bushes, and fruit trees, Saxon stored her brain with a huge mass of information to be digested at her leisure. Billy, too, was interested, but he left the talking to Saxon, himself rarely asking a question. At the rear of the bungalow, where everything was as clean and orderly as the front, they were shown through the chicken yard. Here, in different runs, were kept several hundred small and snow-white hens. "White Leghorns," said Mrs. Mortimer. "You have no idea what they netted me this year. I never keep a hen a moment past the prime of her laying period." "Just what I was telling you, Saxon, about horses," Billy broke in. "And by the simplest method of hatching them at the right time, which not one farmer in 10,000 ever dreams of doing, I have them laying in the winter when most hens stop laying and when eggs are highest. Another thing, I have my special customers. They pay me 10 cents a dozen more than the market price because my specialty is one-day eggs." Here she chanced to glance at Billy and guessed that he was still wrestling with his problem. "Same old thing?" she queried. He nodded. "Same old thing. If every farmer delivered day-old eggs, there wouldn't be no 10 cents higher than the top price. They'd be no better off than they was before." "But the eggs would be one-day eggs. All the eggs would be one-day eggs. You mustn't forget that," Mrs. Mortimer pointed out. "But that don't butter no toast for my wife and me," he objected. "And that's what I've been trying to get the hang of, and now I got it. You talk about theory and fact. 10 cents higher than top price is a theory to Saxon and me. The fact is, we ain't got no eggs, no chicken, and no land for chickens to run and lay eggs on." Their hostess nodded sympathetically. "And there's something else about this outfit of yours that I don't get the hang of," he pursued. "I just can't put my finger on it, but it's there, all right." They were shown over the cattery, the piggery, the milkers, and the kennelry, as Mrs. Mortimer called her livestock departments. None was large. All were money-makers, she assured them, and rattled off her profits glibly. She took their breath away by the prices given and received for pedigreed Persians, pedigreed Ohio, improved Chesters, pedigreed Scotch collies, and pedigreed Jerseys. For the milk of the last, she also had a special private market, receiving 5 cents more a quart than was fetched by the best dairy milk. Billy was quick to point out the difference between the look of her orchard and the look of the orchards they had inspected the previous afternoon, and Mrs. Mortimer showed him scores of other differences, many of which he was compelled to accept on faith. Then she told them of another industry, her homemade jams and jellies, always contracted for in advance, and at prices dizzyingly above the regular market. They sat in comfortable rattan chairs on the veranda while she told the story of how she had drummed up the jam and jelly trade, dealing only with the one best restaurant and one best club in San Jose. To the proprietor and the steward she had gone with her samples, in long discussions, beaten down their opposition, overcome their reluctance, and persuaded the proprietor in particular to make a special of her wares, to boom them quietly with his patrons, and above all, to charge stiffly for dishes and courses in which they appeared. Throughout the recital, Billy's eyes were moody with dissatisfaction. Mrs. Mortimer saw and waited. "And now begin at the beginning," Saxon begged. But Mrs. Mortimer refused unless they agreed to stop for supper. Saxon frowned Billy's reluctance away and accepted for both of them. End of section 37. Section 38 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 3, Part 2. "Well then," Mrs. Mortimer took up her tale, "in the beginning I was a greenhorn, city born and bred. All I knew of the country was that it was a place to go for vacations, and I always went to springs and mountain and seaside resorts. I had lived among books almost all my life. I was head librarian of the Doncaster Library for years. Then I married Mr. Mortimer. He was a bookman, a professor in San Miguel University. He had a long sickness, and when he died, there was nothing left. Even his life insurance was eaten into before I could be free of creditors. As for myself, I was worn out, on the verge of nervous prostration, fit for nothing. I had $5,000 left, however, and without going into the details, I decided to go farming. I found this place in a delightful climate close to San Jose. The end of the electric line is only a quarter of a mile on, and I bought it. I paid $2,000 cash and gave a mortgage for $2,000. It cost $200 an acre, you see." 20 acres, Saxon cried. "Wasn't that pretty small?" Billy ventured. "Too large, oceans too large. I leased 10 acres of it the first thing, and it's still leased after all this time. Even the 10 I retained was much too large for a long, long time. It's only now that I'm beginning to feel a tiny mite crowded." "And 10 acres has supported you and 2 hired men?" Billy demanded, amazed. Mrs. Mortimer clapped her hands delightedly. "Listen, I had been a librarian. I knew my way among books. First of all, I'd read everything written on the subject and subscribed to some of the best farm magazines and papers. And you ask if my 10 acres have supported me and 2 hired men? Let me tell you, I have 4 hired men. The 10 acres certainly must support them, as it supports Hannah. She's a Swedish widow who runs the house, and who is a perfect Trojan during the jam and jelly season, and Hannah's daughter, who goes to school and lends a hand, and my nephew, whom I have taken to raise and educate. Also, the 10 acres have come pretty close to paying for the whole 20, as well as for this house and all the outbuildings and all the pedigreed stock." Saxon remembered what the young lineman had said about the Portuguese. "The 10 acres didn't do a bit of it," she cried. "It was your head that did it all, and you know it." "And that's the point, my dear. It shows the right kind of person can succeed in the country. Remember, the soil is generous, but it must be treated generously, and that is something the old-style American farmer can't get into his head. So it is head that counts. Even when his starving acres have convinced him of the need for fertilizing, he can't see the difference between cheap fertilizer and good fertilizer." "And that's something I want to know about," Saxon exclaimed. "And I'll tell you all I know. But first, you must be very tired. I noticed you were limping. Let me take you in. Never mind your bundles. I'll send Chang for them." To Saxon, with her innate love of beauty and charm and all personal things, the interior of the bungalow was a revelation. Never before had she been inside a middle-class home, and what she saw not only far exceeded anything she had imagined, but was vastly different from her imaginings. Mrs. Mortimer noted her sparkling glance, which took in everything, and went out of her way to show Saxon around, doing it under the guise of gleeful boasting, stating the cost of the different materials, explaining how she had done things with her own hand, such as staining the doors, weathering the bookcases, and putting together the big Mission Morris chair. Billy stepped gingerly behind, and though it never entered his mind to ape the manner born, he succeeded in escaping conspicuous awkwardness, even at the table when he and Saxon had the unique experience of being waited on in a private house by a servant. "If only you'd come along next year," Mrs. Mortimer mourned. "Then I should have the spare room I had planned." "That's all right," Billy spoke up. "Thank you just the same. But we'll catch the electric cars into San Jose and get a room." Mrs. Mortimer was still disturbed at her inability to put them up for the night, and Saxon changed the conversation by pleading to be told more. "You remember I told you I paid only $2,000 down on the land," Mrs. Mortimer complied. "That left me with $3,000 to experiment with. And of course all my friends and relatives prophesied failure. And of course I made my mistakes, plenty of them, but I was saved from still more by the thorough study I had made and continued to make." She indicated shelves of farm books and files of farm magazines that lined the walls. "And I continued to study. I was resolved to be up to date, and I sent for all the experiment station reports. I went almost entirely on the basis that whatever the old-type farmer did was wrong, and do you know, in doing that, I was not so far wrong myself. It's almost unthinkable, the stupidity of the old-fashioned farmers. Oh, I consulted with them, talked things over with them, challenged their stereotyped ways, demanded demonstration of their dogmatic and prejudiced beliefs, and quite succeeded in convincing the last of them that I was a fool and doomed to come to grief." "But you didn't. You didn't." Mrs. Mortimer smiled gratefully. "Sometimes, even now, I'm amazed that I didn't. But I came of a hard-headed stock which had been away from the soil long enough to gain a new perspective. When a thing satisfied my judgment, I did it forthwith and downright, no matter how extravagant it seemed. Take the old orchard, worthless, worse than worthless. Old Calkins nearly died of heart disease when he saw the devastation I had wreaked upon it. And look at it now. There was an old rattle-trap ruin where the bungalow now stands. I put up with it, but I immediately pulled down the cow barn, the pigsties, the chicken house, everything, made a clean sweep. They shook their heads and groaned when they saw such wanton waste by a widow struggling to make a living. But worse was to come. They were paralyzed when I told them the price of the 3 beautiful OIC pigs, you know, Chesters, which I bought, $60 for 3, and only just weaned. Then I hustled the nondescript chickens to market, replacing them with the white leghorns. 2 scrub cows that came with the place I sold to the butcher for $30 each, paying $250 for 2 blue-blooded Jersey heifers, and coined money on the exchange, while Calkins and the rest went right on with their scrubs that couldn't give enough milk to pay for their board." Billy nodded approval. "Remember what I told you about horses?" he reiterated to Saxon, and assisted by his hostess, he gave a very creditable disquisition on horseflesh and its management from a business point of view. When he went out to smoke, Mrs. Mortimer led Saxon into talking about herself and Billy, and betrayed not the slightest shock when she learned of his prize-fighting and scab-slugging proclivities. "He's a splendid young man, and good," she assured Saxon. "His face shows that, and best of all, he loves you and is proud of you. You can't imagine how I've enjoyed watching the way he looks at you, especially when you are talking. He respects your judgment. Why, he must, for here he is with you on this pilgrimage which is wholly your idea." Mrs. Mortimer sighed. "You are very fortunate, dear child, very fortunate, and you don't yet know what a man's brain is. Wait till he is quite fired up with enthusiasm for your project. You'll be astounded by the way he takes hold. You will have to exert yourself to keep up with him. In the meantime, you must lead. Remember, he is city-bred. It will be a struggle to wean him from the only life he's known." "Oh, but he's disgusted with the city, too," Saxon began. "But not as you are. Love is not the whole of man as it is of woman. The city hurt you more than it hurt him. It was you who lost the dear little babe. His interest, his connection, was no more than casual and incidental compared with the depth and vividness of yours." Mrs. Mortimer turned her head to Billy, who was just entering. "Have you got the hang of what was bothering you?" she asked. "Pretty close to it," he answered, taking the indicated Big Morris chair. "It's this." "One moment," Mrs. Mortimer checked him. "This is a beautiful, big, strong chair, and so are you, at any rate big and strong. And your little wife is very weary. No, sit down. It's your strength she needs. Yes, I insist. Open your arms." And to him she led Saxon, and into his arms placed her. "Now, sir, and you look delicious, the pair of you. Register your objections to my way of earning a living." "It ain't your way," Billy repudiated quickly. "Your way's all right. It's great. What I'm trying to get at is that your way don't fit us. We couldn't make a go of it your way. Why, you had pull, well-to-do acquaintances, people that knew you'd been a librarian, and your husband a professor. And you had—" here he floundered a moment, seeking definiteness for the idea he still vaguely grasped. "Well, you had a way we couldn't have. You were educated, and I don't know, I guess you knew society ways and business ways we couldn't know." "But, my dear boy, you could learn what was necessary," she contended. Billy shook his head. "No, you don't quite get me. Let's take it this way. Just suppose it's me, with jelly and jam, a-wading into that swell restaurant like you did to talk with the top guy. Why, I'd be out of place the moment I stepped into his office. Worse than that, I'd feel out of place. That'd make me have a chip on my shoulder and looking for trouble, which is a poor way to do business. Then, too, I'd be thinking he was thinking I was a whole lot of a husky to be peddling jam. What would happen? I'd be chesty at the drop of the hat. I'd be thinking he was thinking I was standing on my foot, and I'd beat him to it in telling him he was standing on his foot. Don't you see? It's because I was raised that way. It'd be take it or leave it with me, and no jam sold." "What you say is true," Mrs. Mortimer took up brightly. "But there's your wife. Just look at her. She'd make an impression on any business man. He'd be only too willing to listen to her." Billy stiffened, a forbidding expression springing into his eyes. "What have I done now?" their hostess laughed. "Ain't got around yet to trading on my wife's looks," he rumbled gruffly. "Right you are. The only trouble is that you, both of you, are 50 years behind the times. You're old American. How you ever got here in the thick of modern conditions is a miracle. You're Rip Van Winkles. Who ever heard in this degenerate times of a young man and woman of the city putting their blankets on their backs and starting out in search of land? Why, it's the old Argonaut spirit. You're as like as peas in a pod to those yoked to their oxen and held west to the lands beyond the sunset. I'll wager your fathers and mothers, or grandfathers and grandmothers, were that very stock." Saxon's eyes were glistening, and Billy's were friendly once more. Both nodded their heads. "I'm of the old stock myself," Mrs. Mortimer went on proudly. "My grandmother was one of the survivors of the Donner Party. My grandfather, Jason Whitney, came round the Horn and took part in the raising of the Bear Flag at Sonoma. He was at Monterey when John Marshall discovered gold in Sutter's Mill Race. One of the streets in San Francisco is named after him." "I know it," Billy put in. "Whitney Street. It's near Russian Hill. Saxon's mother walked across the plains." "And Billy's grandfather and grandmother were massacred by the Indians," Saxon contributed. "His father was a little baby boy and lived with the Indians until captured by the whites. He didn't even know his name, and was adopted by a Mr. Roberts. Why, you two dear children, we're almost like relatives, Mrs. Mortimer beamed. It's a breath of old times, alas, all forgotten in these fly-away days. I'm especially interested because I've catalogued and read everything covering those times. You, she indicated Billy, you are historical, or at least your father is. I remember about him. The whole thing is in Bancroft's history. It was the Modoc Indians. There were 18 wagons. Your father was the only survivor, a mere baby at the time, with no knowledge of what happened. He was adopted by the leader of the whites. That's right, said Billy. It was the Modocs. His train must have been bound for Oregon. It was all wiped out. I wonder if you know anything about Saxon's mother. She used to write poetry in the early days. Was any of it printed? Yes, Saxon answered, in the old San Jose papers. And do you know any of it? Yes, there's one beginning. Sweet as the wind lute's airy strains, your gentle muse has learned to sing, and California's boundless plains prolong the soft notes echoing. It sounds familiar, Mrs. Mortimer said, pondering. And there was another, I remember, that began, I've stolen away from the crowd in the groves, where the nude statues stand, and the leaves point and shiver, and it run on like that. I don't understand it all. It was written to my father. A love poem, Mrs. Mortimer broke in. I remember it. Wait a minute. Da-da-da-da, 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 da-da stands. In a spray of fountain, whose seeds amethysts tremble lightly, a moment on bosom and hands, then drip in their basin from bosom and wrists. I never forgotten the drip of the seed amethyst, though I don't remember your mother's name. It was Daisy, Saxon began. No, Dayella, Mrs. Mortimer corrected with quickening recollection. Oh, but nobody called her that. But it was signed that way. What is the rest? Daisy Wiley Brown. Mrs. Mortimer went to the bookshelf and quickly returned with a large, soberly bound volume. It's the story of the files, she explained. Among other things, all the good fugitive verse was gathered here from the old newspaper files. Her eyes, running down the index, suddenly stopped. I was right. Dale Wiley Brown. There it is. 10 of her poems, too. The Viking's Quest, Days of Gold, Constancy, The Caballero, Graves at Little Meadow. We fought off the Indians there, Saxon interrupted in her excitement, and Mother, who was only a little girl, went out and got water for the wounded. And the Indians wouldn't shoot at her. Everybody said it was a miracle. She sprang out of Billy's arms, reaching for the book and crying, "Oh, let me see it. Let me see it. It's all new to me. I didn't know these poems. Can I copy them? I'll learn them by heart. Just to think, my mother's." Mrs. Mortimer's glasses required repolishing, and for half an hour she and Billy remained silent while Saxon devoured her mother's lines. At the end, staring at the book which she had closed on her finger, she could only repeat in wondering awe, "And I never knew. I never knew." But during that half hour Mrs. Mortimer's mind had not been idle. A little later she broached her plan. She believed in intensive dairying as well as intensive farming, and intended, as soon as the lease expired, to establish a Jersey dairy on the other 10 acres. This, like everything else she had done, was to be modeled, and it meant that she would require more help. Billy and Saxon were just the two. By next summer she could have them installed in the cottage she intended building. In the meantime, she could arrange, one way or another, to get work for Billy through the winter. She would guarantee this work, and she knew a small house they could rent just at the end of the car line. Under her supervision, Billy could take charge from the very beginning of the building. In this way, they would be earning money, preparing themselves for independent farming life, and have opportunity to look about them. But her persuasions were in vain. In the end, Saxon succinctly epitomized their point of view. "We can't stop at the first place, even if it is as beautiful and kind as yours, and as nice as this valley is. We don't even know what we want. We've got to go farther and see all kinds of places, all kinds of ways, in order to find out. We're not in a hurry to make up our minds. We want to make, oh, so very sure. And besides," she hesitated, "besides, we don't like altogether flat land. Billy wants some hills in his, and so do I." When they were ready to leave, Mrs. Mortimer offered to present Saxon with The Story of the Files, but Saxon shook her head and got some money from Billy. "It said it cost $2, she said. "Will you buy me one and keep it till we get settled? Then I'll write, and you can send it to me." "Oh, you Americans," Mrs. Mortimer chided, accepting the money. "But you must promise to write from time to time before you're settled." She saw them to the county road. "You are brave young thing," she said at parting. "I only wish I were going with you, my pack upon my back. You're perfectly glorious, the pair of you. If ever I can do anything for you, just let me know. You're bound to succeed, and I want a hand in it myself. Let me know how that government land turns out, though I warn you, I haven't much faith in its feasibility. It's sure to be too far away from markets." She shook hands with Billy. Saxon she caught into her arms and kissed. "Be brave," she said, with low earnestness in Saxon's ear. "You'll win. You are starting with the right ideas, and you were right not to accept my proposition. But remember, it, or better, will always be open to you. You're young yet, both of you. Don't be in a hurry. Any time you stop anywhere for a while, let me know, and I'll mail you heaps of agricultural reports and farm publications. Goodbye. Heaps and heaps and heaps of luck." End of section 38. Section 39 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 4. Billy sat motionless on the edge of the bed in their little room in San Jose that night, a musing expression in his eyes. "Well," he remarked at last, with a long-drawn breath, "all I got to say is there's some pretty nice people in this world after all. Take Mrs. Mortimer. Now she's the real goods, regular old American." "A fine, educated lady," Saxon agreed, "and not a bit ashamed to work at farming herself. And she made it go, too. On 20 acres, no 10, and paid for 'em and all the improvements, and supported herself and 4 hired men, a Swede woman and a daughter, and her own nephew. It gets me, 10 acres. Why, my father never talked less than 160 acres. Even your brother Tom still talks in quarter sections. And she was only a woman, too. We was lucky in meeting her." "Wasn't it an adventure?" Saxon cried. "That's what comes from traveling. You never know what's going to happen next. It jumped right out at us, just when we were tired and wondering how much farther to San Jose. We weren't expecting it at all, and she didn't treat us as if we were tramping. And that house, so clean and beautiful. You could eat off the floor. I never dreamed of anything so sweet and lovely as the inside of that house." "It smelt good," Billy supplied. "That's the very thing. It's what the woman's pages call atmosphere. I didn't know what they meant before. That house has beautiful, sweet atmosphere." "Like all your nice underthings," said Billy. "And that's the next step after keeping your body sweet and clean and beautiful. It's to have your house sweet and clean and beautiful." "But it can't be a rented one, Saxon. You've got to own it. Landlords don't build houses like that. Just the same, one thing stuck out plain. That house was not expensive. It wasn't the cost. It was the way. The wood was ordinary wood you can buy in any lumber yard. Why, our house on Pine Street was made out of the same kind of wood. but the way it was made was different. I can't explain, but you can see what I'm driving at." Saxon revisioned the little bungalow they had just left, repeated absently, "That's it, the way." The next morning they were early afoot, seeking through the suburbs of San Jose the road to San Juan and Monterey. Saxon's limp had increased. Beginning with a burst blister, the heel was skinning rapidly. Billy remembered his father's talks about care of the feet, and stopped at a butcher shop to buy 5 cents worth of mutton tallow. "That's the stuff," he told Saxon. "Clean foot gear, and the feet well greased. We'll put some on as soon as we're clear of town. And we might as well go easy for a couple of days. Now, if I could get a little work so you could rest up several days, it'd be just the thing. I'll keep my eye peeled." Almost on the outskirts of town, he left Saxon on the county road and went up a long driveway to what appeared a large farm. He came back beaming. "It's all hunky-dory," he called as he approached. "We'll just go down to that clump of trees by the creek and pitch camp. I start working in the morning, $2 a day, and board myself. It'd been $1.50 if he furnished the board. I told him I liked the other way best, and that I had my camp with me. The weather's fine, and we can make out a few days till your foot's in shape. Come on, we'll pitch a regular, decent camp." "How did you get the job?" Saxon asked, as they cast about, determining their campsite. "Wait till we get fixed, and I'll tell you all about it. It was a dream, a cinch." Not until the bed was spread, the fire built, and a pot of beans boiling, did Billy throw down the last armful of wood and begin. In the first place, Benson's no old-fashioned geezer. You wouldn't think he was a farmer to look at him. He's up to date, sharp as tacks, talks and acts like a businessman. I could see that just by looking at his place before I seen him. He took about 15 seconds to size me up. "Can you plow?" says he. "Sure thing," I told him. "No horses?" "I was hatched in a box stall," says I. And just then, you remember that 4-horse load of machinery that come in after me? Just then it drove up. "How about 4 horses?" he asks, casual like. "Right to home. I can drive 'em to a plow, a sewing machine, or a merry-go-round." "Jump up and take them lines, then," he says, quick and sharp, not wasting seconds. "See that shed? Go round the barn to the right and back in for unloading." And right here I want to tell you, it was some nifty driving he was asking. I could see by the tracks the wagon'd all been going round the barn to the left. What he was asking me was too close work for comfort, a double turn, like an S, between a corner of a paddock and around the corner of the barn to the last swing. And to eat into the little room there were piles of manure just thrown out of the barn and not hauled away. But I wasn't letting on nothing. The driver gave me the lines, and I could see he was grinning, sure I'd make a mess of it. I bet he couldn't have done it himself. I never let on, and away we went, me not even knowing the horses. But say, if you'd seen me throw them leaders clean to the top of that manure, till the nigh horse was scraping the side of the barn to make it, and the off hind hub was cutting the corner post of the paddock to miss by 6 inches. It was the only way. And them horses was sure beauts. The leaders slacked back and damn near sat down on their single tree when I threw the back into the wheelers and slammed on the brake and stopped on the very precise spot. "You'll do," Benson says. "That was good work." "Aw, shucks," I says, indifferent as hell. "Give me something real hard." He smiles and understands. "You done that well," he says, "and I'm particular about who handles my horses. The road ain't no place for you. You must be a good man gone wrong. Just the same, you can plow with my horses starting in tomorrow morning." Which shows how wise he wasn't. I hadn't showed I could plow. When Saxon had served the beans and Billy the coffee, she stood still a moment and surveyed the spread meal on the blankets. The canister of sugar, the condensed milk tin, the sliced corned beef, the lettuce salad and sliced tomatoes, the slices of fresh French bread, and the steaming plates of beans and mugs of coffee. "What a difference from last night!" Saxon exclaimed, clapping her hands. "It's like an adventure out of a book. Oh, that boy I went fishing with. Think of that beautiful table and that beautiful house last night. And then look at this. Why, we could have lived 1,000 years on end in Oakland and never met a woman like Mrs. Mortimer, nor dreamed a house like hers existed. And Billy, just to think, we've only just started." Billy worked for 3 days, while insisting that he was doing very well. He freely admitted that there was more in plowing than he had thought. Saxon experienced quiet satisfaction when she learned he was enjoying it. "I never thought I'd like plowing much," he observed, "but it's fine. It's good for the leg muscles, too. They don't get exercise enough in teaming. If I ever trained for another fight, you'd bet I'd take a whack at plowing. And, you know, the ground has a regular good smell to it. Turning over and turning over. Gosh, it's good enough to eat, that smell. And it just goes on, turning up and over, fresh and thick and good all day long. And the horses are Joe dandies. They know their business as well as a man. That's one thing. Benson ain't got a scrub horse on the place." The last day Billy worked, the sky clouded over. The air grew damp. A strong wind began to blow from the southeast, and all the signs were present of the first winter rain. Billy came back in the evening with a small roll of old canvas he had borrowed, which he proceeded to arrange over their bed on a framework so as to shed rain. Several times he complained about the little finger of his left hand. It had been bothering him all day, he told Saxon, for several days slightly, in fact, and it was as tender as a boil, most likely a splinter, but he had been unable to locate it. He went ahead with storm preparations, elevating the bed on old boards which he lugged from a disused barn falling to decay on the opposite bank of the creek. Up upon the boards he heaped dry leaves for a mattress. He concluded by reinforcing the canvas with additional guys of odd pieces of rope and baling wire. When the first splashes of rain arrived, Saxon was delighted. Billy betrayed little interest. His finger was hurting too much, he said. Neither he nor Saxon could make anything of it, and both scoffed at the idea of a felon. "It might be a runaround," Saxon hazarded. "What's that?" "I don't know. I remember Mrs. Caddy had one once, but I was too small. It was the little finger, too. She poulticed it, I think, and I remember she dressed it with some kind of salve. It got awful bad, and finished by her losing the nail. After that it got well quick, and a new nail grew out. Suppose I make a hot bread poultice for yours?" Billy declined, being of the opinion that it would be better in the morning. Saxon was troubled, and as she dozed off, she knew that he was lying, restlessly wide awake. A few minutes afterward, roused by a heavy blast of wind and rain on the canvas, she heard Billy softly groaning. She raised herself on her elbow and with her free hand, in the way she knew, manipulating his forehead and the surfaces around his eyes, soothed him off to sleep. Again she slept, and again she was aroused. This time not by the storm, but by Billy. She could not see, but by feeling she ascertained his strange position. He was outside the blankets and on his knees, his forehead resting on the boards, his shoulders writhing with suppressed anguish. "She's pulsing to beat the band," he said when she spoke. "It's worse'n 1,000 toothaches, but it ain't nothing. If only the canvas don't blow down. Think what our folks had to stand." He gritted out between groans. "Why, my father was out in the mountains, and the men with him got mauled by a grizzly, clean clawed to the bones all over. And they was out of grub and had to travel. 2 times out of 3 when my father put him on the horse, he fainted away. He had to be tied on. and that lasted 5 weeks, and he pulled through. Then there was Jack Quigley. He blowed off his whole right hand with the bursting of his shotgun, and the hunting dog pup he had with him ate up 3 of the fingers. And he was all alone in the marsh, and... But Saxon heard no more of the adventures of Jack Quigley. A terrific blast of wind parted several of the guys, collapsed the framework, and for a moment buried them under the canvas. The next moment, canvas, framework, and trailing guys were whisked away into the darkness, and Saxon and Billy were deluged with rain. "Only one thing to do," he yelled in her ear. "Gather up the things and get into that old barn." They accomplished this in the drenching darkness, making 2 trips across the stepping stones of the shallow creek and soaking themselves to the knees. The old barn leaked like a sieve, but they managed to find a dry space on which to spread their anything but dry bedding. Billy's pain was heart-rending to Saxon. An hour was required to subdue him to a doze, and only by continuously stroking his forehead could she keep him asleep. Shivering and miserable, she accepted a night of wakefulness gladly, with the knowledge that she kept him from knowing the worst of his pain. At the time when she decided it must be past midnight, there was an interruption. From the open doorway came a flash of electric light, like a tiny searchlight which quested about the barn and came to rest on her and Billy. From the source of light a harsh voice said, "Aha, I've got you. Come out of that." Billy sat up, his eyes dazzled by the light. The voice behind the light was approaching and reiterating its demand that they come out of that. "What's up?" Billy asked. "Me," was the answer. "And wide awake, you bet." The voice was now beside them, scarcely a yard away, yet they could see nothing on account of the light, which was intermittent, frequently going out for an instant as the operator's thumb tired on the switch. "Come on, get a move on," the voice went on. "Roll up your blankets and trot along. I want you." "Who in hell are you?" Billy demanded. "I'm the constable. Come on." "Well, what do you want?" "You, of course, the pair of you." "What for?" "Vagrancy. Now hustle. I ain't going to loaf here all night." "Aw, chase yourself," Billy advised. "I ain't a vague. I'm a working man." "Maybe you are and maybe you ain't," said the constable. "But you can tell that to Judge Newsbomber in the morning." "Why, you stinking dirty cur. You think you're going to pull me?" Billy began. "Turn the light on yourself. I want to see what kind of ugly mug you got. Pull me, huh? Pull me? For 2 cents, I'd get up there and beat you to a jelly, you." "No, no, Billy," Saxon pleaded. "Don't make trouble. It would mean jail." "That's right," the constable approved. "Listen to your woman." "She's my wife, and you speak of her as such," Billy warned. "Now get out, if you know what's good for yourself." "I've seen your kind before," the constable retorted. "And I've got my little persuader with me. Take a squint." The shaft of light shifted, and out of the darkness, illumined with ghastly brilliance, they saw thrust a hand holding a revolver. The hand seemed a thing apart, self-existent, with no corporeal attachment, and it appeared and disappeared like an apparition as the thumb pressure wavered on the switch. One moment they were staring at the hand and the revolver, the next moment an impenetrable darkness, and the next moment again at the hand and the revolver. "Now I guess you'll come," the constable gloated. "Got another guess coming," Billy began. But at that moment the light went out. They heard a quick movement on the officer's part and the thud of the light stick on the ground. Both Billy and the constable fumbled for it, but Billy found it and flashed it on the other. They saw a gray bearded man clad in streaming oilskins. He was an old man who reminded Saxon of the sort she had been used to see in Grand Army processions on Decoration Day. "Give me that stick," he bullied. Billy sneered a refusal. "I'll put a hole through you, by criminy." He leveled the revolver directly at Billy, whose thumb on the switch did not waver, and they could see the gleaming bullet tips in the chambers of the cylinder. "Why, you whiskery old skunk, you ain't got the grit to shoot sour apples," was Billy's answer. "I know your kind. Brave as lions when it comes to pullin' miserable, broken-spirited bindle stiffs, but as leery as a yellow dog when you face a man. Pull that trigger. Why, you pusillanimous piece of dirt, you'd run with your tail between your legs if I said boo." Suiting action to the word, Billy let out an explosive boo, and Saxon giggled involuntarily at the startle it caused in the constable. "I'll give you a last chance," the latter grated through his teeth. "Turn over that light stick and come along peaceable, or I'll lay you out." Saxon was frightened for Billy's sake, and yet only half frightened. She had a faith that the man dared not fire, and she felt the old familiar thrills of admiration for Billy's courage. She could not see his face, but she knew in all certitude that it was bleak and passionless in the terrifying way she had seen it when he fought the three Irishmen. "You ain't the first man I killed," the constable threatened. "I'm an old soldier, and I ain't squeamish over blood." "And you ought to be ashamed of yourself," Saxon broke in, "trying to shame and disgrace peaceable people who've done no wrong." "You done wrong sleeping here," was his vindication. "This ain't your property. It's agin the law, and folks that go agin the law go to jail, as the two of you'll go. I've sent many a tramp up for 30 days for sleeping in this very shack. Why, it's a regular trap for 'em. I got a good glimpse of your faces, and could see you was tough characters." He turned on Billy. "I fooled enough with you. Are you going to give up and come peaceable?" "I'm going to tell you a couple of things, old hoss," Billy answered. "Number one, you ain't going to pull us. Number two, we're going to sleep the night out here." "Give me that light stick," the constable demanded peremptorily. "Go on, Whiskers. You're standing on your foot. Beat it. Pull your freight. As for your torch, you'll find it outside in the mud." Billy shifted the light until it illuminated the doorway, and then threw the stick as he would pitch a baseball. They were now in total darkness, and they could hear the intruder gritting his teeth in rage. "Now start your shooting and see what'll happen to you," Billy advised menacingly. Saxon felt for Billy's hand and squeezed it proudly. The constable grumbled some threat. "What's that?" Billy demanded sharply. "Ain't you gone yet? Now listen to me, Whiskers. I've put up with all your shenanigans. I'm going to. Now get out or I'll throw you out. And if you come monkeying around here again, you'll get yours. Now get." So great was the roar of the storm that they could hear nothing. Billy rolled a cigarette. When he lighted it, they saw the barn was empty. Billy chuckled. "Say, I was so mad I clean forgot my runaround. It's only just beginning to tune up again." Saxon made him lie down and receive her soothing ministrations. "There's no use moving till morning," she said. "Then, just as soon as it's light, we'll catch a car into San Jose, rent a room, get a hot breakfast, and go to a drugstore for the proper stuff for poulticing or whatever treatment's needed." "But Benson," Billy demurred. "I'll telephone him from town. It will only cost 5 cents. I saw he had a wire. And you couldn't plow on account of the rain, even if your finger was well. Besides, we'll both be mending together. My heel will be all right by the time it clears up, and we can start traveling." End of section 39. Section 40 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 5. Early on Monday morning, 3 days later, Saxon and Billy took an electric car to the end of the line and started a second time for San Juan. Puddles were standing in the road, but the sun shone from a blue sky, and everywhere on the ground was a faint hint of budding green. At Benson's, Saxon waited while Billy went in to get his $6 for the 3 days plowing. "Kicked like a steer because I was quitting," he told her when he came back. He wouldn't listen at first. Said he'd put me to driving in a few days, and that there wasn't enough good four horsemen to let one go easily." "And what did you say?" "Oh, I just told him I had to be moving along. And when he tried to argue, I told him my wife was with me and that she was blamed anxious to get along." "But so are you, Billy." "Sure, Pete, but just the same, I wasn't as keen as you. Doggone it, I was getting to like that plowing. I'll never be scared to ask for a job at it again. I've got to where I savvy the burro, and you bet I can plow against most of 'em right now." An hour afterward, with a good 3 miles to their credit, they edged to the side of the road at the sound of an automobile behind them. But the machine did not pass. Benson was alone in it, and he came to a stop alongside. "Where are you bound?" he inquired of Billy, with a quick, measuring glance at Saxon. "Monterey, if you're going that far," Billy answered with a chuckle. "I can give you a lift as far as Watsonville. It would take you several days on Shank's mare with those loads. Climb in." He addressed Saxon directly. "Do you want to ride in front?" Saxon glanced to Billy. "Go on," he approved. "It's fine in front. This is my wife, Mr. Benson, Mrs. Roberts." "Oh, ho! So you're the one that took your husband away from me," Benson accused good-humoredly, as he tucked the robe around her. Saxon shouldered the responsibility and became absorbed in watching him start the car. "I'd be a mighty poor farmer if I owned no more land than you'd plowed before you came to me," Benson, with a twinkling eye, jerked over his shoulder to Billy. "I never had my hands on a plow but once before," Billy confessed. "But a fella has to learn sometime." "At $2 a day?" "If he can get some alfalfa artist to put up for it," Billy met him complacently. Benson laughed heartily. "You're a quick learner," he complimented. "I could see that you and plows weren't on speaking acquaintance, but you took right hold. There isn't one man in 10 I could hire off the county road that could do as well as you were doing on that third day. But your big asset is that you know horses. It was half a joke when I told you to take the lines that morning. You're a trained horseman and a born horseman as well." "He's very gentle with horses," Saxon said. "But there's more than that to it." Benson took her up. "Your husband's got the way with him. It's hard to explain, but that's what it is, the way. It's an instinct, almost. Kindness is necessary, but grip is more so. Your husband grips his horses. Take the test I gave him with the 4-horse load. It was too complicated and severe. Kindness couldn't have done it. It took grip. I could see it the moment he started. There wasn't any doubt in his mind. There wasn't any doubt in the horses. They got the feel of him. They just knew the things was going to be done and that it was up to them to do it. They didn't have any fear, but just the same, they knew the boss was in the seat. When he took hold of those lines, he took hold of the horses. He gripped them, don't you see? He picked them up and put them where he wanted them. Swung them up and down and right and left. Made them pull and slack and back. And they knew everything was going to come out right. Oh, horses may be stupid, but they're not altogether fools. They know when the proper horseman has hold of them, though how they know it so quickly is beyond me." Benson paused, half vexed at his volubility, and gazed keenly at Saxon to see if she had followed him. What he saw in her face and eyes satisfied him, and he added, with a short laugh, "Horseflesh is a hobby of mine. Don't think otherwise because I am running a stink engine. I'd rather be streaking along here behind a pair of fast steppers. But I'd lose time on them, and worse than that, I'd be too anxious about them all the time. As for this thing, why, it has no nerves, no delicate joints nor tendons. It's a case of let her rip." The miles flew past, and Saxon was soon deep in talk with her host. Here again she discerned immediately was a type of the new farmer. The knowledge she had picked up enabled her to talk to advantage, and when Benson talked she was amazed that she could understand so much. In response to his direct querying, she told him her and Billy's plans, sketching the Oakland life vaguely, and dwelling on their future intentions. Almost as in a dream, when they passed the nurseries at Morgan Hill, she learned that they had come 20 miles, and she realized that it was a longer stretch than they had planned to walk that day, and still the machine hummed on, eating up the distance as ever it flashed into view. "I wonder what so good a man as your husband was doing on the road," Benson told her. "Yes," she smiled. "He said you said he must be a good man gone wrong." "But you see, I didn't know about you. Now I understand. Though I must say it's extraordinary in these days for a young couple like you to pack your blankets in search of land. And before I forget it, I want to tell you one thing." He turned to Billy. "I was just telling your wife that there's an all-the-year job waiting for you on my ranch. And there's a tight little cottage of 3 rooms the 2 of you can housekeep in. Don't forget." Among other things, Saxon discovered that Benson had gone through the College of Agriculture at the University of California, a branch of learning she had not known existed. He gave her small hope in her search for government land. "The only government land left," he informed her, "is what is not good enough to take up for one reason or another. If it's good land down there where you're going, then the market is inaccessible. I know no railroads tap in there." "Wait till we strike Pajaro Valley," he said, when they had passed Gilroy and were booming on towards Sargent's. "I'll show you what can be done with the soil, and not by cow college graduates, but by uneducated foreigners, that the high and mighty American has always sneered at. I'll show you. It's one of the most wonderful demonstrations in the state." At Sargent's, he left them in the machine a few minutes while he transacted business. "Phew, it beats hiking," Billy said. "The day's young yet, and when he drops us we'll be fresh for a few miles on our own. Just the same, when we get settled and well off, I guess I'll stick by horses. They'll always be good enough for me." "A machine's only good to get somewhere in a hurry," Saxon agreed. "Of course, if we got very, very rich." "Say, Saxon," Billy broke in, suddenly struck with an idea. "I've learned one thing. I ain't afraid any more of not getting work in the country. I was at first, but I didn't tell you. Just the same, I was dead leery when we pulled out on the San Leandro Pike. And here already is 2 places open, Mrs. Mortimer's and Benson's, and steady jobs, too. Yup, a man can get work in the country." "Ah," Saxon amended, with a proud little smile. "You haven't said it right. Any good man can get work in the country. The big farmers don't hire men out of charity." "Sure, they ain't in it for their health," he grinned. "And they jump at you. That's because you are a good man. They can see it with half an eye. Why, Billy, take all the working tramps we've met on the road already. There wasn't one to compare with you. I looked them over. They're all weak. Weak in their bodies, weak in their heads, weak both ways." "Yep, they are a pretty measly bunch," Billy admitted modestly. "It's the wrong time of the year to see Pajaro Valley," Benson said, when he sat again beside Saxon and Sargent's was a thing of the past. "Just the same, it's worth seeing any time. Think of it, 12,000 acres of apples. Do you know what they call the Pajaro Valley now? New Dalmatia. We're being squeezed out. We Yankees thought we were smart. Well, the Dalmatians came along and showed they were smarter. They were miserable immigrants, poorer than Job's turkey. First, they worked at day's labor in the fruit harvest. Next, they began, in a small way, buying the apples on the trees. The more money they made, the bigger became their deals. Pretty soon, they were renting the orchards on long leases. And now they're beginning to buy the land. It won't be long before they own the whole valley, and the last American will be gone." "Oh, our smart Yankees. while those first ragged Slavs in their first little deals with us only made something like 2,000 and 3,000% profits. And now they're satisfied to make 100%. It's a calamity if their profits sink to 25 or 50%. It's like San Leandro, Saxon said. The original owners of the land are about all gone already. It's intensive cultivation. She liked the phrase. It isn't a case of having a lot of acres, but of how much they can get out of 1 acre. Yes, and more than that, Benson answered, nodding his head emphatically. Lots of them, like Luke Skolrich, are in it on a large scale. Several of them are worth $250,000 already. I know of 10 who will average $150,000 each. They have a way with apples. It's almost a gift. They know trees in much the same way your husband knows horses. Each tree is just as much an individual to them as a horse is to me. They know each tree, its whole history, everything that ever happened to it, its every idiosyncrasy. They have their fingers on its pulse. They can tell if it's feeling as well today as it felt yesterday, and if it isn't, they know why and proceed to remedy matters for it. They can look at a tree in bloom and tell how many boxes of apples it will pack, and not only that, they'll know what the quality and grades of those apples are going to be. Why, they know each individual apple, and they pick it tenderly with love, never hurting it, and pack it and ship it tenderly and with love, and when it arrives at market, it isn't bruised nor rotten, and it fetches top price. Yes, it's more than intensive. These Adriatic Slavs are long-headed in business. Not only can they grow apples, but they can sell apples. No market? What does it matter? Make a market. That's their way. While our kind let the crops rot knee-deep under the trees. Look at Peter Mengold. Every year he goes to England, and he takes 100 carloads of yellow Newton pippins with him. Why, those Dalmatians are showing Pajaro Valley apples on the South African market right now and coining money out of it, hand over fist. What do they do with all the money? Saxon queried. Buy the Americans a Pajaro Valley out, of course, as they already are doing. And then, she questioned. Benson looked at her quickly. And then they'll start buying the Americans out of some other valley, and the Americans will spend the money, and by the second generation start rotting in the cities, as you and your husband would have rotted if you hadn't got out. Saxon could not repress a shudder. As Mary had rotted, she thought, as Bert and all the rest had rotted, as Tom and all the rest were rotting. Oh, it's a great country, Benson was continuing, but we're not a great people. Kipling is right. We're crowded out and sitting on the stoop. And the worst of it is, there's no reason we shouldn't know better. We're teaching it in all our agricultural colleges, experiment stations, and demonstration trains. But the people won't take hold, and the immigrant, who has learned in a hard school, beats them out. Why, after I graduated, and before my father died, he was of the old school, and laughed at what he called my theories. I traveled for a couple of years. I wanted to see how the old countries farmed. Oh, I saw. We'll soon enter the valley. You bet I saw. First thing, in Japan, the terraced hillsides. Take a hill so steep you couldn't drive a horse up it. No bother to them. They terraced it. A stone wall, and good masonry 6 feet high. A level terrace 6 feet wide. Up and up, walls and terraces. The same thing all the way, straight into the air. Walls upon walls, terraces upon terraces, until I've seen 10-foot walls built to make 3-foot terraces, and 20-foot walls for 4 and 5 feet of soil they could grow things on, and that soil packed up the mountainside in baskets on their backs. Same thing everywhere I went. In Greece, in Ireland, in Dalmatia. I went there, too. They went round and gathered every bit of soil they could find, gleaned it, and even stole it by the shovel or handful, and carried it up the mountains on their backs, and built farms, built them, made them, on the naked rock. Why, in France, I've seen hill peasants mining their stream beds for soil, as our fathers mined the streams of California for gold. Only our gold's gone, and the peasant's soil remains, turning over and over, doing something, growing something all the time. Now I guess I'll hush. My God, Billy muttered in awe-stricken tones. Our folks never done that. No wonder they lost out. There's the valley now, Benson said. Look at those trees. Look at those hillsides. That's New Dalmatia. Look at it. An apple paradise. Look at that soil. Look at the way it's worked. It was not a large valley that Saxon saw, but everywhere, across the flat lands and up the low rolling hills, the industry of the Dalmatians was evident. As she looked, she listened to Benson. Do you know what the old settlers did with this beautiful soil? Planted the flats in grain and pastured cattle on the hills. And now 12,000 acres of it are in apples. It's a regular showplace for the Eastern guests at Del Monte, who run out here in their machines to see the trees in bloom or fruit. Take Mateo Letnuik. He's one of the originals, entered through Castle Garden, and became a dishwasher. When he laid his eyes on this valley, he knew it was his Klondike. Today he leases 700 acres and owns 130 of his own, the finest orchard in the valley, and he packs from 40 to 50,000 boxes of export apples from it every year. And he won't let a soul but a Dalmatian pick a single apple of all those apples. One day, in a banter, I asked him what he'd sell his 130 acres for. He answered seriously. He told me what it had netted him year by year and struck an average. He told me to calculate the principal from that at 6%. I did. It came to over $3,000 an acre. What are all the Chinks doing in the valley? Billy asked. Growing apples, too? Benson shook his head. But that's another point where we Americans lose out. There isn't anything wasted in this valley, not a core nor a paring, and it isn't the Americans who do the savings. There are 57 apple evaporating furnaces, to say nothing of apple canneries and cider and vinegar factories, and Mr. John Chinaman owns them. They ship 15,000 barrels of cider and vinegar each year. It was our folks that made up this country, Billy reflected, fought for it, opened it up, did everything. But develop it, Benson caught him up. We did our best to destroy it, as we destroyed the soil of New England. He waved his hand, indicating some place beyond the hills. Salinas lies over that way. If you went through there, you'd think you were in Japan. And more than one fat little fruit valley in California has been taken over by the Japanese. Their method is somewhat different from the Dalmatians. First, they drift in fruit picking at day's wages. They give better satisfaction than the American fruit picker, too, and the Yankee growers is glad to get them. Next, as they get stronger, they form in Japanese unions and proceed to run the American labor out. Still, the fruit growers are satisfied. The next step is when the Japs won't pick. The American labor is gone. The fruit grower is helpless. The crop perishes. Then in step the Jap labor bosses. They're the masters already. They contract for the crop. The fruit growers are at their mercy, you see. Pretty soon, the Japs are running the valley. The fruit growers have become absentee landlords and are busy learning higher standards of living in the cities or making trips to Europe. Remains only one more step. The Japs buy them out. They've got to sell, for the Japs control the labor market and could bankrupt them at will. But if this goes on, what is left for us? Asked Saxon. What is happening? Those of us who haven't anything rot in the cities. Those of us who have land sell it and go to the cities. Some become larger capitalists. Some go into the professions. The rest spend the money and start rotting when it's gone. And if it lasts their lifetime, their children do the rotting for them. Their long ride was soon over, and at parting, Benson reminded Billy of the steady job that awaited him any time he gave the word. "I guess we'll take a peep at that government land first," Billy answered. "Don't know what we'll settle down to, but there's one thing sure we won't tackle." "What's that?" "Start in apple growing at $3,000 an acre." Billy and Saxon, their packs on their backs, trudged along 100 yards. He was first to break the silence. "And I tell you another thing, Saxon. We'll never be going around smelling out and swiping bits of soil and carrying it up a hill in a basket. The United States is big yet. I don't care what Benson or any of 'em says. The United States ain't played out. There's millions of acres untouched and waiting, and it's up to us to find 'em." "And I'll tell you one thing," Saxon said. "We're getting an education. Tom was raised on a ranch, yet he doesn't know right now as much about farming conditions as we do. And I'll tell you another thing. The more I think of it, the more it seems we are going to be disappointed about that government land." "Ain't no use believing what everybody tells you," he protested. "Oh, it isn't that. It's what I think. I leave it to you. If this land around here is worth $3,000 an acre, why is that government land, if it's any good, waiting there only a short way off to be taken for the asking?" Billy pondered this for a quarter of a mile, but could come to no conclusion. At last he cleared his throat and remarked, "Well, we can wait and see it first, can't we?" "All right," Saxon agreed. "We'll wait and see it." End of section 40. Section 41 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 6. They had taken the direct county road across the hills from Monterey instead of the 17-mile drive around by the coast, so that Carmel Bay came upon them without any foreglimmering of its beauty. Dropping down through the pungent pines, they passed woods embowered cottages, quaint and rustic, of artists and writers, and went on across wind-blown rolling sand hills held to place by sturdy lupine and nodding with pale California poppies. Saxon screamed in sudden wonder of delight, then caught her breath and gazed at the amazing peacock blue of a breaker shot through with golden sunlight, overfalling in a mile-long sweep and thundering into white ruin of foam on a crescent beach of sand scarcely less white. How long they stood and watched the stately procession of breakers rising from out the deep and wind-capped sea to froth and thunder at their feet, Saxon did not know. She was recalled to herself when Billy, laughing, tried to remove the telescope basket from her shoulders. "You kind of look as though you was going to stop a while," he said, "so we might as well get comfortable." "I never dreamed it. I never dreamed it," she repeated, with passionately clasped hands. "I thought the surf at Cliff House was wonderful, but it gave no idea of this. Oh, look, look! Did you ever see such an unspeakable color? And the sunlight flashing right through it. Oh, oh, oh!" At last she was able to take her eyes from the surf and gaze at the sea horizon of deepest peacock blue and piled with cloud masses, at the curve of the beach south to the jagged point of rocks, and at the rugged blue mountains seen across soft low hills landward up Carmel Valley. "Might as well sit down and take it easy," Billy indulged her. "This is too good to want to run away from all at once." She assented, but began immediately to unlace her shoes. "You ain't going to?" Billy asked in surprised delight, then began unlacing his own. Before they were ready to run barefoot on the perilous fringe of cream-wet sand where land and ocean met, a new and wonderful thing attracted their attention. Down from the dark pines and across the sandhills ran a man, naked save for narrow trunks. He was smooth and rosy-skinned, cherubic-faced, with a thatch of curly yellow hair, but his body was hugely thewed as a Hercules. "Gee, must be Sandow," Billy muttered low to Saxon. But she was thinking of the engraving in her mother's scrapbook and of the Vikings on the wet sands of England. The runner passed them a dozen feet away, crossed the wet sand, never pausing till the froth wash was to his knees, while above him, 10 feet at least, upreared a wall of overtopping water. Huge and powerful as his body had seemed, it was now white and fragile in the face of that imminent, great-handed buffet of the sea. Saxon gasped with anxiety, and she stole a look at Billy to note that he was tense with watching. But the stranger sprang to meet the blow, and just when it seemed he must be crushed, he dived into the face of the breaker and disappeared. The mighty mass of water fell in thunder on the beach, but beyond appeared a yellow head, one arm outreaching and a portion of a shoulder. Only a few strokes was he able to make when he was compelled to dive through another breaker. This was the battle to win seaward against the sweep of the shoreward hastening sea. Each time he dived and was lost to view, Saxon caught her breath and clenched her hands. Sometimes, after the passage of a breaker, they could not find him, and when they did, he would be scores of feet away, flung there like a chip by a smoke-bearded breaker. Often it seemed he must fail and be thrown upon the beach, but at the end of half an hour he was beyond the outer edge of the surf and swimming strong, no longer diving but topping the waves. Soon he was so far away that only at intervals could they find the speck of him. That, too, vanished, and Saxon and Billy looked at each other. She was amazement at the swimmer's valor, Billy with blue eyes flashing. "Some swimmer, that boy, some swimmer," he praised. "Nothing chicken-hearted about him. Say, I only know tank swimming and bay swimming, but now I'm going to learn ocean swimming. If I could do that, I'd be so proud you couldn't come within 40 feet of me. Why, Saxon, honest to God, I'd sooner do what he done than own 1,000 farms. Oh, I can swim, too. I'm telling you, like a fish. I swum one Sunday from the narrow gauge pier to Sessions Basin, and that's miles, and I never seen anything like that guy in the swimming line. And I'm not going to leave this beach until he comes back, all by his lonely out there in a mountain sea. Think of it. He's got his nerve, all right, all right." Saxon and Billy ran barefooted up and down the beach, pursuing each other with brandished snakes of seaweed, and playing like children for an hour. It was not until they were putting on their shoes that they sighted the yellow head bearing shoreward. Billy was at the edge of the surf to meet him, emerging, not white-skinned as he had entered, but red from the pounding he had received at the hands of the sea. "You're a wonder, and I've just got to hand it to you," Billy greeted him in outspoken admiration. "It was a big surf today," the young man replied, with a nod of acknowledgment. "It don't happen that you're a fighter I never heard of?" Billy queried, striving to get some inkling of the identity of the physical prodigy. The other laughed and shook his head, and Billy could not guess that he was an ex-captain of a varsity 11, and incidentally the father of a family and the author of many books. He looked Billy over with an eye trained in measuring freshman aspirants for the gridiron. "You're some body of a man," he appreciated. "You'd strip with the best of them." Am I right in guessing that you know your way about in the ring?" Billy nodded. "My name's Roberts." The swimmer scowled with a futile effort at recollection. Bill Roberts," Billy supplemented. "Oh ho! Not big Bill Roberts. Why, I saw you fight, before the earthquake, in the Mechanics' Pavilion. It was a preliminary to Eddie Hanlon and some other fellow. You're a two-handed fighter, I remember that, with an awful wallop, but slow. Yes, I remember. You were slow that night, but you got your man." He put out a wet hand. "My name's Hazard, Jim Hazard. And if you're the football coach that was a couple of years ago I've read about in the papers, am I right?" They shook hands heartily, and Saxon was introduced. She felt very small beside the two young giants, and very proud, withal, that she belonged to the race that gave them birth. She could only listen to them talk. "I'd like to put on the gloves with you every day for half an hour," Hazard said. "You could teach me a lot. Are you going to stay around here?" "No, we're going on down the coast, looking for land. Just the same, I could teach you a few. And there's one thing you could teach me, surf swimming." "I'll swap lessons with you any time," Hazard offered. He turned to Saxon. "Why don't you stop in Carmel for a while? It isn't so bad." "It's beautiful," she acknowledged with a grateful smile, "but—" She turned and pointed to their packs on the edge of the lupine. "We're on the tramp and looking for government land." "If you're looking down past the Sur for it, it will keep," he laughed. "Well, I've got to run along and get some clothes on. If you come back this way, look me up. Anybody will tell you where I live. So long." And as he had first arrived, he departed, crossing the sandhills on the run. Billy followed him with admiring eyes. Some boy," he murmured. "Why, Saxon, he's famous. If I'd have seen his face in the papers once, I've seen it 1,000 times. And he ain't a bit stuck on himself, just man to man. Say, I'm beginning to have faith in the old stock again." They turned their backs on the beach and, in the tiny main street, bought meat, vegetables, and half a dozen eggs. Billy had to drag Saxon away from the window of a fascinating shop where were iridescent pearls of abalone, set and unset. "Abalones grow here all along the coast," Billy assured her, "and I'll get you all you want. Low tide's the time." "My father had a set of cuff buttons made of abalone shell," she said. "They were set in pure, soft gold. I haven't thought about them for years, and I wonder who has them now." They turned south. Everywhere, from among the pines, peeped the quaint, pretty houses of the artist folk, and they were not prepared, where the road dipped in the Carmel River, for the building that met their eyes. "I know what it is," Saxon almost whispered. "It's an old Spanish mission. It's the Carmel mission, of course. That's the way the Spaniards came up from Mexico, building missions as they came and converting the Indians." "Until we chased them out, Spaniards and Indians, whole kit and caboodle," Billy observed with calm satisfaction. "Just the same, it's wonderful," Saxon mused, gazing at the big, half-ruined adobe structure. "There is the Mission Dolores in San Francisco, but it's smaller than this and not as old. Hidden from the sea by low hillocks, forsaken by human being and human habitation, the church of sun-baked clay and straw and chalk rock stood hushed and breathless in the midst of the adobe ruins which once had housed its worshipping thousands." The spirit of the place descended upon Saxon and Billy, and they walked softly, speaking in whispers, almost afraid to go in through the open ports. There was neither priest nor worshipper, yet they found all the evidence of use by a congregation which Billy judged must be small from the number of benches. Later, they climbed the earthquake-racked belfry, noting the hand-hewn timbers, and in the gallery, discovering the pure quality of their voices. Saxon, trembling at her own temerity, softly sang the opening bars of Jesus, Lover of My Soul. Delighted with the result, she leaned over the railing, gradually increasing her voice to its full strength as she sang: Jesus, lover of my soul, let me to thy bosom fly, while the nearer waters roll, while the tempest still is nigh. Hide me, O my Saviour, hide, till the storm of life is past. Safe into the haven guide, and receive my soul at last. Billy leaned against the ancient wall and loved her with his eyes, and when she had finished, he murmured, almost in a whisper, "That was beautiful, just beautiful, and you ought to have seen your face when you sang. It was as beautiful as your voice. Ain't it funny? I never think of religion, except when I think of you." They camped in the willow bottom, cooked dinner, and spent the afternoon on the point of low rocks north of the mouth of the river. They had not intended to spend the afternoon, but found themselves too fascinated to turn away from the breakers bursting upon the rocks and from the many kinds of colorful sea life: starfish, crabs, mussels, sea anemones, and once, in a rock pool, a small devilfish that chilled their blood when it cast the hooded net of its body around the small crabs they tossed to it. As the tide grew lower, they gathered a mess of mussels, huge fellows, 5 and 6 inches long, and bearded like patriarchs. Then, while Billy wandered in a vain search for abalones, Saxon lay and dabbled in the crystal clear water of a rock pool, dipping up handfuls of glistening jewels, ground bits of shell and pebble, of flashing rose and blue and green and violet. Billy came back and lay beside her, lazing in the sea-cooled sunshine, and together they watched the sun sink into the horizon where the ocean was deepest peacock blue. She reached out her hand to Billy's and sighed with sheer repletion of content. It seemed she had never lived such a wonderful day. It was as if all old dreams were coming true. Such beauty of the world she had never guessed in her fondest imagining. Billy pressed her hand tenderly. "What was you thinking of?" he asked, as they arose finally to go. "Oh, I don't know, Billy. Perhaps that it was better, one day like this, than 10,000 years in Oakland." End of section 41. Section 42 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 7. They left Carmel River and Carmel Valley behind, and with the rising sun went south across the hills between the mountains and the sea. The road was badly washed and gullied, and showed little sign of travel. "It peters out altogether further down," Billy said. "From there on, it's only horse trails, but I don't see much signs of timber. And this soil's none so good. It's only used for pasture, no farming to speak of." The hills were bare and grassy. Only the canyons were wooded, while the higher and more distant hills were furry with chaparral. Once they saw a coyote slide into the brush, and once Billy wished for a gun, when a large wildcat stared at them malignantly and declined to run until routed by a clod of earth that burst about its ears like shrapnel. Several miles along, Saxon complained of thirst. Where the road dipped merely at sea level to cross a small gulch, Billy looked for water. The bed of the gulch was damp with hill drip, and he left her to rest while he sought a spring. "Say," he hailed a few minutes afterward, "come on down. You've just got to see this. It'll most take your breath away." Saxon followed the faint path that led steeply down through the thicket. Midway along, where a barbed wire fence was strung high across the mouth of the gulch and weighted down with big rocks, she caught her first glimpse of the tiny beach. Only from the sea could one guess its existence. so completely was it tucked away on three precipitous sides by the land, and screened by the thicket. Furthermore, the beach was the head of a narrow rock cove, a quarter of a mile long, up which pent way the sea roared and was subdued at the last to a gentle pulse of surf. Beyond the mouth, many detached rocks, meeting the full force of the breakers, sprouted foam and spray high in the air. The knees of these rocks, seen between the surges, were black with mussels. On their tops sprawled huge sea lions, tawny wet and roaring in the sun, while overhead, uttering shrill cries, darted and wheeled a multitude of sea-birds. The last of the descent from the barbed wire fence was a sliding fall of a dozen feet, and Saxon arrived on the soft dry sand in a sitting posture. "Oh, I tell you, it's just great," Billy bubbled. "Look at it for a camping spot. In among the trees there's the prettiest spring you ever saw. And look at all the good firewood, and..." He gazed about and seaward with eyes that saw what no rush of words could compass. And everything. We could live here. Look at the mussels out there. And I'll bet you we could catch fish. What do you say we stop for a few days? It's a vacation anyway, and I could go back to Carmel for hooks and lines." Saxon, keenly appraising his glowing face, realized that he was indeed being won from the city. "And there ain't no wind here," he was recommending. "Not a breath. And look how wild it is, just as if we were 1,000 miles from anywhere." The wind, which had been fresh and raw across the bare hills, gained no entrance to the cove, and the beach was warm and balmy, the air sweetly pungent with the thicket odors. Here and there, in the midst of the thicket, severe small oak trees and other small trees, of which Saxon did not know the names. Her enthusiasm now vied with Billy's, and hand in hand they started to explore. "Here's where we can play real Robinson Crusoe," Billy cried, as they crossed the hard sand from high water mark to the edge of the water. "Come on, Robinson. Let's stop over. Of course I'm your man Friday, and what you say goes." "But what shall we do with a man Saturday?" She pointed in mock consternation to a fresh footprint in the sand. "He may be a savage cannibal, you know." "No chance. It's not a barefoot, but a tennis shoe." "But a savage could get a tennis shoe from a drowned or eaten sailor, couldn't he?" she contended. "But sailors don't wear tennis shoes," was Billy's prompt refutation. "You know too much for Man Friday," she chided. "But just the same, if you'll fetch the packs, we'll make camp. Besides, it mightn't have been a sailor that was eaten. It might have been a passenger." By the end of an hour a snug camp was completed. The blankets were spread. A supply of firewood was chopped from the seasoned driftwood, and over a fire the coffee pot had begun to sing. Saxon called to Billy, who was improvising a table from a wave-washed plank. She pointed seaward. On the far point of rocks, naked, except for swimming trunks, stood a man. He was gazing toward them, and they could see his long mop of dark hair blown by the wind. As he started to climb the rocks landward, Billy called Saxon's attention to the fact that the stranger wore tennis shoes. In a few minutes he dropped down from the rocks to the beach and walked up to them. "Gosh," Billy whispered to Saxon, "he's lean enough, but look at his muscles. Everybody down here seems to go in for physical culture." As the newcomer approached, Saxon glimpsed sufficient of his face to be reminded of the old pioneers and of a certain type of face seen frequently among the old soldiers. Young though he was, not more than 30, she decided, this man had the same long and narrow face, with the high cheekbones, high and slender forehead, and nose high, lean, and almost beaked. The lips were thin and sensitive, but the eyes were different from any she had ever seen in pioneer or veteran or any man. They were so dark a gray that they seemed brown, and there was a farness and alertness of vision in them, as of bright questing thoughts profounds of space. In a misty way, Saxon felt that she had seen him before. "Hello," he greeted. "You ought to be comfortable here." He threw down a partly filled sack. "Mussels, all I could get. The tide's not low enough yet." Saxon heard Billy muffle an ejaculation, and saw painted on his face the extremest astonishment. "Well, honest to God, it does me proud to meet you," he blurted out. "Shake hands. I always said if I laid eyes on you I'd shake. Say." But Billy's feelings mastered him, and, beginning with a choking giggle, he roared into helpless mirth. The stranger looked at him curiously across their clasped hands, and glanced inquiringly to Saxon. "You got to excuse me," Billy gurgled, pumping the other's hand up and down. "But I just gotta laugh. Why, honest to God, I've woke up nights and laughed and gone to sleep again. Don't you recognize him, Saxon? He's the same identical dude. Say, friend, you're some punkins at 100 yards dash, ain't you?" And then, in a sudden rush, Saxon placed him. He it was who had stood with Roy Blanchard alongside the automobile on the day she had wandered, sick and unwitting, into strange neighborhoods. Nor had that day been the first time she had seen him. "Remember the bricklayers' picnic at Weasel Park?" Billy was asking. "And the foot race? Why, I'd know that nose of yours anywhere among a million. You was the guy that stuck your cane between Timothy McManus's legs and started the grandest roughhouse Weasel Park or any other park ever seen." The visitor now commenced to laugh. He stood on one leg as he laughed harder. Then he stood on the other leg. Finally he sat down on a log of driftwood. "And you were there?" he managed to gasp to Billy at last. "You saw it? You saw it?" He turned to Saxon. "And you?" She nodded. "Say," Billy began again, as their laughter eased down, "what I want to know is, what do you want to do it for? Say, why do you want to do it for? I've been asking that to myself ever since." "So have I," was the answer. "You didn't know Timothy McManus, did you?" "No, I'd never seen him before, and I've never seen him since." "But what'd you want to do it for?" Billy persisted. The young man laughed, then controlled himself. "To save my life, I don't know. I have one friend, a most intelligent chap that writes sober scientific books, and he's always aching to throw an egg into an electric fan to see what will happen. Perhaps that's the way it was with me, except there was no aching. When I saw those legs flying past, I merely stuck my stick in between. I didn't know I was going to do it. I just did it. Timothy McManus was no more surprised than I was." "Did they catch you?" Billy asked. "Do I look as if they did? I was never so scared in my life. Timothy McManus himself couldn't have caught me that day. But what happened afterwards? I heard there was a fearful roughhouse, but I couldn't stop to see." It was not until a quarter of an hour had passed, during which Billy described the fight, that introductions took place. Mark Hall was their visitor's name, and he lived in a bungalow among the Carmel pines. "But how did you ever find your way to Bierce's Cove?" he was curious to know. "Nobody ever dreams of it from the road." "So that's its name," Saxon said. "It's the name we gave it. One of our crowd camped here one summer, and we named it after him. I'll take a cup of that coffee if you don't mind." This to Saxon. "And then I'll show your husband around. We're pretty proud of this cove. Nobody ever comes here but ourselves." "You didn't get all that muscle from being chased by McManus," Billy observed over the coffee. "Massage under tension," was the cryptic reply. "Yes," Billy said, pondering vacantly. "Do you eat it with a spoon?" Hall laughed. "I'll show you. Take any muscle you want, tense it, then manipulate it with your fingers. So and so." "And that's done all that?" Billy asked skeptically. "All that?" the other scorned proudly. "For one muscle you see, there's 5 tucked away but under command. Touch your finger to any part of me and see." Billy complied, touching the right breast. "You know something about anatomy, picking a muscleless spot," scolded Hall. Billy grinned triumphantly, then, to his amazement, saw a muscle grow up under his finger. He prodded it and found it hard and honest. "Massage under tension," Hall exulted. "Go on, anywhere you want." And anywhere and everywhere Billy touched, muscles large and small rose up, quivered, and sank down till the whole body was a ripple of willed quick. "Never saw anything like it," Billy marveled at the end. "And I've seen some few good men stripped in my time. Why, you're all living silk." "Massage under tension did it, my friend. The doctors gave me up. My friends called me the sick rat, and the mangy poet, and all that. Then I quit the city, came down to Carmel, and went in for the open air, and massage under tension." "Jim Hazard didn't get his muscles that way," Billy challenged. "Certainly not, the lucky skunk. He was born with them. Mine's made. That's the difference. I'm a work of art. He's a cave bear. Come along. I'll show you around now. You'd better get your clothes off. Keep on only your shoes and pants, unless you've got a pair of trunks." "My mother was a poet," Saxon said, while Billy was getting himself ready in the thicket. She had noted Hall's reference to himself. He seemed incurious, and she ventured further. "Some of it was printed." "What was her name?" he asked idly. "Dale Wiley Brown," she wrote. "The Viking Quest, Days of Gold, Constancy, The Caballero, Graves at Little Meadow, and a lot more. 10 of them are in the Story of the Files." "I've the book at home," he remarked, for the first time showing real interest. "She was a pioneer, of course, before my time, but I'll look her up when I get back to the house. My people were pioneers. They came by Panama in the '50s from Long Island. My father was a doctor, but he went into business in San Francisco and robbed his fellow men out of enough to keep me and the rest of a large family going ever since. Say, where are you and your husband bound?" When Saxon had told him of their attempt to get away from Oakland and of their quest for land, he sympathized with the first and shook his head over the second. "It's beautiful down beyond the Sur," he told her. "I've been all over these redwood canyons, and the place is alive with game. The government land is there, too, but you'd be foolish to settle. It's too remote, and it isn't good farming land, except in patches in the canyons. I know a Mexican there who is wild to sell his 500 acres for $1,500. $3 an acre. And what does that mean? That it isn't worth more. That it isn't worth so much, because he can find no takers. Land, you know, is worth what they buy and sell it for." Billy, emerging from the thicket only in shoes and in pants rolled to the knees, put an end to the conversation, and Saxon watched the 2 men physically so dissimilar climb the rocks and start out the south side of the cove. At first her eyes followed them lazily, but soon she grew interested and worried. Hall was leading Billy up what seemed a perpendicular wall in order to gain the backbone of the rock. Billy went slowly, displaying extreme caution. But twice she saw him slip, the weather-eaten stone crumbling away in his hand and rattling beneath him into the cove. When Hall reached the top, 100 feet above the sea, she saw him stand upright and sway easily on the knife edge, which she knew fell away as abruptly on the other side. Billy, once on top, contented himself with crouching on hands and knees. The leader went on, upright, walking as easily as on a level floor. Billy abandoned the hands and knees position, but crouched closely and often helped himself with his hands. The knife-edged backbone was deeply serrated, and in one of the notches both men disappeared. Saxon could not keep down her anxiety, and climbed out on the north side of the cove, which was less rugged and far less difficult to travel. Even so, the unaccustomed height, the crumbling surface, and the fierce buffets of wind tried her nerve. Soon she was opposite the men. They had leaped a narrow chasm and were scaling another tooth. Already Billy was going more nimbly, but his leader often paused and waited for him. The way grew severer, and several times the clefts they essayed extended down to the ocean level, and sprouted spray from the growling breakers that burst through. At other times, standing erect, they would fall forward across deep and narrow clefts until their palms met the opposing side. Then, clinging with their fingers, their bodies would be drawn across and up. Near the end, Hall and Billy went out of sight over the south side of the backbone, and when Saxon saw them again, they were rounding the extreme point of rock and coming back on the cove side. Here the way seemed barred. A wide fissure, with hopelessly vertical sides, yawned skyward from a foam-white vortex where the mad waters shot their level a dozen feet upward and dropped it as abruptly to the black depths of the battered rocks and writhing weed. Clinging precariously, the men descended their side till the spray was flying about them. Here they paused. Saxon could see Hall pointing down across the fissure, and imagined he was showing some curious thing to Billy. She was not prepared for what followed. The surf level sucked and sank away, and across and down Hall jumped to a narrow foothold where the wash had roared yards deep the moment before. Without a pause, as the returning sea rushed up, he was around the sharp corner and clawing upward hand and foot to escape being caught. Billy was now left alone. He could not even see Hall, much less be further advised by him, and so tensely did Saxon watch that the pain in her fingertips, crushed to the rock by which she held, warned her to relax. Billy waited his chance, twice made tentative preparations to leap, and sank back, then leaped across and down to the momentarily exposed foothold, doubled the corner, and as he clawed up to join Hall, was washed to the waist but not torn away. Saxon did not breathe easily till they rejoined her at the fire. One glance at Billy told her that he was exceedingly disgusted with himself. "You'll do for a beginner," Hall cried, slapping him jovially on the bare shoulder. "That climb is a stunt of mine. Many's the brave lad that started out with me and broke down before we were halfway out. I've had a dozen balk at that big jump. Only the athletes make it." "I ain't ashamed of admitting I was scairt," Billy growled. "You're a regular goat, and you sure got my goat half a dozen times. But I'm mad now. It's mostly training, and I'm going to camp right here and train till I can challenge you to a race out and around and back to the beach." "Done," said Hall, putting out his hand in ratification. "And sometime, when we get together in San Francisco, I'll lead you up against Bierce, the one this cove is named after. His favorite stunt, when he isn't collecting rattlesnakes, is to wait for a 40-mile-an-hour breeze and then get up and walk on the parapet of a skyscraper, on the lee side, mind you, so that if he blows off, there's nothing to fetch him up but the street. He sprang that on me once." "Did you do it?" Billy asked eagerly. "I wouldn't have if I hadn't been on. I'd been practicing it secretly for a week, and I got $20 out of him on the bet." The tide was now low enough for mussel gathering, and Saxon accompanied the men out the north wall. Hall had several sacks to fill. A rig was coming for him in the afternoon, he explained, to cart the mussels back to Carmel. When the sacks were full, they ventured further among the rock crevices and were rewarded with 3 abalones, among the shells of which Saxon found one coveted blister pearl. Hall initiated them into the mysteries of pounding and preparing the abalone meat for cooking. By this time it seemed to Saxon that they had known him a long time. It reminded her of the old times when Bert had been with them, singing his songs or ranting about the last of the Mohegans. "Now listen, I'm going to teach you something," Hall commanded, a large rock poised in his hand above the abalone meat. "You must never, never pound abalone without singing this song, nor must you sing this song at any other time. It would be the rankest sacrilege. Abalone is the food of the gods. Its preparation is a religious function. Now listen and follow, and remember that it is a very solemn occasion." The stone came down with a thump on the white meat, and thereafter arose and fell in a sort of tom-tom accompaniment to the poet's song. "Oh, some folks boast of quail on toast because they think it's tony, but I'm content to owe my rent and live on abalone. Oh, Mission Point's a friendly joint where every crab's a crony, and true and kind you'll ever find the clinging abalone. He wanders free beside the sea where'er the coast is stony. He flaps his wing and madly sings the plaintive abalone. Some stick to biz, some to flirt with Liz down on the sands of Coney, but we by hell stay in Carmel and wang the abalone." He paused with his mouth open and stone upraised. There was a rattle of wheels and a voice calling from above where the sacks of mussels had been carried. He brought the stone down with a final thump and stood up. "There's 1,000 more verses like those," he said. "Sorry I hadn't time to teach you them." He held out his hand, palm downward. "And now, children, bless you. You are now members of the clan of the abalone eaters, and I solemnly enjoin you never, no matter what the circumstances, pound abalone meat without chanting the sacred words I have revealed unto you." "But we can't remember the words from only one hearing," Saxon expostulated. "That shall be attended to. Next Sunday the tribe of abalone eaters will descend upon you here in Bierce's Cove, and you will be able to see the rites, the writers, and the writeresses, down even to the Iron Man with the basilisk eyes, vulgarly known as the king of the sacerdotal lizards." "Will Jim Hazard come?" Billy called, as Hall disappeared into the thicket. "He certainly will come. Is he not the cave bear, pot walloper, and gridironer, the most fearsome, and, next to me, the most exalted of all the abalone eaters?" Saxon and Billy could only look at each other till they heard the wheels rattle away. "Well, I'll be doggone," Billy let out. "He's some boy, that. Nothing stuck up about him. Just like Jim Hazard. Comes along and makes himself at home. You're as good as he is, and he's as good as you, and we're all friends together. Just like that, right off the bat." "He's old stock, too," Saxon said. "He told me while you were undressing. His folks came by Panama before the railroad was built, and from what he said, I guess he's got plenty of money." "He sure don't act like it." "And isn't he full of fun?" Saxon cried. "A regular josher, and him a poet." "Oh, I don't know, Billy. I've heard that plenty of poets are odd." "That's right, come to think of it. There's Joaquin Miller, lives out in the hills back of Fruitvale. He's certainly odd, and it's right near the place where I proposed to you. Just the same, I thought poets wore whiskers and eyeglasses and never tripped up foot racers at Sunday picnics, nor run around with as few clothes on as the law allows, gathering muscles and climbing like goats. That night, under the blankets, Saxon lay awake, looking at the stars, pleasuring in the balmy thicket scents, and listening to the dull rumble of the outer surf and the whispering ripples of the sheltered beach a few feet away. Billy stirred, and she knew he was not yet asleep. "Glad you left Oakland, Billy?" she snuggled. "Huh," came his answer. "Is a clam happy?" End of section 42. Section 43 of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 8. Every half-tide, Billy raced out the south wall over the dangerous course he and Hall had traveled, and each trial found him doing it in a faster time. "Wait till Sunday," he said to Saxon. "I'll give that poet a run for his money. Why, there ain't a place that bothers me now. I've got the head confidence. I run where I went on hands and knees. I figured it out this way. Suppose you had a foot to fall on each side, and it was soft hay. There'd be nothing to stop you. You wouldn't fall. You'd go like a streak. Then it's just the same if it's a mile down on each side. That ain't your concern. Your concern is to stay on top and go like a streak. And you know, Saxon, when I went at it that way, it never bothered me at all. Wait till he comes with his crowd Sunday. I'm ready for him." "I wonder what the crowd will be like," Saxon speculated. "Like him, of course. Birds of a feather flock together. They won't be stuck up, any of them. You'll see." Hall had sent out fish lines and a swimming suit by a Mexican cowboy bound south to his ranch, and from the latter they learned much of the government land and how to get it. The week flew by. Each day Saxon sighed a farewell of happiness to the sun. Each morning they greeted its return with laughter of joy in that another happy day had begun. They made no plans, but fished, gathered mussels and abalones, and climbed among the rocks as the moment moved them. The abalone meat they pounded religiously to a verse of doggerel improvised by Saxon. Billy prospered. Saxon had never seen him at so keen a pitch of health. As for herself, she scarcely needed the little hand mirror to know that never since she was a young girl had there been such color in her cheeks, such spontaneity of vivacity. "It's the first time in my life I ever had real play," Billy said. "And you and me never played at all the time we was married. This beats being any kind of a millionaire." "No 7 o'clock whistle," Saxon exulted. "I'd lie abed in the morning on purpose, only everything is too good not to be up. And now you just play at chopping some firewood and catching a nice big perch, Man Friday, if you expect to get any dinner." Billy got up, hatchet in hand, from where he had been lying prone, digging holes in the sand with his bare toes. "But it ain't going to last," he said, with a deep sigh of regret. "The rains'll come any time now. The good weather's hanging on something wonderful." On Saturday morning, returning from his run out the south wall, he missed Saxon. After helloing for her without result, he climbed to the road. Half a mile away, he saw her astride an unsaddled, unbridled horse that moved unwillingly at a slow walk across the pasture. "Lucky for you, it was an old mare that had been used to riding. See them saddle marks," he grumbled, when at last she drew to a halt beside him and allowed him to help her down. "Oh, Billy," she sparkled, "I was never on a horse before. It was glorious. I felt so helpless, too, and so brave." "I'm proud of you just the same," he said, in more grumbling tones than before. "'Tain't every married woman tackle a strange horse that way, especially if she's never been on one. And I ain't forgot that you're going to have a saddle animal all to yourself some day, a regular Joe Dandy." The abalone eaters in 2 rigs and on a number of horses descended in force on Bierce's Cove. There were half a score of men and almost as many women. All were young, between the ages of 25 and 40, and all seemed good friends. Most of them were married. They arrived in a roar of good spirits, tripping one another down the slippery trail, and engulfing Saxon and Billy in a comradeship as artless and warm as the sunshine itself. Saxon was appropriated by the girls. She could not realize them women, and they made much of her, praising her camping and traveling equipment, and insisting on hearing some of her tale. They were experienced campers themselves, as she quickly discovered when she saw the pots and pans and clothes boilers for the mussels which they had brought. In the meantime, Billy and the men had undressed and scattered out after mussels and abalones. The girls lighted on Saxon's ukulele, and nothing would do but she must play and sing. Several of them had been to Honolulu and knew the instrument, confirming Mercedes' definition of ukulele as jumping flea. Also, they knew Hawaiian songs she had learned from Mercedes, and soon, to her accompaniment, all were singing Aloha O, Honolulu Tomboy, and Sweet Leilani. Saxon was genuinely shocked when some of them, even the more matronly, danced hulas on the sand. When the men returned, burdened with sacks of shellfish, Mark Hall, as high priest, commanded the due and solemn rite of the tribe. At a wave of his hand, the many poised stones came down in unison on the white meat, and all voices were uplifted in the hymn to the abalone. All verses all sang. Occasionally some sang a fresh verse alone, whereupon it was repeated in chorus. Billy betrayed Saxon by begging her in an undertone to sing the verse she had made, and her pretty voice was timidly raised in "We sit around and gaily pound, and bear no acrimony, because of our object is a gob of sizzling abalone." "Great!" cried the poet, who had winced at object. "She speaks the language of the tribe. Come on, children, now." All chanted Saxon's lines. Then Jim Hazard had a new verse, and one of the girls and the Iron Man with the basilisk eyes of greenish gray, whom Saxon recognized from Hall's description. To her it seemed he had the face of a priest. "Oh, like some ham, and some like lamb, and some like macaroni. But bring me a pail of gin and a tub of abalone. Oh, some drink rain, and some champagne, or brandy by the pony. But I will try a little rye with a dash of abalone. Some live on hope, and some on dope, and some on alimony. But our tomcat, he lives on fat and tender abalone." A black-haired, black-eyed man, with a roguish face of a satyr, who Saxon learned was an artist who sold his paintings at 500 apiece, brought on himself universal execration and acclamation by singing "The more we take, the more they make in deep-sea matrimony. Race suicide cannot betide the fertile abalone." And so it went. Verses new and old, verses without end, all in glorification of the succulent shellfish of Carmel. Saxon's enjoyment was keen, almost ecstatic, and she had difficulty in convincing herself of the reality of it all. It seemed like some fairy tale or book story come true. Again, it seemed more like a stage, and these the actors, she and Billy having blundered into the scene in some incomprehensible way. Much of which she sensed, which she did not understand. Much she did understand, and she was aware that brains were playing as she had never seen brains play before. The Puritan streak in her training was astonished and shocked by some of the broadness, but she refused to sit in judgment. They seemed good, these light-hearted young people. They certainly were not rough or gross, as were many of the crowd she had been with on Sunday picnics. None of the men got drunk, although there were cocktails in vacuum bottles and red wine in a huge demijohn. What impressed Saxon most was their excessive jollity, their childlike joy in the childlike things they did. This effect was heightened by the fact that they were novelists and painters, poets and critics, sculptors and musicians. One man, with a refined and delicate face, a dramatic critic on a great San Francisco daily, she was told, introduced a feat which all the men tried and failed at most ludicrously. On the beach at regular intervals planks were placed as obstacles. Then the dramatic critic, on all fours, galloped along the sand for all the world like a horse, and for all the world like a horse, taking hurdles, he jumped the planks to the end of the course. Quoits had been brought along, and for a while these were pitched with zest. Then jumping was started, and game slid into game. Billy took part in everything, but did not win first place as often as he had expected. An English rider beat him a dozen feet at tossing the K-Bear. Jim Hazard beat him in putting the heavy rock. Mark Hall outjumped him standing and running. But at the standing high back jump, Billy did come first. Despite the handicap of his weight, this victory was due to his splendid back and abdominal lifting muscles. Immediately after this, however, he was brought to grief by Mark Hall's sister, a strapping young Amazon in cross-saddle riding costume, who 3 times tumbled him ignominiously heels over head in a bout of Indian wrestling. "You're easy," jeered the Iron Man, whose name they had learned was Pete Bideau. "I can put you down myself, catch as catch can." Billy accepted the challenge and found in all truth that the other was rightly nicknamed. In the training camps, Billy had sparred and clinched with giant champions like Jim Jeffries and Jack Johnson, and met the weight of their strength, but never had he encountered strength like this of the Iron Man. Do what he could, Billy was powerless, and twice his shoulders were ground into the sand in defeat. "You'll get a chance back at him," Hazard whispered to Billy, off at one side. "I've brought the gloves along. Of course, you had no chance with him at his own game. He wrestled in music halls in London with Hackenschmidt. Now, you keep quiet, and we'll lead up to it in a casual sort of way. He doesn't know about you." Soon the Englishman who had tossed the K-Bear was sparring with the dramatic critic. Hazard and Hall boxed in fantastic burlesque. Then, gloves in hand, looked for the next appropriately matched couple. The choice of Bideau and Billy was obvious. "He's liable to get nasty if he's hurt," Hazard warned Billy as he tried on the gloves for him. "He's old American French, and he's got a devil of a temper. But just keep your head and tap him. Whatever you do, keep tapping him." "Easy sparring now. No roughhouse, Bideau. Just light tapping, you know," were admonitions variously addressed to the Iron Man. "Hold on a second," he said to Billy, dropping his hands. "When I get rapped, I do get a bit hot. But don't mind me. I can't help it, you know. It's only for the moment, and I don't mean it." Saxon felt very nervous, visions of Billy's bloody fights and all the scabs he had slugged rising in her brain. But she had never seen her husband box, but a few seconds were required to put her at ease. The Iron Man had no chance. Billy was too completely the master, guarding every blow himself continually and almost at will, tapping the other's face and body. There was no weight in Billy's blows, only a light and snappy tingle. But their incessant iteration told on the Iron Man's temper. In vain the onlookers warned him to go easy. His face purpled with anger, and his blows became savage. But Billy went on, tap, 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 calmly, gently, imperturbably. The Iron Man lost control and rushed and plunged, delivering great swings and uppercuts of man-killing quality. Billy ducked, sidestepped, blocked, stalled, and escaped all damage. In the clinches, which were unavoidable, he locked the Iron Man's arms, and in the clinches the Iron Man invariably laughed and apologized, only to lose his head with the first tap the instant they separated, and be more infuriated than ever. And when it was over and Billy's identity had been divulged, the Iron Man accepted the joke on himself with the best of humor. It had been a splendid exhibition on Billy's part. His mastery of the sport, coupled with his self-control, had most favorably impressed the crowd, and Saxon, very proud of her man-boy, could not but see the admiration all had for him. Nor did she prove in any way a social failure. When the tired and sweating players lay down in the dry sand to cool off, she was persuaded into accompanying their nonsense songs with the ukulele, nor was it long catching their spirit ere she was singing to them and teaching them quaint songs of early days which she herself had learned as a little girl from Caddy the saloon keeper, pioneer and ex-cavalryman, who had been a bull whacker on the Salt Intake Trail in the days before the railroad. One song which became an immediate favorite was "Oh, times on Bitter Creek, they never can be beat. Root hog or die is on every wagon sheet. The sand within your throat, the dust within your eye. Bend your back and stand it, root hog or die." After a dozen verses of Root Hog or Die, Mark Hall claimed to be especially infatuated with "Obadiah, he dreamed a dream, dreamt he was driving a 10-mule team. But when he woke, he heaved a sigh, the lead mule kicked or with the swing mule's eye." It was Mark Hall who brought up the matter of Billy's challenge to race out the south wall of the cove, though he referred to the test as lying somewhere in the future. Billy surprised him by saying he was ready at any time. Forthwith the crowd clamored for the race. Hall offered to bet on himself, but there were no takers. He offered 2-1 to Jim Hazard, who shook his head and said he would accept 3-1 as a sporting proposition. Billy heard and gritted his teeth. "I'll take you for $5, he said to Hall, "but not at those odds. I'll back myself even." "It isn't your money I want, it's Hazard's," Hall demurred. "Though I'll give either of you 3-1. "Even or nothing," Billy held out obstinately. Hall finally closed both bets, even with Billy and 3-1 with Hazard. The path along the knife edge was so narrow that it was impossible for runners to pass each other, so it was arranged to time the men, Hall to go first and Billy to follow after an interval of half a minute. Hall toed the mark, and at the word was off with the form of a sprinter. Saxon's heart sank. She knew Billy had never crossed the stretch of sand at that speed. Billy darted forward 30 seconds later and reached the foot of the rock when Hall was halfway up. When both were on the top and racing from notch to notch, the Iron Man announced that they had scaled the wall in the same time to a second. "My money still looks good," Hazard remarked, "though I hope neither of them breaks a neck. I wouldn't take that run that way for all the gold that would fill the cove." "But you'll take bigger chances swimming in a storm on Carmel Beach," his wife chided. "Oh, I don't know," he retorted. "You haven't so far to fall when swimming." Billy and Hall disappeared and were making the circle around the end. Those on the beach were certain that the poet had gained in the dizzy spurts of flight along the knife edge. Even Hazard admitted it. "What price for my money now?" he cried excitedly, dancing up and down. Hall had reappeared, the great jump accomplished, and was running shoreward. But there was no gap. Billy was on his heels, and on his heels he stayed, into the shore down the wall and to the mark on the beach. Billy had won by half a minute. "Only by the watch," he panted. "Hall was over half a minute ahead of me out to the end. I'm not slower than I thought, but he's faster. He's a wooz of a sprinter. He could beat me 10 times out of 10, except for accident. He was hung up at the jump by a big sea. That's where I caught him. I jumped right after him on the same sea. Then he set the pace home, and all I had to do was to take it." "That's right," said Hall. "You did better than beat me. That's the first time in the history of Bierce's Cove that 2 men made that jump on the same sea, and all the risk was yours coming last." "It was a fluke," Billy insisted. And at that point Saxon settled the dispute of modesty and raised a general laugh by ripping chords on the ukulele and parodying an old hymn in Negro minstrel fashion. "The Lord moves in mischievous ways, his blunders to perform." In the afternoon Jim Hazard and Hall dived into the breakers and swam to the outlying rocks, routing the protesting sea lions and taking possession of their surf-battered stronghold. Billy followed the swimmers with his eyes, yearning after them so undisguisedly that Mrs. Hazard said to him, "Why don't you stop in Carmel this winter? Jim will teach you all he knows about the surf. And he's wild to box with you. He works long hours at his desk, and he really needs exercise." Not until sunset did the merry crowd carry their pots and pans and trove of mussels up to the road and depart. Saxon and Billy watched them disappear on horses and behind horses over the top of the first hill, and then descended hand in hand through the thicket to the camp. Billy threw himself on the sand and stretched out. "I don't know when I've been so tired," he yawned. "And there's one thing sure, I never had such a day. It's worth living 20 years for, and then some." He reached out his hand to Saxon, who lay beside him. "And oh, I was so proud of you, Billy," she said. "I never saw you box before. I didn't know it was like that. The Iron Man was at your mercy all the time, and you kept it from being violent or terrible. Everybody could look on and enjoy, and they did, too." I want to say you was going on some yourself. They just took to you. Why, honest to God, Saxon, in the singing you was the whole show, along with the ukulele. All the women liked you, too, and that's what counts." It was their first social triumph, and the taste of it was sweet. Mr. Hall said he looked up the story of the files, Saxon recounted, and he said Mother was a true poet. He said it was astonishing the fine stock that had crossed the plains. He told me a lot about those times and the people I didn't know, and he's read all about the fight at Little Meadow. He says he's got it in a book at home, and if we come back to Carmel, he'll show it to me. He wants us to come back, all right. Did you know what he said to me, Saxon? He gave me a letter to some guy that's down on the government land, some poet that's holding down a quarter of a section, so we'll be able to stop there, which will come in handy if the big rains catch us. And oh, that's what I was driving at. He said he had a little shack he lived in while the house was being built. The Iron Man is living in it now, but he's going away to some Catholic college to study to be a priest, and Hall said the shack could be ours as long as we wanted to use it. And he said I could do what the Iron Man was doing to make a living. Hall was kind of bashful when he was offering me work. Said it'd be only odd jobs, but that we'd make out. I could help him plant potatoes, he said, and he got half savage when he said I couldn't chop wood. That was his job, he said, and you could see he was actually jealous over it. And Mrs. Hall said just about the same to me, Billy. Carmel wouldn't be so bad to pass the rainy season in, and then, too, you could go swimming with Mr. Hazard. Seems as if we could settle down wherever we're a mind to, Billy assented. Carmel's the third place now that's been offered. Well, after this, no man need be afraid of making a go in the country. No good man, Saxon corrected. I guess you're right. Billy thought for a moment. Just the same, a dub, too, has a better chance in the country than in the city. Who'd have ever thought that such fine people existed? Saxon pondered. It's just wonderful when you come to think of it. It's only what you'd expect from a rich poet that'd trip up a foot racer at an Irish picnic, Billy exposited. The only crowd such a guy would run with would be like himself, or he'd make a crowd that was. I wouldn't wonder that he'd made this crowd. Say he's got some sister. If anybody ride up on a sea lion and ask you, she's got that Indian wrestling down pat, and she's built for it. And say, ain't his wife a beaut? A little longer they lay in the warm sand. It was Billy who broke the silence, and what he said seemed to proceed out of profound meditation. Say, Saxon, do you know, I don't care if I never see moving pictures again. End of section 43.